This case that I just cited talked about the penis issue pretty extensively. And I'm shocked how many times they mentioned the word penis. And what did this case say? Now, this is guidance for me, and I like it.
Of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bring
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead and make your record.
All right, good morning, chat. Over here playing some clips from the Jensen trial. While we're getting this stuff shared out, because it's funny to me. So be sure to like and share the stream.
I reread State versus Jensen 331.
We've got like 15 minutes before the trial starts. Good time to ask questions.
That was.
Share everything out. How is everybody this morning?
Decided December 29th, 2010.
Charlie, Terry, good morning, good morning.
And the letter and all that other issues that were decided later by the Supreme Court of Wisconsin and the United States Supreme Court. But
Texas.
This case that I just cited talked about the penis issue pretty extensively. And I'm shocked how many times they mentioned the word penis. And what did this case say? Now, this is guidance for me, and I like it because it makes my rulings a little easier. So what does it say about this evidence that we are trying to keep out? It's admissible as part of the
if you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel,
and it talks about numerous witnesses. It talks about the state's theory.
That is Never.Stop.Voices over on YouTube.
This is the Court of Appeals talking, not me. Before Jensen murdered his wife, Jensen engaged in a campaign of
Terry watched a 7-hour standoff,
confronting Julie with pornographic photos.
Send me a link to that.
The relationship between the principal actors, Jensen and Julie, and traveled directly to the state's theory as to why Jensen murdered Julie. Then it goes on to say, it also goes to the issue of the computer, because there's an issue of pornography on the computer, and that Mr. Jensen regularly surfed the computer.
Yeah, send me a link of that on the
pornography. So the computer is also an issue in this case. And then
on the
also,
Facebook page.
We're going to have other witnesses that are going to testify. The state talked about Kelly Jensen, and I believe her last name is different now. But it also talks about Kelly Jensen's testimony. And it goes on to say it tended to show that Jensen had a long-standing fascination.
So we ended yesterday with Kelly Labante's testimony. She is still on the stand.
Focus photos stored on the home and office.
So that's going to continue this morning.
Jensen home to emotionally torture Julie. Each category of
what do you guys think of Kelly's testimony? Thoughts on the judge? Question on YouTube. So I know this judge. He's
coming in.
he's definitely
you argued this morning.
He's
that
definitely a bit of an ass.
So don't tell me now it's not relevant.
This time I'm not
I'll get the transcript.
I'm not arguing.
See, like
You
this. I
argued
mean,
that this morning.
he is known for screaming and yelling at attorneys. He's known for having a short temper. He is crotchety.
Every argument you want and get the last word in.
I'm not arguing as to relevance.
I will say though that Milosauskas is fair. He is a fair judge.
She heard it from Mr. Neary or
but
heard it from someone else. That's
I think his anger gets the best of him. I wish he had the Brooks case. That's not a good thing to wish for, Terry. If Milosauskas had the Brooks case, I'm going to tell you right now, Brooks would have cause for appeal. As much as for the drama of it, we all would have loved to have seen Milosauskas just lose his shit on Brooks for sure. But that definitely would have given Brooks adequate cause for appeal. That would not have been good. Would not have been good at all. But I see what you're saying. So, if you guys are new to Never Stop Media, so on our YouTube channel, we have a playlist for the Mark Jensen trial. So we've obviously covered the entire current day trial so far. We did a marathon stream over the weekend, 2 different streams for Saturday, 2 different streams for Sunday, 16 hours apiece. We played so much 2008 trial testimony to give you guys like some real inside look into what happened during that trial, what people were testifying to, inconsistencies in their testimonies then versus now. And then we did, separate streams giving full background case history details, a lot of stuff. I am clipping out individual testimonies from these witnesses. So you'll find that up on the YouTube channel. I clipped a whole bunch of testimony out late last night. I was up super damn late. Again, not getting sleep. So I have to put some of those, make them public. It just sucks. We can only upload 3 videos that people get notified to. So if I'm uploading multiple videos, people don't get notified. So I try to upload some, little clips like we did with the penis talk on that. And if you're new to the channel, so what we did too is we put from viewing 2008 footage, we actually got to see a walk through of the crime scene at the Jensen residence. It is viewer discretion advised. So we did put, a warning graphic content cover on that video. But it's a full walkthrough of the Jensen house. And unfortunately, you do see Julie because it was a fluid, active scene at that point. So that is up on the YouTube channel. And we've played it during our live streams too. But if you just want to watch that, it is up there. We did post that YouTube video, the link anyway, on the Facebook page. So if you're on Facebook, you can find it on our page. So I thought that was... I thought it was pertinent, and I'm sure we're going to see that during this current trial, and hopefully the quality of it is way better. If it is, we'll clip that out and put the modern version of it up, because it was pretty archaic what they had to do. So I believe that on the defense, then, lawyers should not be shy in speaking up for their clients. Absolutely, and we're seeing that with Jensen's defense team. Craig Albee did an okay job, I thought, in the 2008 trial. But we obviously saw contention between the sides. This current trial, both sides are going for the jugular. I think they're more concerned with trying to kill each other, as opposed to the state trying to, put on an adequate murder trial. But we're watching the defense just absolutely rip apart a lot of these witnesses. One of the biggest crucial parts was defense team going after the pathologist. So that was pretty huge, and we found that with the pathologist that he should not have testified to anything related to antifreeze back in 2008, and we found that he said he regrets testifying to anything antifreeze related. So pretty crazy. Arm says, I agree. The defense should be preserving their objections for their client. And they are trying to. And this is the problem that I think Milosauskas is creating that may create more appellate issues. If he keeps this up, we may end up seeing this case come back to court again. This case, for those of you that don't know, this has gone through multiple Kenosha courts, multiple Kenosha judges. It's gone through the appellate courts. It's gone through the Wisconsin Supreme Court. It's gone through the United States Supreme Court. And we are watching Milosauskas ignoring the defense, trying to preserve the record. He just flat out ignores them, doesn't let them talk, asks them are you done? Great, bring the jury. We're done now. I don't want to hear anything else you have to say. And they have a right to preserve this record. So I think Milosauskas might be creating some issues. It's still too early to tell, but he might be creating issues that could potentially be in favor of Jensen. And for us, so I live in Wisconsin. I'm from Kenosha, not originally, but I lived there for a long time. This is a big case for us. This was a big case back then. Kenosha residents are pissed that this case has come back. They do not want to see a not guilty verdict. And if there's more issues, this is going to be problematic. Yesterday, I thought the state was very lazy. They did not seem like they wanted to be there. Just in general, the state seems very arrogant, very cocky. This is an ego thing for them, especially for Jamboy, because he prosecuted the 2008 trial. So this is an ego thing for him. And I think his ego is getting the best of him. I don't think the state is putting on a good case. I don't think that they have presented any evidence whatsoever that actually directly points to Mark Jensen. And they had this problem back in 2008 too, because so much of it was circumstantial. Oh shit, no, I'm not even sharing the damn stream yet, chat. Jesus, I'm over here talking to you guys, breaking down some stuff. I haven't even shared. I'm slacking on my end, yelling at you guys, share the stream, and I haven't even done it myself. Jesus. Thank you for reminding me, Rach. So, yeah, all ego, chat. All ego. Yeah, Rach, why don't you do it? That'd be better. Appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me. So we are on day 5 of the current trial. Good morning, Iceland. Good morning, Peace Love. Chat, type in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I always like to see that, especially with new viewers. That is awesome. Feel free to ask questions during the trial. Obviously, while the trial is going on, I don't talk, but I'll type some responses on breaks. Great time to ask questions and try to get some answers. They're not doing that on other platforms. We play a lot of old footage over here. We really try to give you guys a good understanding of this entire case. We like to pretend we're the jury over here. And what would we be thinking or saying or doing as the jury? Breezy over on YouTube, one of my favorite people. Breezy's White Claw. How are you? How are things? We miss you, Breezy. Today, during lunch break, So I thought maybe we'd kind of switch it up a little bit. Instead of playing some old footage, what I thought we would do, I did a interview in April of 2021, and regarding Kenosha unrest, all of that stuff, this whole fourth victim theory, blah, blah, blah. But we did this interview, and we talk a lot about the background of the company, why I do what I do as an investigative journalist. You know, for those of you that are new, we investigate different corruption issues, and we expose the truth about that. We were there in Kenosha for the 2020 unrest. I was on the street when the shooting happened. And we've been investigating Kenosha for 2 years. So what I thought we would do is play, it's just the audio. There's no video, but I thought we would play the audio of this interview. Tells you the background of how I created Never Stop Media, the real reason that Never Stop Media started and how it has advanced to here. We talk about some Kenosha details. We talk about my past. I've said on the platform before, I was not a good person back in the day. We talk about that. There's other videos we have up where I talk about that stuff too. And we have spent the last 8 years revamping our entire life and being a normal human being again. So I thought that might be fun. So if you guys are interested in doing that during break, type a 1. If you want to listen to the interview, type a 1 in chat. Or if you don't give a shit about that and you want to stick with only trial content, we try to do a bunch of things during break to keep it interesting and entertaining. But if you only want to hear trial content stuff, type a number 2. So I'm open to whatever you guys want to do. Over on YouTube, they're saying 1. They want to listen to some interview stuff. So yeah, type a 1 if you want to hear the interview. It's a pretty cool interview. It's fun. It's entertaining. Viewer discretion. We use naughty words, so there is some naughty word stuff. Newbie to your channel, looking forward to learning more about your story and platform. We'll definitely be going through past videos over the weekend. Awesome. We appreciate it. There is tons of content up on the YouTube channel. You know, during the pandemic, the first 3 months that we all, had to sit in our house playing Xbox. You may not know this, but in Kenosha, once they opened up Wisconsin, the very next day, landlords were filing evictions. None of us were allowed to try to figure this out and make payments and do all these things. There were over 1,000 people in Kenosha that got evicted. I was one of them. I lost everything. I was homeless, stealth camping in a hammock throughout Kenosha for 63 days leading up to the Kenosha unrest. So on the channel, I started releasing those video clips and kind of doing a docu-series, if you will. So the first 2 parts of that docu-series are up on the channel, so you can kind of see that too. It goes from the day I was evicted, and then it leads up to the Kenosha unrest. So I'm still editing all these things, but we have the first 2 parts up on the channel. I do a lot of long distance hiking, so I'm trying to do more outdoor adventure style journalism. It's another passion of mine. I actually truthfully rather do that than this, but I document and film a lot of my hikes. I write about some of those things. If you like articles, right? Check out the website, Never.Stop.Voices.com. Some people don't like the naughty words that we use here, and that's totally fine. If you're offended by that, take your feelings somewhere else and go read the articles. We don't use naughty words in the articles. If we're reporting on, some actual very newsy type stuff, we're super professional, even during the live streams. But if we're just chatting together, right? We're just hanging out, having fun, chatting about different topics. Then, yeah, we're just, we use some naughty words. So, but we talk about a lot of things on this channel. But primarily it is about civil rights issues and corruption within systems. So it looks like they're going to be getting started here very shortly, chat, which hurry up. Here we go. We see Jensen's crazy mug. They're going to be calling the case. But our mission is to bring the uncensored and raw truth to the people, to tell the stories that mainstream media glosses over or completely ignores. Bring to light and expose corruption in real stories through investigative journalism. That's what we do. Here we go, chat. Day 5, Mark Jensen. Share the stream, everybody. Hit them thumbs, subscribe, like, and follows. Spam the chat on Facebook. That helps the algorithm push our feed out to more and more people. Let's get as many eyes on this today as we can. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We love you. Appreciate the support. I'm pretty sure we're going to have Kelly Labonte since they did not finish with her. And her testimony has been a lot different in this trial than it was in 2008. We played the 2008 version of her testimony in chat. It was gross. It was disgusting the way that they treated her, both sides on that stand. It was horrible.
All right, I think we're ready to go on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. It's January 18th, 2023, Wednesday. Let's have the appearances, please.
The state appears by Carly McNeil, Deputy District Attorney, and Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, and then Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorney Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming on time. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the state's case. And for the record, Kelly Brooks is still on the stand and still under oath. Can you come up, ma'am, and take your seat up here?
All right, so her testimony again. And then we just heard another special prosecutor, Beverly Jamboy.
So, Ms. Brooks, I'm going to play for you an audio file on State's Exhibit 20 and then ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Hello, this is a collect call from recording. Sometimes it's just an inmate from the Kenosha Campus Pretrial Facility. To accept charges, press 0. To obtain this call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel Link. Hello.
So for the record, that was the first 36 seconds. And now moving to the time period of 0630. Okay, beginning again at 0628.
It was nothing but a freaking headache, 20 hours a day for you, and you spent no time with us, ever.
Right, and that's what you find is focus issue here. That was what it was. I worked my tail.
So I've paused it at 0638. Did you hear the voices in this recording?
Yes.
And did you recognize your voice?
Yes.
And then who's the other voice on the recording?
Mark Jensen.
All right, so now continuing.
Well, made money, but you didn't have any life, so I just want to have some fun. Saw the book, saw the movie, moved to Colorado, or wherever we decide we want to live. That's going to be the question. Where do we want to live? Where do we want to live?
Mars.
What's that, Mars? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, away from here so we don't have to deal with it. Someplace where we got...
Let's go to Oompa Loompa land.
activities to do that are be fun to do, excursions to go see, day trips to take, restaurants and little coffee shops to go hang out at, and restaurants to explore, and all that other crap, you know, just fun stuff that you can do.
Colorado sounds like a good spot.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking, you know, if they're all said and done, we'll be back to where we were.
Well, North Carolina, I hear that's a nice place to live.
In 2002. Where's that?
North Carolina.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
We'd have to acquire an accent, but.
Maybe not Colorado, maybe somewhere in the Sierra Nevadas. I don't know. But we don't.
Sierra Nevada?
Yeah, what is that? Nevada. Like Lake Tahoe area or something like that.
I'm not really sure. My husband's been in jail too long. He's kind of losing it, I guess.
What's that? I'm using big words?
No. It's
What?
like, why on earth would you want to go there?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been there, so I'm thinking, you know, hey, it'll be fun. It'll be some. You can take some time and figure stuff out. Yeah.
Well, then let's just move to Idaho.
That'd be fun too.
They have great fishing there, I hear.
I know. Fly fishing and stuff like that.
Great golf courses, apparently. What?
Yeah, anywhere out there. That's what I'm thinking. This is just. It'll be time to get away from here.
All right.
Yep. So, funny. Oh. Well, the guy today was offering to go grab somebody and sit on him.
Okay.
Oh. This is where the kids used to be able to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Went there, go find Doug, grab him, pick him up, carry him somewhere, sit on him.
Yep.
So. Oh, God. But that would be we got time to figure it out and have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big question is
Yep.
where do we want to go and where do we want it to be? And where to from here? Draw a line, put all this behind us.
All right, so pausing it at 0904. Just a few follow-up questions on what we just heard. Did you hear the defendant make a comment to you about sell the book, sell the movie?
Yes.
And what is that about?
He talked about, selling the rights to the situation that he's in with this case and making money off of it.
And so his plan is to write a book and sell it?
Yes.
And then it becomes a movie and that sells?
Right.
Now, I don't expect you to recall an exact date of this particular conversation, but would the time period have been about the fall of 2007?
Late summer, early fall, yes.
Now, during the part we also just listened to, did you recall hearing the defendant talk about a guy offering to grab a guy and sit on him?
Yes.
And do you have any idea what that was about?
Not really, no.
And then the defendant followed that up with talking about how the kids, David would grab Douglas and sit on him.
Yeah, that must have just been some horsing around stuff. Some horsing around stuff?
So when you're listening to this, that doesn't mean anything to you?
Correct.
And it didn't back in 2007?
Right.
Now I'm going to play the portion. Let me get to the right time. So this would be starting at 11:51.
Let's see, money-wise, how is everything?
Fine, I guess. I just have to remember to pay the bills.
Bills?
Shit. Forgot to pay one of my credit cards.
Oh, really?
Got stocked with the late fee and the interest charge. I was like, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because it just happened, just at the right time where it was just the last thing on my mind. And I don't get paper statements anymore from anything.
Gotcha.
So I have to remember to go out there. And I went out there the day the next statement was cutting off.
Right.
Made the payment. Well, that didn't cut it.
Gotcha.
But, it's taken care of. But, no,
Okay.
other than that, we're fine.
Sounds
That's why I have so many things set up on auto pay. Because I just don't need the hassle.
okay. Oh, let's see. There was something like Okay. Well, that's good. So something I think I want to have my folks take care of.
Mm-hmm.
And might have you give them some money, just a little bit. And I'll explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay? Not right now.
Okay.
Okay? We'll see if I'll figure it out. Okay. That, I don't know anything more about that at this point, so.
Has to do with something in there?
What's that?
Does it have to do with something in there?
Oh, no. No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. And that's all.
How much?
Oh. It'd be like 500.
Okay.
Maybe twice. And that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but, you know.
Okay.
And I know I'm not giving you any answer at all.
No, well, but I understand. You know.
Okay. I'm just, yeah, it'd probably be better to have this part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. But
All right.
definitely want to, I don't know. We'll see.
You have 1 minute left.
You're going to get cut off again.
All right.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. It's just just I want to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay. Love you. Everything else good?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everything's fine.
All right, stopping it at 14:55. So for that portion of the conversation, it starts out with the defendant asking you about finances, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you talked about missing a bill or something
Right.
like that. And then he references something that he wants his folks to take care of.
Right.
Is that referring to his parents?
Yes.
And then he talks about giving his parents money. Did you hear
Yes.
that?
Yes, I did hear that.
And what amount did he want you to give his parents based on what you heard?
Based on what I heard, it was going to equal $1,000
And he said 500 twice.
twice. Yes.
Okay, not very straightforward.
Right.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
No, but in the moment, I was like, what is this? This is sketchy. His parents don't need money. So.
And were you at that time in a financial position to be giving anyone $1,000?
No.
And then towards the end of that conversation, did you hear the defendant say something like having this part of the conversation now and the other part later?
Yes.
So not telling you the whole story now
Correct.
or ever?
Right.
So this is State's Exhibit 20. I would move that into evidence.
All right, we'll let the cross finish. And
Okay, so I just have a few sort of wrap-up questions. So yesterday I had asked you a question, and this is going back now till towards the end of October 1998. I had asked you a question about the trip you took to Chicago with the defendant.
Okay.
And so I asked you if you went to Morton's Steakhouse.
Okay.
And so do you recall whether or not you went there?
I don't recall if I went there. I'm sure we went to a nice restaurant. I just don't recall if it was actually Morton's.
And so would looking at a prior transcript refresh your recollection?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so I'm referring to 12208, page 141, right in the middle of that page.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
And so did that refresh your recollection about where you went?
Yeah. I mean, if I said it then I must have remembered it then. It's been a while.
At the time you said Morton's.
Yes, at the time I said Martin's.
And then did looking at that same area, the page, refresh your recollection at all about the Adler Planetarium?
Yeah, I've never been to the Adler Planetarium, but we did go to the aquarium that was right next to it. So maybe I just misspoke there.
In Chicago.
Yes, yeah, they're right next to each other.
All right, so one other thing that I'd like to clarify, you were asked some questions about going into 1999, January, February of that year. So I just want to clarify, when did you actually move to Wisconsin, where you were living in Wisconsin?
March is when I moved all my stuff into the apartment.
And at that time, you were not living with the defendant,
Correct.
But were you going over to his home?
Yeah, I would come up and visit
And,
on weekends and yes.
well, you were in Wisconsin at the
Yeah,
time.
yeah, well, when are we talking? In January and February?
No, I'm sorry. After you moved to Wisconsin?
Okay,
So I think you said that was end of March, early April.
right.
So during that time period,
Mhm.
you are living in your own apartment,
Yes,
but are you visiting the defendant at his home?
yes,
And is he visiting you at your apartment?
occasionally, but most of the time we spend at the house.
So then during this time period, were you in a sexual relationship with the defendant?
Yes,
And so that was pretty much continuous from January all the way on.
yes,
And so during that period of time, were you the defendant's girlfriend?
yes,
You believed yourself to be.
yes.
I think the only other exhibit I didn't move was exhibit number 22. So I would, for the record, move that one. And then I have no further questions.
So you, after the cross, you're moving 20, 21, and 22?
Correct.
All right. Who's doing the cross for the defense? Go ahead.
Brooks, correct?
Brooks, yes.
Ms. Brooks, I want to go back to some of those emails we talked about yesterday. I'm not going to go through them all, but I want to ask you a few questions about some of the emails that
Okay,
you saw.
do I need to see them?
I'm going to get them for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to go to page 28. And you were asked some questions about these emails, and they were in reference to like a joke that was forwarded to you.
This one looks like it was stock information.
Stock information, thank you. So when in that email on page 28, on October 12th at 9:35 a.m., at least it looks like that's the time you allegedly sent it, you actually replied back to your home address.
Yes,
And that means that when he sent this email from the mjensen@execpc.com, you actually responded back to that address.
yes.
And do you remember what you said in your response to him?
No,
The home address.
no.
Do you know if you signed off IDL or IWI?
I don't know.
And is that the only time you emailed him back at his home address?
I can't be
Or
sure.
home email address?
I have no idea. Well, is this my response right below it? Have you ever noticed that Dan's email address is xnerd? Thought it was amusing.
I can't.
Address is xnerd. Do you want to see it? Or, okay.
That's what I was asking if,
Okay. Well, it's right there. So yes.
and then in that it says
Yes, I miss you.
IMY2.
Yes. Yes.
And that was to his home email address. I'm going to send you to page 42 of that same document. And this is the conversation that you had about, I think, a WinStar cruise.
Yes.
Did you ever take a cruise?
No.
And The conversation that you talked about yesterday was about you giving yourself a deadline.
Yes,
Mr. Jensen didn't give you a deadline.
correct,
He didn't tell you to set a deadline.
correct,
He didn't set a deadline for himself.
right,
This was something you were going to do.
correct.
He didn't pressure you in any way to set a deadline.
No,
He didn't pressure you in any way to leave your husband.
no,
And also in this conversation, you talked about how you asked him, how are you going to deal with the issue of your marriage, is basically what you were talking about.
yes,
And it was you that brought up that conversation. Correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Mr.
that
Jensen
instance,
didn't
yes.
start talking about dealing with issues of marriage at first. You can review the entire email.
Is it just, oh, in this email? Okay, then yes, it was probably me, but yeah.
And you said that he was being an evasive little shit. I think those are the words that
Yeah.
you used. And he
Yes.
said, I'm not. What do you want to know?
Yes,
And it was after that comment by you that he said he actually had a conversation with his wife.
yes,
It was this whole ticket punched conversation.
right,
And you understood that to mean that he had spoken to his wife
yes,
about their marriage.
yes,
And what was going to happen with their marriage.
right,
And it was during this conversation that he found out his wife didn't love him anymore.
yes,
And he found out that they were both there at that point for the sake of the children.
yes,
And what he says is, I heard the answers. Is that right?
yeah.
Would
What,
be on page 43,
are we on 43? Okay.
1:21
Yes.
p.m.
Mhm.
I heard the answers. We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision. What did that mean to you?
Basically that they're just staying together until one of them decides to leave.
Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement. What did that mean to you?
That they were either going to make it work or tell everyone they were getting a divorce.
And again, he's not telling you that there's a deadline that he is going to meet.
That is correct.
He's not saying that I've told my wife or I'm going to be divorced by the end of the year, or I'm going to leave my wife.
Right,
He's saying he had the conversation. He now knows his wife doesn't love him, and there's no deadline for anything.
right,
You continue to tell him that you're giving yourself a deadline because you don't want to let anyone down.
right,
And he says, you don't have to do that. I think it's page 42. You have to do what's right for you. I'll just be hanging out.
yes,
So at no point is he pressuring you to leave your husband.
correct,
He's not pressuring you to go on this trip with him.
right,
He's not pressuring you to go on any trip with him.
right,
It's a conversation about someday taking a cruise that you brought up.
in the email, yes,
You brought it up because you wanted to maybe celebrate his 40th birthday with him.
right,
So it was a conversation you started.
yes,
And the whole conversation about dealing with issues and getting your ticket punched, that came after you asked, how are you going to deal with your issues?
yes,
I want to talk to you about the email you wrote about don't tell me. Do you remember that email that you were talking about? The don't tell me how I feel email?
It was a statement I made, and then he refers to that statement in emails. But yes, I do remember.
So the statement you made was on the phone or in
Yes,
person.
yes,
And he brought that up in an email.
yes,
And that was about you, a woman with no children, then being in a relationship with a man who has 2 children.
correct.
And that was the context of that
That was the
conversation.
context of that conversation. Yes,
And you basically said, don't tell me who I want to be with
right,
or whether they have children or not.
right.
I want to take you to pages 69 and 70. And the reason I want to start on page 69 is because these 2 pages go together, correct?
Let's see.
Page 69, the bottom, October 26, 1:09 p.m., Mr. Jensen sends you an email.
Okay.
Is that right, what you see there?
Yes, I see that.
And it's about
And then it's
sending,
about 3:24 later. Okay. At 3:24 on the next page.
and in that email, he's talking about sending you money,
Yes.
and that's for the phone bill.
Yes.
And then as it continues to page 70, which is the same day, 2 hours later, he asks you about whether you can get things in the mail with your new last name, Greenman.
Yes.
And he actually says, if that doesn't work, I'll change the name.
Yes.
And that's referring to the check that he's going to send you for the phone bill.
Yes.
I mean, he knew you were
Well,
married.
I'm assuming that's what it was. Yes.
That's 2 hours after he said he was
Yes.
sending you a check.
Yeah.
And he knew you were married.
Yes.
And he knew your husband's last name was Greenman.
Yes.
And the last email I want to talk to you about is the last two emails on here, this Dear John letter of sorts.
Is that 79 and 80?
79 and 80,
Okay.
thank you. So sometime in the morning of October 27th, you send Mr. Jensen an email.
Yes.
And this email is, you have made a decision that after 6 years of fighting for a relationship, you need to give it a chance to work.
Yes.
And you're telling him in this email that the sexual relationship between you and him has to stop.
Right.
And the flirtation has to come down.
Yes.
And that's because you want to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
You at least want to give it a fair chance.
Right.
Mr. Jensen doesn't tell you, no, don't do that.
Right.
He doesn't say you shouldn't make this marriage work.
Right.
He talks a little bit about he's concerned about you dealing with the funky,
Yes.
but he never says, no, that's never going to work. You shouldn't try to make your marriage work.
Right.
He's supportive.
Yes.
He says he'll continue to be your friend.
Yes.
And from the time of the weekend before that to January, in one of those first 2 times you came to Wisconsin, there was no sexual relationship between you and Mark Jensen
That is correct.
because you had made a decision that you wanted to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
And he respected that decision.
Yes.
And although you guys joked around and still saw each other at meetings and maybe flirted, there was nothing else, oral sex or traditional sex, that you two engaged in.
Correct.
And he never pressured you to change your mind.
No.
I seem to have lost all my notes. All right, so I'm not going to ask you any more questions about emails, so I'm going to take that back from you so you don't have to have it up there with you. Now, you had testified previously that you met Mr. Jensen in the spring of 1998.
Yes.
And that's when he was brought down to St. Louis to see if he would join Stifel Nichols.
Correct.
And he was brought down with another broker.
Yes.
He wasn't by himself at that point. Correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you went up to Racine to help start that branch.
Yes.
And it was after the Racine office opened that you and Mr. Jensen began talking more.
Correct.
Started flirting.
Yes.
Started joking around.
Right.
Most of it on email,
Yes.
but sometimes on the
On
telephone.
the phone. Yes.
And during the course of these conversations, you learned about his marriage.
Yes.
You learned that he had children,
Yes.
learned where he lived,
Yes.
and he learned a lot about you.
Yes.
He learned that you were engaged to be married
Yes.
to Mr. Greenman,
Yes.
and knew some information about like your background, families, things like that.
Yes.
And you hadn't married Mr. Greenman yet when you started a physical relationship with Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
And at some point you did get married.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen knew you were getting married.
Yes.
And at no point did he try to stop you from getting married?
No.
Tell you, no, don't get married?
No.
And as you talked about earlier, that sexual relationship started in September of
Yes.
1998 and ended in mid to late October of 1998.
Yes.
Now, we saw a lot of emails. That wasn't all the emails that were ever sent.
No.
It'd be fair to say that you talked a lot in emails
Yes.
and you talked a lot on the phone.
Yes.
And that's why he was sending you money for the phone bill.
Yes.
And during these conversations, as we saw, you complained about your husband,
Yes.
complained about the physical relationship,
Yes.
complained about the emotional relationship,
Yes.
complained about his continued conversations with his ex, Debbie.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen also complained about his marriage.
Yes.
He talked about his sexual relationship with his wife.
Yes.
He talked about the concerns that he had about his wife.
Yes.
He told you things that were happening inside the house.
Yes.
And he confided in you about some of the concerns that he had.
Yes.
And some of that is seen in the emails.
Yes.
Now, you married your husband in September of 1998, and you said that that marriage ended sometime in January of 1999.
The marriage ended. Yeah. The divorce didn't happen, but yes.
Divorce didn't happen until March of 99.
Yes.
But for you, the marriage ended in January of 1999.
Yes.
Now, you had learned, I think you had testified yesterday on December 4th, that Miss Jensen had passed away.
Yes.
And you had had conversations with Mr. Jensen after that.
Yes.
He had talked to you about the fact that his wife had passed away.
Yes.
And there was a wake.
Yes.
In December of 1998, he didn't pressure you to leave your husband.
No.
He didn't tell you that it's time to get divorced and head to Wisconsin.
No.
Never had that conversation with you.
No.
He understood you were trying to make your marriage work.
Yes.
And he was being a friend and not pressuring you in any way to end that marriage.
Right.
In January of 1999, that marriage ended. I think you said that you and your husband had a big fight.
Yes.
And that was it for you.
Yes.
You were done.
Yes.
And it was at that point that you contacted Mr. Jensen and let him know that you were leaving your husband.
Yes.
And it was only after that that you visited Wisconsin for the first time
Yes.
and spent the weekend at the Jensen home.
Yes.
You continued to work for Stifel Nicholas until I think you said March of 1999.
I think I left there in February, sometime in February or March.
And then
Might have been March.
And then you moved to Wisconsin.
Yes.
At some point, you got a job at Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
You didn't ever live in the home that Mr. Jensen shared with his wife in Kenosha.
No.
In fact, you lived in a different home at the end of 1999.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about this blueprint meeting in November of 1998. You testified that you had gone to that meeting, basically put it together.
Yes.
That was your job
Yes.
as the executive assistant for the man who was in charge of all the brokers.
Yes.
And your husband stayed at the hotel with you?
Yes.
You didn't have any sexual contact with Mr. Jensen that weekend?
No.
Now, you were married to Mr. Jensen for 5 years? 4 to 5 years?
4 to 5 years, yeah.
And you had known him since 1998.
Yes.
And you knew him to be an avid note taker.
Yes.
He wrote down everything. Like he had a calendar. If you had an appointment, he'd write it down.
Yeah.
He had notes and pages off the Stifel-Nicholas letterhead,
Yes.
and he would take notes of what was going on in his life or conversations he had had.
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
I mean, did you see him take notes?
I saw notes that he took for work. Yes.
So he was a gentleman who wrote stuff down,
Yes.
and that's something that you knew.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about Exhibit 22. That's these notes about your prior boyfriends.
Yes.
And the notes, and I'm going to show them to you. I'm not going to publish them. I'll show you just the first 3 pages. Those notes are about boyfriends that you have, right?
Yes.
And it appears to be your ex-husband's handwriting.
Yes.
And this is information that you provided to him.
Yes.
And this was information you provided to him after 1999.
Yes.
In that same packet, there is a note.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a note. And can you tell me if that's Mr. Jensen's handwriting?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that note, there's a note about a Mr.
That's not his name. That's where we work together.
So is it Don?
Yeah.
Don. And then you worked at Karski.
Yes.
And it's a note about whatever information you provided to Mr. Jensen about the relationship,
Yes.
the sexual relationship.
Yes.
And above that note, there is a note about the Greenleaf Grill.
Yes.
Had you ever been to the Greenleaf Grill?
I don't recall ever being here. No.
Do you remember if that's a location close to Abbott Laboratories?
Based on the information there, it might be.
Did you ever do happy hours or meetings with fellow coworkers after work?
I don't remember if I did, but I might have.
And if you had done that at somewhere like the Greenleaf Grill, that would have been after you
Yes.
and after you started working for Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
Do you remember when you started working for Abbott Laboratories?
I think in 2000, maybe late 99.
When we looked at all of those emails yesterday, there was no conversations in those emails between you and Mr. Jensen about any prior boyfriend.
Right.
The conversations were about your husband.
Yes.
Now, these notes that Mr. Jensen took about your past boyfriends, he got the names of the prior boyfriends from you.
Yes.
And he asked you questions,
Yes.
and you answered those questions.
Yes.
You didn't tell him you didn't want to answer the questions.
Oh, no, I did tell him that.
Okay. And he asked you again.
Yes.
And so then you told him.
After some unpleasant conversations. Yes.
Because it's a weird thing to talk about.
Yes.
And sometimes it's really weird to talk about a prior boyfriend.
Yes.
Or a prior, maybe not a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a weird thing to talk about even with your spouse.
Yes.
Now, you and Mr. Jensen married sometime in 2004,
Yes.
and you had a son in 2006?
2004.
In 2004. Thank you. And his name is Andy. His name is Andy.
Andrew?
Andrew. I have an Andrew from 2004 also. I should have remembered that. And you also helped him raise Douglas and David.
Yes.
And you ended up filing for divorce in 2009.
Yes.
And at that point, you had custody of your son,
Yes.
and you actually left Wisconsin.
Not until 2012.
So in 2012, you left Wisconsin.
Yes.
You had gotten in a new relationship
Yes.
and gotten married.
I wasn't married when I left.
At some point, you got married.
Shortly after, yes.
So shortly after leaving, you got married.
Yes.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that you and Mr. Jensen haven't spoken in years.
Yes.
So I want to just talk briefly about this home computer you had in 05 and 06 when you lived with Mr. Jensen.
Okay.
You were asked a few questions about Mr. Jensen's use of a computer.
Yes.
And that was in the home.
Yes.
And I think you testified that he used it for work also.
Yes.
Now, in 2005 and 2006, do you remember having a dedicated line for your internet?
I assume we would have. Yes.
I mean, did you have to make sure the phone was?
I don't know what technology was like then. If it was the way it is now, that's how it was. If we needed a phone line, that's how it was.
Do you remember if you had like DSL or?
No.
Okay. You just remember that you were able to be on the phone and on the internet at the same time.
Yes.
And you said that he would be on the computer late at night.
Yes.
And that would be after the boys were asleep?
Yes.
1 second, please. Last question. You heard that phone call from 2007
Yes.
about sending his parents money?
Yes.
You never sent his parents any money?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, redirect.
Just a few clarifications. Do you have? All right, so you were asked some questions relating to State's Exhibit number 21, the emails, particularly the ones happening on October 16th. You recall those questions?
Can you give me the page number so I can look at it so I know which questions?
So why don't you start at the beginning of that thread, which is page 47?
Okay.
And so the way this whole conversation started, the conversation that turned into end of the year deadline, that sort of thing, was with him saying, let's run off somewhere. Do you see that on October 16th, 1998, 9:21 a.m., page 47?
Yes.
So his email is, hey, want to run off somewhere? I do love you.
Yes.
Okay. So he's the one who's bringing up the idea of running off somewhere and taking this cruise.
Okay. Yes. In this email, yes. Yes. In this email, yes.
And if that's at all realistic, you say that we have to deal with our details, our
Yes.
spouses, essentially, right?
Yes.
And that's how that conversation turned, correct?
Yes.
And it's true that during the course of all these emails that we looked at, he never brings up the idea of divorce, right?
Correct.
Or simply leaving his wife.
Right.
And it was his lack of giving you details that caused you to call him evasive.
Yes.
And one of the things that he told you in these emails, you were asked questions about whether he pressured you to leave, things of that nature. But he told you, I'll just be hanging out.
Yes.
So whenever you left your husband, he would be there.
Yes.
And then you were also asked these questions about those final pages of the emails where you talk about giving it a shot with your husband. You recall those questions?
Yes.
So that's October 27th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
And by early January of 1999, you were coming to Wisconsin and in a sexual relationship with the defendant.
Yes.
So just over 2 months later.
Yes.
And to be clear, your communication with the defendant never stopped.
Correct.
And even when you're at a conference with your husband and the defendant in early November, you're flirting with him.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that you knew as soon as you left your husband, the defendant would be there for you.
Yes.
So just a timeline question. Let me ask you this. When did you actually move in to the same home as the defendant in Wisconsin?
I believe it was right before Thanksgiving of 99.
And that was not the Pleasant Prairie home.
That is correct.
All right. And then you were asked these questions about Exhibit 22, which is all those notes in your husband's handwriting, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about your husband being a note taker. You recall that?
Yes.
But you didn't know he was taking these notes.
No, I did not.
And even without knowing that, you did not want to engage in these conversations?
Correct.
Did it cause conflict between you and the defendant?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
We would get into pretty good fights. And I would be at work when we would start on messaging is when he would ask the questions, and I would balk at them and not want to answer them, and we'd get into it, and it would even last for days. I mean, I'd go home and we'd fight about it, and then ultimately I would just cave and give the information.
So this questioning was repeated.
Yes.
And it started even at the beginning of your relationship, correct? In the fall of 1998?
Yes, just much more high level and not as detailed.
And that's what you mean by high level? It means not digging into
Not, yeah, just, I don't know, just very vague.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday that you did tell the defendant about your encounter with John Jack Joseph in the fall of 1998. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so what helps you remember that you told the defendant about this man and about his penis in the fall of 1998?
I had a memory of when we were at Blueprint. As everything was getting started, they had a restaurant there, and Mark and I went to lunch, and Jock Joseph was there eating lunch. And I said, "Oh, there's Jock Joseph." And, he recognized him. He's like, "Oh, that's the guy." And so we had that conversation. And that's how I remembered I had to have told him prior to that.
And you think the prior incident with this man had been the year prior?
At the previous branch managers meeting, whenever that was, yes, which must have been the year before.
So we talked about these, I guess, acronyms in the emails. Do you recall whether you were the person who started using the IDLY?
I don't recall.
And you also testified about having knowledge of the defendant's, at least his intention to write a book, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a page of that and then ask you a couple questions about it.
Judge, I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
I can't
I
hear you.
said I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
It has to do with the acronyms in the emails.
As
There's no
long as it's the
cross-examination.
subject that you're talking about, I'll allow it. As to the acronyms. Go ahead.
And is she reading from the document that she didn't prepare?
I'm asking if she recognizes.
I do not recognize this, no.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
All right. And if you look towards the middle of that page, just let me know, read it yourself, and let me know whether that refreshes your recollection about the acronyms.
I recognize the reference, yes.
And so did reviewing that help you in any way remember about who started the acronyms, or do you still not have a memory of that?
I don't have a memory of it.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any recross?
Just briefly, going back to that October 16th email chain between you and Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen knew where you were living on October 16th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
He knew where you were working?
Yes.
He knew which office it was?
Yes.
In fact, you guys text or emailed on a daily basis?
Yes.
And spoke on the phone on a daily basis?
Yes.
You were asked about Mr. Jensen say, "I'll just be here hanging out."
Yes.
And you thought that meant that whenever you were ready.
Yes.
And he actually emailed that to you after he had emailed you that he had already had a conversation with his wife.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Right, you're excused. Thank
Right.
you. Then we have exhibits 20, 21, and 22 will be received.
All right. So the end of Kelly Labonte. 2008, they had her on the stand for 2
All right.
days.
Emails, right? 21 was.
This was quick, an hour and 13 minutes today, couple hours yesterday. So 2 days again, but nowhere near as long as 2008 trial. Interesting. Be
Who's
sure
next
to
for the
share
state,
and
then?
like the stream, folks.
Mr. Dave Wilkinson.
And the number?
Let me grab the number. $73.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have the state's witness list up on our Patreon. So when they announce the witness number, it is correlating with the name. So Dave Wilkinson is next. He is witness number 73 on the state's witness list. So sometimes they just say the number, and then we find out their name when they get on the stand. So when they just say the number, I'll take a look, and and see who that's going to be. We do have a poll set up on the YouTube platform on whether or not Mark Jensen is guilty. See what you guys think. We'll end that poll right before the lunch break. Dave Wilkinson is a Pleasant Prairie Fire
Standing, raise your right
Department
hand, I'll swear you. Okay.
member.
You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self God. I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the little microphone. Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
David Wilkinson, DavidWilkinson.
Thank you. Who's going to ask the questions?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Jambo.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wilkinson, on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
The Village of Pleasant Prairie.
In what capacity?
At the time, I was a paid-on-call firefighter EMT.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
The Village of Pleasant Prairie, and as a firefighter EMT.
Do you recall being called to go to any location on that date and time? On that date?
I was called to a resident, I believe, on Lakeshore Drive. I believe it was about the 9,000 block for a person that was pulseless and non-breathing.
And do you remember when you received the phone call, or when you received that call?
I'm sorry. Can you say that?
Tell me how were you notified that you were to go?
We were notified from the Kenosha County Joint Services, who set off our pagers and our tones in our station. The tones inside the station, the tone alerters.
So you were at the station house at the time?
I was not. I was actually at my own private residence.
But your pager went off?
It did, sir.
And so how did you respond to the pager going off? What does the pager tell you when it goes off?
At the time, we worked as a paid-on-call department. As a responded. At the time, I was what we called paid-on-call, which if there's a call come out, we would tone it out like that. We'd go to the scene. When we went to this scene, we would go in our private vehicle.
So on December 3rd, 1998, when you were summoned or when you received this call, you were at home at the time.
I was.
And you responded in your personal vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you remember what time you received the call or the pager signal?
I do not. I would have to refer to my report.
Oh, I see. It's up there. Sure, this exhibit has been marked as S24. And just ask you to look at that and page through it. And when you're done looking at it, let me know.
Okay. I'm good, sir.
Now that you've received that, does that refresh your recollection as to the precise time that you received this call?
Yes, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon, or 16:32 is listed on the report.
And when did you arrive at the scene?
I would have arrived on location probably about 4:34 p.m. or 16:34 as it's listed on the report. 16:34 in military time.
Looking at in the upper right-hand corner of what is Exhibit S24, do you see it on the screen there? It's in front of you. It's also on the screen. Looking down here, does it say at location 1635?
It does, sir.
So that would have, at the time that you prepared this report, well, why don't we put it this way? When did you prepare that report that's displayed on the screen there for the jury?
So this report would be prepared following the incident. At the time, usually when we got back to the station, some of the details may have been put on paper during the call also.
So this report was prepared immediately after the incident had occurred.
That is correct.
And at the time that you prepared this report, do you endeavor to ensure that the contents of the report are accurate and reflect what actually occurred?
Yes, sir.
And it's done when the matters are still fresh in your mind.
Absolutely.
So this indicates that you were at the location at 4:35 p.m.
Correct.
Military time is 16:35.
That's correct.
Now, I see under medications, it indicates Paxil and Ambien, and then it says new as, I can't understand what that says. Do you know what that reads, what that says?
New as of Tuesday.
New as of Tuesday, okay. And then under allergies, it says NKA. What does NKA stand for?
No known allergies.
In terms of the assessment and narrative, that information was derived from the defendant. Is that true?
That is correct.
And then under the narrative, that's your typing. You type that?
The type narrative on the following pages. Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking at the narrative where it says just above 000952, it says narrative, and underneath that is some typed language. Did you type that?
1 second. No, Ryan Holm typed that one.
Was that based upon yours and his observations at the scene?
It was.
And I'd ask you to read it yourself right now.
Judge, I think I object to this being up on the screen if it's not Mr. Wilkinson's report. I'm not sure it should be shown to the jury and just ask questions. I mean, he's asking him to review it to himself, but it's up on the screen already.
Let's just take it down for now, Mr. Jim. Thank you.
Have you read it now, sir? Or are you still reading it?
I have.
Now, looking at the narrative, does that refresh your recollection as to your call to this scene?
It does.
And that narrative, does that narrative accurately describe or reflect your findings at arriving upon the scene?
It does, and it concurs with what I stated on the following page, which is 000950.
So it indicates you were called to the location for a PNB female. Can you tell us what a PNB female is?
PNB is an abbreviation for pulseless non-breather. And then female relating to gender. The female is the gender of the patient.
And dispatch stated there was a possible F frank. What's an F frank?
Fatality, which means somebody that they believe is not going to be able to be resuscitated.
Now, it describes that you found her lying face down in the bed. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
There was rigidity and pulling of blood in the face and left side.
That's correct.
Now tell us what you mean by rigidity. What is the technical term for this rigidity that you found?
The technical term would be rigor mortis.
So rigor mortis was present at the time of your arrival?
That is correct.
And rigor mortis is the fact that rigor mortis was present reflects what in your training as an EMT?
My training experience tells me that that patient has been down for a considerable amount of time, in excess of 30 minutes, which is beyond help and us have the ability to do a resuscitation on that patient.
When you say down, you mean dead?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Chambo, I've been told the jury needs a break, so I think we can stop at this point. Go ahead and take 10 minutes, folks, okay?
Wow. All right, chat. So some conversation we're having over on YouTube. We get pretty in depth in our combos over on YouTube. This case, the prosecution is not putting on a very good case in chief in this modern day trial. I don't think so, personally. And some of the viewers on YouTube don't believe so either. They seem very lazy. They seem like they're using the same notes, questions, evidence, everything from the 2008 trial. They're basically just copying what they did there, where the defense is crushing witnesses, They're destroying testimony and evidence from the 2008 trial, which is creating some doubt. And they are also introducing new doubt into this case. The defense has put on a way better defense so far. I can't wait until the state rests at this point. I'm kind of bored with their case in chief, and I want to see what the defense puts on for their case in chief in Mark Jensen's defense. I think that would be extremely interesting. I think that's going to be really juicy compared to what we've seen so far. Now, while we're on break, let me just pull up my break title here. All right, so we got to talk about this, chat. We got to talk about this because it's not being talked about anywhere else, and I find this crazy. So we saw during the what day was it, chat? Was it day 2? Maybe I know it was Friday. Maybe that was day 3. I think Friday. So here's what happened, because we're getting a lot of comments on the TikTok. We posted a clip on TikTok. We posted reels. We've got a post on the YouTube channel, and there are tons of comments of people going, huh? What is this? What did I miss? I don't understand what this is. I've not seen anything posted on social media. I've not seen mainstream media highlight this. I think people are ignoring it, and that is bizarre to me. So let me explain what happened. They were playing 2008 testimony from Officer Ron Kosman, who, by the way, was also one of Julie's friends, and Julie started giving him some of this evidence that they're talking about, prior to this incident happening. I think the defense might have a valid theory that Julie may have been staging a lot of these things to frame Mark for attempted murder, and her plan went sideways and she accidentally unalived herself. But Officer Ron Kosman is deceased, and they had to play the 2008 testimony, which has also sparked a little bit of controversy because it doesn't allow the defense team now to question him and maybe shut down a lot of what he's saying, like we're seeing them do with the witnesses that are still alive. Anyway, during this testimony, Jamboy approaches Kosman and asks him about a lewd photograph that was found at the Jensen residence. Now, it is very interesting that this lewd photograph is the only photograph that was found through open records requests, even though there were supposedly dozens of photos. But this is the only photo that came to light. It's very suspect, chat. So the current prosecution pauses when they're talking about this photo, and they bring up the exhibit like we're seeing them do. Right now, they're bringing up exhibits. They have to play some old 2008 footage for these people that are deceased or are suffering from dementia, and they mention exhibits. They pause the videos. They bring up the exhibit so the current jury can see what the hell they're talking about. Here's what happened, chat. They pulled up the lewd photograph so the jury could see what they were showing in 2008. But the court screwed up, and that photograph was broadcast live on every stream that's out there, including ours. They showed it. It was quick. It was a Fight Club movie moment. Right? Tyler Durden inserts some lewd images into the children movies or whatever, right? You guys remember seeing that movie? It's exactly what happened. And we went crazy over here on Never Stop, especially me. I was like, holy shit, chat, did you guys see this? Did you see what just happened? It was spicy. I'm going to play this clip so you guys can see it. Viewer discretion advised because there's some naughty words used. I had to do some very clever editing, chat, and I had to make the clip even faster because of legal reasons. We obviously can't show adult content. But here's the clip.
This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit. All right. So that was that. Again, we had to do some very, very clever editing. But yeah, that's what happened, chat. But we're getting a lot of people that have tuned into this trial. Not somehow. I mean, we're advertising the shit out of this, but they find our clips and posts and things like that, and people are still going, "Wait, what? What happened? I don't understand. I missed it." It was way longer in the actual trial. It was way longer, right? It was long enough for people to just go, "Wait, what the shit did I just look at?" Right? Whew, chat, spicy. We do have, I don't want to say the regular version. Listen, the regular version of the clip is still there. It's still there. Okay. It's up, it's live, it's active. It's there. Okay. You can see it on anybody's stream. Lamestream media that was streaming this case. It's on theirs. I talked to some of my corporate media buddies and they were like, Jesus, God Almighty. This is nuts. We were all freaking out. The FCC was going to come down on us. We were all freaking out that we're just getting, just whacked by, by the government. It's just funny to us. So, and Darlene over on YouTube is like, damn, I still didn't see it. Yeah, because we had to do some clever editing and just, I had to speed up that portion of the thing. So, you got to be quick with the eyeballs. However, I did clip it, chat. I did clip it. I used the blur feature, which we did in this clip too, but I used the blur feature on the clip that we did. We didn't fast forward. And we have that up on YouTube. It's for members only. And then we have it up on the Patreon as well. So the blur feature is there. However, you can still see what's going on. Now, we also had a viewer, because you heard me laughing hysterically. I'm telling somebody screen grab this. We had one of our viewers on YouTube screen grab it for us. And then viewers were emailing saying, can we get the screen grab picture? So we did. Anyone that emailed us, we were sending the picture to them so they could see. We can't send it through Messenger because I don't know. Apparently Messenger knows what we're trying to send and they're blocking it. It can't even post it. So, and then people that have my phone number, closer friends of mine and our mods and things like that, I was texting it. So if you want to see the screen grab of it, feel free to email. I'll attach it in the thing. There is going to be a legal disclaimer. Chat, it's just so funny. Oh my Christ almighty. We sent it to a few of our Facebook viewers. They emailed and they were like, we got to have it. And then they were sending it around. And then we were making jokes about it the whole day. None of us paid attention to the trial. We didn't care. That was the talk of the town. I'm just surprised that nobody else, everyone is just pretending like they didn't see what they saw. I can't even believe lamestream media wasn't. I haven't seen it in any articles and then the court screws up. I don't know. I'm bringing attention because I think it's funny as shit. But chat, I spent hours editing that clip because we had to. Holy God Almighty. So that was that clip. I had to bring it because I get the notifications when people post their comments on the various platforms, and there's people still going, what are you talking about, bro? What am I looking at? It's just so it's basically, I'll describe it. Here's what it is. And let me just choose my words carefully here. So during the act of fellatio, obviously the male is going to have a situation at some point, and the situation came out. So let's talk about this in painting terms. The situation painted a very clear picture. It painted the room very well. Let's just put it that way. And that's what Jesus Christ. So if you go to a spa and you want to have smoother skin, you're going to book an appointment at the spa for a facial. And that's what happens. Dave over on Facebook says the mail arrived. Yes, Brittany says a sticky situation at that. Chat, you know what we're talking about. Oh my God. Listen, we use naughty words, but apparently we have become a very adult grown-up platform in this Mark Jensen trial. Holy Christ. Mary Brown says, laughing my ass off, great terminologies. We're trying to make it somewhat PG-13. We're trying to make it Disney. All right. That's what we're trying to do. Denise says your 13-year-old boy is showing. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm a guy. This shit still makes us giggle. It's what it is. It's what it is. These bloopers, it's just, Chad, I'm sorry. It's just so funny to me. Oh, here we go. They're coming back. Thank God. Thank God we can stop talking about this. But that's what happened, chat. So now everybody can stop asking me, what am I looking at? Because it's funny. It's so funny, chat. Oh, God. Facebook's laughing their asses off. Guys, please make sure you share these streams. If you're part of trial groups, sometimes we have a hard time getting into these groups and they don't like when we share it because we're the content provider. So please share the stream in every single trial group that you guys are in. We know you guys are crazy and you just binge watch the shit out of these trials, and your little internet super sleuth investigators. Please share the streams. Let's really try to get, as many viewers over here supporting independent media. Stop watching, the big major streams that are covering this, and stop sending them super chats on YouTube. That's dumb. You guys are over there watching them, not you guys because you're here, but there's thousands of people watching these streams and sending super chats and asking questions, and there's speculation and rumor happening. And you guys here that are watching are getting the real juice. So, and a lot of people are asking, was it Mark and Julie? No, it wasn't. It was just a, we're going to call it corn, because we got to be careful with language. God forbid you replace the C with P over on TikTok. You're getting immediately banned. It was just a corn picture from the internet. Allegedly, Mark was just printing off these corn pictures and placing them around the house. But there is doubt that maybe Julie could have done it if we believe the defense's theory that Julie was trying to set Mark up for attempted murder. We talked about that at the very end of the stream yesterday. I put a theory because it's the defense's theory. I just expounded on it. By no means do I advocate for Mark Jensen. He's a creepy shit anyway, and we definitely know he's not innocent. But is he guilty of first-degree intentional homicide? I think there's too much doubt. So we kind of talked about the state's theory. We talked about the defense's theory. And then I kind of expounded on that, pointed out a lot of, inconsistencies, corruption, and then kind of what I think might be the plan. So it's just to create discussion, discourse between all of us. pretending we're all on this jury and we got to go and deliberate this trial. You know, what are all of our thoughts? At the end of this, if we can, you know, continue, because financially right now this is not beneficial to me. I'm not working my day job because I'm covering this trial, and it's really pushing the cusp on whether or not I can continue to be totally transparent with you guys. I'm giving this till Friday, and if we can't make this financially beneficial here, I'm sorry, chat. I got to go back to work. I don't have a choice. I'm not trying to be homeless again. But at the end of this, what I really want to do, if we can keep going, when the jury's deliberating, I want to deliberate with you guys, and it'd be awesome if we can bring you on the stream, you know, by video, and you don't have to show your face. We can just do the video and use the audio, but you put out your things, and then we have the next person come, and then we all kind of deliberate. I think that might be a fun stream for us. I think that'd be awesome. So hopefully we can get to that point, chat. If you like what we do here, not only sharing the content, you know, helps support us, but if you can, we have links where you can donate, GoFundMe, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, all of that. Every dollar helps. Most of that money
we
does
are
go
back
towards
on the record on the
open
Jensen
records
matter.
request.
The appearances are the same. The jury is now back in the courtroom for the record. Mr. Wilkinson is still under oath. He's on the stand. Mr. Jamboys, you can continue.
So we'd left off with you talking about rigidity and pooling of blood in the face and left side. And you were explaining what the technical or the medical term is for the rigidity that you observed. Could you tell that to the jury, please?
That'd be rigor mortis.
And so the fact that rigor mortis is present would indicate that she was unquestionably dead.
That is correct.
What did you do upon observing the Julie Jensen's body in this fashion?
Once we observed her in that fashion, we then rotated her body slightly to place 3 electrodes on for our heart monitor. Those are small little round patches or stickers that we connect cables to, and we can look at the
And please bring the microphone as close to your mouth as you reasonably can, since for one thing, the way that you speak, it's kind of hard to understand you a little bit.
Okay.
And if you speak slowly into the microphone, I think the reporter will have less difficulty understanding you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So tell us about the placement of the leads.
So what we do, we move her and rotate her body slightly to place 3 leads on her body, which are small little stickers that we attach cables to that allow us to look at the electrical activity of the heart.
That's called an EKG, is that correct?
That is correct.
Electrocardiogram?
Correct.
And when you attach the leads and you read the electrocardiogram, what did it reveal?
The electrical cardiogram revealed a rhythm called asystole, which means no electrical activity in the heart.
Which is also indicative of death.
That is correct.
And this is the manner in which you confirm that she was dead?
That is correct.
You never attempted it, you never made any resuscitative efforts?
That is correct. No attempts were made for resuscitation.
No chest compressions or anything of that sort?
No chest compressions, no attempts of doing any rescue breathing.
So after you determine...
Rescue breathing.
So after the EKG registered nothing, what did you do next?
We placed her approximately back into the position that we found her. We disconnected the cables as we did that from the electrodes, and I believe we left the electrodes in place.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, did anybody direct you to the location of Julie Jensen? Or do you recall?
I cannot recall who brought us to her. That's been 25 years. I don't remember.
I would direct your attention to the last page of, I think that it was Exhibit S S24. What's the exhibit number in front of that?
Are we talking this one?
Yes. What's the exhibit number on the front page of that document?
S24.
So directing your attention to the last page of S24, I'd ask you to read that to yourself.
It states that the husband brought us to the patient.
Now, have you read through that entire thing just to yourself?
Yes,
And is that your report that you prepared shortly after this incident occurred?
it is.
And at the time that you prepared this report, these matters were still fresh in your mind?
It was.
And you endeavored to ensure that it was accurate information that you placed in this report?
I did.
Now that you've read that report, does that refresh your recollection as to additional details concerning your response to this incident?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you entered the bedroom, the rear bedroom, first of all, who directed you to the rear bedroom?
The patient's husband.
And did he make any statement to you?
He stated that his wife was taking a sleeping pill and an antidepressant.
And when you entered the room, how did you find Julie Jensen?
She was lying on her left side, covered in blankets, in what we call a semi-fetal position, meaning her knees were slightly bent.
Did you notice anything else about the room when you entered?
Judge, I guess I'm wondering if the witness is testifying from his memory or testifying from the document, since it looks like he's still looking at the document.
He keeps refreshing himself. He can do that if you want to keep refreshing.
Yeah, that's fine. I just am trying to figure out if we're going to find out if he's actually testifying from the document or from his memory.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
When you entered the room, did you notice anything else about the room?
The only other thing I noticed in the room was that the phone was off the hook and making that classic sound that a phone that's off the hook makes.
Did you put the phone back on the hook again?
I did.
And after you put the phone back on the hook, what did you do next?
That's when I started doing my patient assessment. I found the pooling of the blood on the left side and found her being stiff at that time.
And did you
Stiff.
And at that time, did you remove the covers from her?
I did to perform that assessment.
And when you felt the arm, what were your observations of the arm?
That it was cool and dry.
And did it appear to be stiffened in rigor mortis?
It did.
Mr. Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your. By the way, what's your rank now in the Pleasant Prairie Police Fire Department?
My current rank is Assistant Fire Chief.
So, Assistant Chief,
Yes, sir.
Wilkinson. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. I'm going to show you a series of photographs and see if you can identify those photographs.
Judge, before we show them to the jury?
I think we already did as to the photos. They're already marked and we talked about
I'm
them.
not sure it's the same photos that he showed Dr.
I don't know
Chambliss.
either. So.
Right, that's why I'm
But I'm
asking.
sure it's going to be the same photos.
Ordinarily, Judge, what we do is we would show a photograph, a hard copy photograph to the witness and have the person identify that photograph. This officer did not take these photographs, but I'm going to ask him whether these photographs truly and accurately depict the
Do
crimes.
what you have to do, Mr. Jambois.
And I don't have the hard copy, so I'm going to do it on the screen.
All right.
And,
Sorry, it's going slow.
it's just taking a while to load them into the computer, Your Honor, just so that the jury.
Chat, we saw in the Darrell
No.
Brooks trial that they were showing on a screen for the witness to identify video and pictures and all of that. That's how they did it in Waukesha. Here in Kenosha, the technology is still archaic, and they are putting up pictures that might be prejudicial towards the defendant because the jury is seeing these things. And if there's objections to this, the jury has already seen it, and they're not going to be able to get that picture out of their mind. This is how Kenosha works. We talk about the corruption in Kenosha all the time on this channel. This is problematic. We might be getting into situations that is creating another appellate argument for this case. I can't even believe this stuff is happening. So I think that lady behind Jamboy, I want to say that might be Beverly Jamboy. So she's an assistant special prosecutor. I don't know, Chad, if that's his wife, a sister, a cousin. I don't know. They share the same last name.
All right. We did not know it was going to take this long to load these into the computer. We could have done this during the jury's break, I suppose.
Oh, my God. They did the same thing in 2008, chat. DA is not prepared on this case. This is not good. We had a comment over on YouTube that, you know, the presentation the prosecution is putting on, we could find that there might be some lesser included charges that he gets convicted on, which ultimately might be time served. But the rate that we are going, in my opinion, and a couple of comments over on YouTube, is that the prosecution is so lazy with what they're doing that we are kind of walking a fine line on a wrongful conviction. This is dangerous, chat.
Does that photograph truly and accurately portray the condition of Julie Jensen when you first entered the room?
It does. The blankets were pulled a little bit more up would be as we arrived.
So the blankets that are these blankets here were pulled up over her?
That is correct.
And that's an accurate, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen as she lay in her bed from the backside?
It would be.
And now, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen from the backside with the covers pulled back?
It is.
That's how you found her?
That's how we would have had her once we were putting those electrodes on, yes. When we put the electrodes on.
And then directing your attention to the screen, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen's condition when you observed her with the covers pulled back in the bed and at the time that you arrived?
It is.
And that was how her, specifically directing your attention to her left arm. Could you put that's how her arm was under her body like that?
That is correct. We never moved the left arm. We never moved the left arm.
Now, directing your attention here, is that the way Julie Jensen's nose looked when she was rolled back over?
I would believe so. I can't ascertain that from right now.
Well, do you see her nose is bent over like that, correct?
Correct.
And you did not move the nose into that position?
We did not.
Then go to the next page. And that depicts the bedstand with the phone on it, correct?
It does.
And that's how you found it, except that when you came in, the phone was not in the cradle,
That's correct.
and you put it back in the cradle.
I did.
Your Honor, the state would move the photos set forth in Exhibit S25 into evidence subject to cross-examination.
It's number 35, you said, Mr. Chairman?
I'm 25, Your Honor.
25, Mark.
And the state would also move Exhibit S24 into evidence subject to cross-examination. That is the report.
Are we done with the direct?
I'm done with I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, who's going to do it?
I am. Thank you, Judge. Can I call you Mr. Wilkinson? Is that okay?
That is fine.
Otherwise, it's a long thing to say each time. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, you prepared the report that's in front of you, Exhibit 24. The last page.
The last page, yes.
The last page is a summary of your observations on that day.
Correct. My observations and activities, yes.
And
Activities.
at the time of this investigation, were you a paramedic intern?
That is correct.
And over the years, you've now become deputy chief.
Assistant chief, but yes.
And as a paramedic intern, you were being taught how to be a paramedic,
Correct.
how to handle things in the field,
Correct.
how to write reports,
Correct.
what to put in reports,
Correct.
and the important things to put in reports.
Correct.
Because it's hard to put everything in there.
Absolutely.
And some of the things that they talk about is making sure that you put your observations of a patient,
Correct.
what you see,
Correct.
potentially what you smell,
Yes.
how they feel when you touch them.
Correct.
And you're also trained to write the reports as soon as you can.
Correct.
Sometimes you can't write them right after you've been at a house.
That is correct.
You might have to go to another call,
Correct.
but you do try to write them as soon as you're able.
That is correct.
And in Ms. Jensen's case, you did that.
Correct.
Did you write your report the next day? Is that what you testified to, or the same day?
Same day.
And you know it's important to put information in your report because you might testify 24 years later.
At the time, I didn't believe that, but yes.
And it's important to have that report so you can kind of remember what happened
Yes.
and refresh your memory.
Yes.
It's also important to put important information because your supervisor reviews the reports.
Correct.
You know that they could be sent to the prosecution, right?
Correct.
Could be sent to the defense,
Correct.
and jurors might have a chance to review them.
Correct.
And in this case, you did put your observations of what you saw when you were at the Jensen home.
That is correct.
I want to talk to you about what happened when you first arrived. You were dispatched about 4:32 non-military time,
Yes.
and you got there about 4:35.
Correct.
You were the first one there.
I was.
And as you entered, Detective Riley followed after you.
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And did you enter the open garage door?
I believe that's how we entered.
And you entered through the garage into the home.
Correct.
And you didn't see any children standing in the garage.
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see any children sitting in a car.
Not that I recollect.
When you entered, you observed Mr. Jensen,
Correct.
and he was standing in the kitchen.
I believe that's where he met us. Yes.
And when you saw him, he appeared to be crying.
To be honest, I don't remember the state of his emotional state at the time.
You asked him where the patient was,
Yes.
and he directed you to the back bedroom.
Correct.
You asked if he knew what was going on,
Correct.
and he advised you that his wife had taken antidepressants and sleeping pills.
That is correct.
And you found evidence of antidepressant and sleeping pills in the bedroom.
That is correct.
You testified that when you went into the bedroom, you saw that phone was off the hook,
Correct.
and you heard the annoying sound,
Yes.
and you put the phone back on the hook.
I did.
You don't know what phone Mr. Jensen used to call 911.
No, I do not.
When you and I think Detective Riley, I don't know if he was a detective then, were in the bedroom, you initially checked for signs of life.
That is correct.
And when we saw these photos up on the screen, the blankets were further up on Miss Jensen.
Correct.
So those photos don't accurately show what she looked like when you walked in.
Correct. I cannot state the exact location of those covers. It'd be at 2/3 the way down or all the way up.
And you remember her being on her left side,
Yes.
and you said it was in the classic fetal position.
Semi-fetal, but yes.
Semi-fetal, thank you.
Yes.
At some point, you had to move the blankets
Correct.
just to check her to see if you could feel a pulse.
Correct.
And you didn't feel a pulse.
We did not.
At some point, additional paramedics came.
Correct.
So you weren't by yourself or with just Detective Riley at that point.
No, very shortly after I arrived, the ambulance arrived with the additional paramedics.
And she was rolled further onto her left side.
Correct.
And when she was rolled further onto her left side, her face was moved on the pillow.
Correct.
It would have been kind of moved a little bit off the pillow.
Correct.
When you rolled her over, you didn't see any issues with her nose that you remember.
Not that I indicated in my report, so I can't state to that.
And you didn't see any issues with her mouth. You can look at your report.
No.
There's nothing in there about any concerns about her mouth.
No.
When the other paramedics arrived, although you said that rigor had been set.
Correct.
So in your experience, she had been dead for at least 30 minutes.
It's a safe assumption to say yes.
And although you knew those things, still we're going to check for a heartbeat.
Absolutely. We always confirm death, just to confirm that we don't have something unusual.
Right. So they decided to use the EKG heart monitor machine.
That is correct.
And did you place the pads on Mr. Jensen or did another paramedic, if you remember?
I can refer to that first report real quick.
Thank you.
I was the one that placed the electrodes on.
Thank you. And when we talk about placing the electrode pads on, we're talking about 2 above her chest.
Correct. Usually right below the clavicle, kind of center midline on it.
Center midline of her upper chest.
Correct.
And then 1 lower.
Correct.
And in order to put these EKG pads on her to connect to the machine,
Yep.
you had to roll her over to her left side.
Correct.
You had to pull up her shirt.
Correct.
And as we talked about, when you rolled her over, you would have removed her head from the pillow or her face from the pillow.
Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body. That is correct. Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body.
So based on rigor mortis, her face would have moved with the rest of her body, right?
That would be a safe.
And it's possible that other appendages moved,
Yes.
like her arm.
Yeah. Yeah.
After you concluded with the heart monitor that there was no rhythm, what would you call that?
Electrical activity or heart rhythm.
There was no heart rhythm. The electrodes were removed and just the pads were kept on.
Correct. The cables were removed and just the stickers, or what we call the electrodes, were left.
And then she would have been rolled back over to the position that you believed her to be in before you put the monitors on.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say you didn't take a picture of her when you walked in.
We did not.
You got as close as to the original position as you could,
Correct.
which included putting her face back in the pillow.
Correct.
It'd also be fair to say that taking photos at that point was the last thing you were thinking about.
Correct. That's a PD function that'd be a PD function or police function that we don't worry about at the time of patient care.
You're worried about the patient.
Exactly.
to see if there's any way you can help the patient.
Correct.
So you're not taking pictures before or after you move the body.
No.
And after you had done the monitoring and determined that there was no heart arrhythmia,
Rhythm.
thank you, one day, you left
Shortly after, yes.
left the bedroom.
Yes.
You don't know if there was any manipulation of the body between the time you left and the time the photos were taken.
That is correct.
I think you testified a little bit about pooling of blood, or in your report you talked about pooling of blood.
Correct.
And that is something you saw on the left side of the face.
Correct.
And that's just consistent with someone being on the left side for a period of time.
Correct. It's a condition called dependent lividity. Dependent lividity, which means when a patient dies, the blood's going to pool to the location where gravity takes it. In this case, was the face and the left side, because that was which was down against the ground, or sorry, the bed.
It doesn't mean someone's bleeding.
No, it does not.
I want to talk just a little bit of the observations you had when you walked in the room. You didn't smell any urine or feces?
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see anything on the bed?
Not that I remember, no.
When you rolled Miss Jensen over, you didn't see any vomit on the pillow?
I did not.
You didn't see any blood on the pillow?
Not that I recollect.
And you observed her shirt when you put the monitors on?
Yes.
You didn't see any vomit or blood on her shirt?
Not that I recollect.
And if you had, that's something you probably would have put in your report?
I would hope I did.
I mean, those are important things when you're taking care of a patient.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Chief Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again.
Okay.
Now, this photo is the depicted Julie Jensen as she appeared when you found her and pulled the covers back. Is that true?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
I'm pulling close up here. Is that one of the EKG pads?
Yes, it is, sir.
So this is a photo that was taken after you had attached the EKG pads.
Correct.
And then removed the EKG device.
Correct. Once we remove the cables, yes.
Put her back in the position that you found her.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first found her and before you attached the EKG pads, you indicated you rolled her over. Do you remember? Did you use the right shoulder as depicted here?
Correct.
And the right hip as depicted here, were those the items you used or the parts of her body used to roll her over?
Correct. We pushed against her right shoulder, rotating her body to give us access to the chest.
And when you rotated her, did you rotate her all the way over onto her back or just sufficiently onto her side to attach the EKG pads?
Just to the side to attach the pads.
And then after you'd attached the pads and you ran the EKG, then you removed the EKG device?
Correct.
Leaving the pads in place?
Correct.
And putting her back in this position?
Correct.
And that position, in your estimation, is the position that you also found her in?
Correct.
Now, because of the rigor mortis, she would tend to go back into the same position anyway, correct? Because of the rigor mortis that was present?
That is correct.
And you indicated you found rigor mortis in, let's see, let me pull this up here. You indicated in your report that you felt the arm, which was cold, appeared to be stiff and in rigor mortis. Which arm are you talking about? The right arm? Here?
At that time, it would have been the right arm that we were feeling.
So this was the arm that was stiffened in rigor mortis.
Correct.
So when you rolled her back, this arm remained in that position because this arm was in rigor mortis.
Correct.
In fact, if you'd have put that arm down straight, it would have come back up with rigor mortis. Isn't that true?
I believe that is correct.
I have nothing further on redirect.
Recross?
Yes, please. Thank you. The photo that you were just shown, you didn't take that photo,
No, one of the police officers did.
and you weren't in the room when that photo was taken.
I was not.
So when you were asked if that's the photo of her after you took the EKG monitors on, that would have been many minutes after.
I cannot place a time on it. That's outside of my purview.
Could have been an hour after.
I can't say.
You have no idea.
Correct.
You didn't take any photos,
That is correct.
and you weren't there when any photos were taken.
Not to my recollection.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Jerry, can you get the exhibits if they're up here?
All right. So defense creating maybe
24 and 25.
a little bit of doubt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Real quick, our chat and Facebook is alerting me to something, and I just pulled up a news report.
Oh, it's right,
All right.
right here.
Derek Chauvin, the officer who unalived George Floyd, created a lot of stuff in 2020,
We just don't want attorneys walking
is
out with it.
planning to ask an appeals court
Okay.
to throw out
Thank you. Who's the
the
next witness?
officer's convictions,
Lieutenant Ratsberg.
arguing numerous
Witness
legal
number 61, Your Honor.
procedural errors that deprived him of a fair trial. So, in part due to pretrial publicity, that's why these things are so dangerous, and other factors. Trying to highlight some of the details here. Wow. Pretrial publicity was more extensive than any other trial in Minnesota history. Publicity combined with riots, $27 million settlement with Floyd's family.
May to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name is Paul. Last name Ratsberg. That's Ratzburg.
Thank you. Go ahead. Is it going to be Mr. Jambler or Ms. McNeil?
It's going to be Mr. Jambler. On December 3rd, 1998, how were you employed?
I was a police officer with the Village of Pleasant Prairie.
And could you move the microphone directly in front of your face, please? That microphone right there, that small microphone. Put it right up your mouth, because otherwise the reporter won't be able to hear you, and possibly the jury won't be able to hear you either.
Thank you.
Now, so on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
With the Village of Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Okay, that microphone still needs to come closer.
Wow.
There
Is
you go.
that much better?
That's better.
Okay, I can hear myself, so thank you.
So in what capacity were you employed by the Pleasant Prairie Police Department on December 3rd, 1998?
A police officer.
In what was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives at that time. I'm sorry, sergeant of detectives.
So you were detective sergeant on December 3rd, 1998.
That is correct, yes.
And how long did you remain with the police department after December 3rd, 1998?
I retired in 2012.
And when you retired from the police department in 2012, what was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives.
So Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg upon retirement? It'd be Lieutenant Detective or Detective Lieutenant?
Either way, sir.
Okay. So Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg, when did you respond to, or where did you respond on December 3rd, 1998 in the later afternoon hours?
Approximately, well, it was after 4:30 at 9020 Lakeshore Drive. I responded to the Jensen residence.
And is 9020 Lakeshore Drive located in the village of Pleasant Prairie, Kenosha County in the state of Wisconsin.
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
I was notified that Julie Jensen had passed on and was dead.
And when you heard this news, was the name Julie Jensen already familiar to you?
Yes, it was.
And how had Julie Jensen's name become familiar to you?
Well, over the last, probably since 93 through her death in 98, I was keeping in touch with Officer Cosman, and I had personal contact with Julie Jensen a couple times. They had problems with finding pornographic pictures around the home.
And this had been going on since 92 in yours, 92 or 93, or you're not sure?
92 or 93, that would be my estimation.
Documents that have been marked as S27. And I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want you to page through it and ask you some questions about it.
All right, while they're reviewing this, so real quick break.
What are those?
These are a copy of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department starting in 1992.
What specifically is the date on the first report?
1/27/1992. It'll be
And what's-
January 27th, 1992.
And what's the date of the last report?
The last report would be 96, 12/18 of 96.
So these reports go from January 27th, 1992 through late December 1996.
Correct.
And those are a collection of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department concerning incidents that had occurred at the Jensen residence?
Correct.
So had you responded to some of those calls?
Yes.
And Officer Ron Cosman had responded to the bulk of those calls?
Yes.
And so you were aware of this history on December 3rd, 1998, when you received this call about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, I was also familiar with officers' contact with Ms. Jensen earlier about some photographs that Julie took.
So on December 3rd, 1998, do you recall what time you received the phone call to go to that residence?
It was approximately 4:30 p.m.
Now, on that day, what shift did you actually work?
I worked on the day shift that day. My shift ended at 3 o'clock, and I was home, and then I was notified that Julie had passed approximately 4:30-ish.
So upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, I immediately called yourself. You were the district attorney here at that time, and I asked that you meet me at the area, and I gave you a brief description over the phone on some of the history that I was aware of there, including the pornographic pictures and so forth, and the communications that Julie had with Officer Cosman, and I viewed those photos. And when I met you at the scene, we recapped that information, And then I went on to speak with the staff there and Mr. Jensen.
And after speaking with those persons, did you at any time enter the bedroom and did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
I did, yes.
So how soon after you arrived did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
Very shortly afterwards, I got there, observed that. I don't believe you were on scene yet. I spoke with the officers on the scene, did a preliminary search or visual search of the area, and then I spoke with other people on the scene.
So after arriving at the scene and observing the body, at some point I arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there was discussion about obtaining a search warrant or obtaining consent to search.
Yes, the reason I contacted you is I didn't know if I was going to be able to obtain consent to search from Mr. Jensen or the Jensen family. I contacted you in case we needed a search warrant because as soon as I heard that news, given the circumstances that I was aware of on December 3rd, I wanted to do a full death scene investigation and see what happened.
So did you obtain consent from Mark Jensen to do a full death scene investigation?
Well, I got consent to search the house and obtain any records that I wished. I spoke with Mr. Jensen, went over the forms, and obtained written consent for us to search the house. He made arrangements to leave the house that evening, and we conducted a search of the home and documented items from the home.
So you photographed it, and did you also videotape the crime scene?
Yes, we photographed most everything in the house, and then I did a video of the home before and after.
So when did you do this video? How long after you arrived at the crime scene did you do the video?
And the times are on the video along with the date. I don't recall exactly what time, but I believe the first one was probably around 7:30-ish. And then the other video, as we're closing out, was probably about 10 o'clock p.m. on December 3rd, 1998.
And you've reviewed that video and it accurately reflects the video that you took on that day?
Yes.
I'd request, what's the exhibit number on it? I would request exhibit 25, the video be displayed at this point.
All right, so we played a walkthrough of the 2008 kind of version of how they showed this archaic footage that's up on the YouTube channel. We are going to see probably, hopefully, a better version of this chat. But we did release this first up on the YouTube channel. You can see that. Depending how this footage looks, I'll probably clip this later if it's better than what we previously released. Viewer discretion advised, chat. If they show this publicly, which, I mean, they've already shown Julie. Normally, Kenosha doesn't. Normally, we don't even show this stuff. I'll be honest with you guys. I usually don't. But we did for this trial. They're probably going to show this since they've shown pictures of Julie. Viewer discretion advised, chat. If you don't like this, you may want to just kind of walk away, maybe wash some dishes or take a safety meeting. While they're getting this set up, chat, let me try to regurgitate this very quickly. Derek Chauvin asking for a new trial. An attorney for Derek Chauvin is planning to ask an appellate court to throw out the former Minneapolis police officer's conviction. They are arguing numerous legal and procedural errors that deprive Chauvin of a fair trial. Hennepin County Judge Cahill sentenced Chauvin to 22 and a half years. They found him guilty of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. Chauvin later pleaded guilty to a federal civil rights charge and was sentenced to 21 years there.
They're still talking, so.
The
record should reflect the jury is outside the court. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to make this brief record as to why I requested the court's indulgence. As I was about to play the crime scene video, Mr. Perry advised me that they had an objection to some part of the oral statements that were being made by Detective Sergeant Ratsburg, as he was doing the video. I'd not heard about this objection before, and what they're saying is that apparently Detective Sergeant Ratsburg at some point in his audio portion of this video made reference to voicemails that Julie had left for Officer Cosman, which may be true, but it's okay for non-testimonial statements, or for testimonial statements for that matter, that are subject to cross-examination, to be played to the jury. So I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know exactly what the reference is. I've watched this crime scene video. I never paid any attention to, I did pay attention, obviously, to what Detective Sergeant Ratsburg was saying, but as I'm standing here right now, I don't have any recollection of what they're referring to. It seems to be the only way to find it is to play it right now outside the presence of the jury so the court can see and hear what it is that defense counsel is objecting to.
How long is the video?
The video is 18 minutes long, and I don't know where it is in this thing.
It's in the first part.
It's not at the end of it. And the voicemails, I mean, the whole focus, right?
What we could do is, the jury just told my bailiffs, we have to use the microphones. They're having some issues. So please sit down so you could use the microphones. I appreciate you standing, but keep that in mind. The jury, again, is saying there are some having issues with hearing. Go ahead, counsel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. I mean, the focus in all the pretrial litigation, all the litigation has been on the letter, but not lost in it is that the voicemails to Officer Cosman were also deemed to be violation of the Confrontation Clause violation. And this court has made it very clear that those things aren't coming in. And I didn't realize, and what I quickly checked is whether they were playing it with audio, because there is this reference to these voicemails that has been the subject of what the Confrontation Clause violation was. And so in abundance of caution, I don't think it's at the end of the video. So I think if we watched for 10 minutes, we could find it.
So let's just be clear as to what the court's ruling was. The court's ruling was that the letter and any other things that have been deemed Confrontation Clause violations would not be coming in. So the letter itself is not coming in, and the voice and testimony from Ron Cosman about the voicemails did not come in. We edited that out. However, the court did not rule that references to testimonial statements in non-testimonial statements are inadmissible. We just excluded them out of an abundance of caution. The Supreme Court in Jensen 1 and the Wisconsin Court of Appeals in Jensen 2 have already ruled that all of the non-testimonial statements are admissible. Those include statements that Ted Voigt made concerning the letter and statements that other witnesses made about the letter. We just excluded them as an abundance of caution. That was not because the court ordered us to. You simply ordered that the letter was not coming in. And when you said the letter was not coming in, we also inferred, and I believe you intended, that the voicemails are not coming in. And they're not coming in. However, references to the letter in non-testimonial statements and references to the voicemails in non-testimonial statements are admissible. So if he references the voicemails in this video, that's not a problem. But I don't know if he starts talking about the content of the voicemails, that possibly could be. So that's what I don't know the answer to that until I play the video. So with that, Your Honor, what I'd propose is that we play the video now, and we get to the part that counsel is referring to, we can stop.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think we would have already been done. I think we would have already been done with finding it if we just started it.
Play the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
At Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway. showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey panning around. A pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We were called this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. My phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. I'm adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it's just as one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items in around. We're now entering the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Radsberg, it feels damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, however, screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. I'm leaving the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child's room. Now going a shot down the hallway. Well, the kitchen and the den will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside the, it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. The case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or is where we found it. This is some mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which he'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. Again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Now leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel, semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be going to the garage area. So, some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door is still open on what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile, with somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had a conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns, and he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. Be turning on the light again, just a little more. Some garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case. Some mailings, burnt light, looks like from a garage door opener, which looks familiar. That fits up there. A recycle bin, part to the garage door, which is obviously Yes, I'll try to focus in on that and see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. I'm going to look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home, and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. Just going to hit this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. I'll be turning off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement. Generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. Yeah, this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement near the humidifier. Turn on a light here. Pretty much items in the basement. And then focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where it just went through.
Judge, I think we can stop it.
We can stop it.
Yeah, and
For the record, we were watching the video. I think it's 17 minutes. We got all the way to 14:05, I think. Go
and
ahead.
I apologize for the delay. I think that the comments that we were thinking of were the comments made in the garage about information related to Detective Ratsberg from Officer Kosman. As we rewatch it, though, he's not talking about the contents of voicemails, and so I'd withdraw the objection. And again, that's, but truly trying to be out of an abundance of caution on this.
All right.
So we can call the jury back in then, Your Honor.
We can bring the jury back and we can play it. The objection's been overruled. I'll tell them that and we'll play the video.
Thank you. Can you start over there?
There was never an objection, but.
All right, so for those of you
I had to
confused,
watch it without the jury.
shut up, Milosauskas. For those of you confused about what was just happening, so this case has gone in front of so many judges in appellate court, Supreme Court of Wisconsin, U.S. Supreme Court, yada yada. What they're referencing is that the letter from the grave
There was an objection on the record. I
violates
just indicated that
the
counsel had
Sixth
to come over and
Amendment
talk to me, so he
Confrontation
understands
Clause that
that.
We
changed
watched
in
it. It's good.
2004.
Jury's coming in.
Good to go. Yes,
And
sir.
then voicemails that Julie left to the officer are also not allowed in this trial. So that's what this argument was about. Even references to those voicemails, whether or not that violated the Confrontation Clause and the Wisconsin Supreme Court's ruling on all of this, and which hence why we're here today. And we see that references to these types of things are allowed, just the contents are not. Whew. That is that. We probably got about an hour before they go on lunch break today. Chat on YouTube. We have a poll set up on whether you think Mark Jensen is guilty or not. Be sure to like and share the streams out. Facebook, spam the chat with likes and hearts. That helps push the video out.
All right,
And
we're back on the record on
Facebook censored
Mark
my
Jensen
video
appearances.
on
Saying the jury's
Facebook.
back in the courtroom.
Here we go, chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. This is nothing unusual. Sometimes in the middle of a trial, we have to do things, and we did it. So the good thing is we're going to have a video, but it's 17 minutes, and it's in the morning. So with that, let's play it.
Pleasant Prairie Police Department. With me is Sergeant Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway, showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey. Panning around, a pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We were called this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. The phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. I'm adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it's just as one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however, we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items and around. All right, now entering the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Ratsberg, it feels damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, however, screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. I'm leaving the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child's room. Now going a shot down the hallway. The kitchen and the den will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside the, if it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. Case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or where we found it. This is a mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which he'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. Again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. And now leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel is semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be going to the garage area. So some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door is still open and what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile. with somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. Be turning on the light again just to a little more. Garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case, some mailings, burnt light, looks like from the garage door opener, which looks familiar. That it fits up there. The recycle bin, part to the garage door, which is obviously missing. I'll try to focus in on that and you can see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. Another look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home, and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. Just going to hit this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. I'll be turning off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement. Generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. And this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement near the humidifier. Turn on a light here. Pretty much items in the basement. And focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where it just went through. And the kids' items there in the bag. Exercise machine. And again, a general pan, what we just viewed. And I'll be returning back upstairs. And that'll end the tape. If anything, any relevance further, we will turn it back on. Thank you. It is now December 3rd, 7:46 p.m. 7:46 p.m. Paul Rexford. Thank you. It's Paul Rexford speaking. It is now December 3rd, 1998, 9:58 p.m. Just going to run a video camera here of the houses before we leave it. Make sure we covered everything and to make sure that everything is in order, so to speak. Ken, going through the hallway here, kind of scan things. Some items we did take was a folder of Dan Jensen's that was in his briefcase. The computer, which was located underneath the table. We just took the CPU. Just scan things in here. The children's room, which we really didn't take anything from. We did go through all rooms, of course, including the basement. The master bedroom. Dan Jensen did come here, removed a change of clothes for tomorrow. He took a pair of jeans from up there. He also had a shaving kit, which was completely intact and ready to go, which he just zippered up and took with him, which was located right down there in the master bathroom area. He also took a pair of socks. Again, I'm just scanning the drawer. This is how we're leaving the household. And he took a pair of white socks, which are located right in the drawer here. Those were the items he took. Being of a suspicious mind, I thought it was kind of unusual that he had shaving kit all together in one, but so be it. Bathroom. We did pull all the drains on the sink to let you know that they're back, secure, tested, and not leaking. We also did that to the kitchen sink. Kitchen, did take that. And in this drawer, that I'm about to show you, we did find a note, which was in evidence. Now this top shelf, well, also taken were a variety of Playboy magazines, which were located in the garage on the shelf. They were located right there. There's a whole stack of them. We've also been secured the whole house. Everything has been locked. As you can see, this door here is with the bolt phone to the left. Dan provided us a house key so we can keep it absolutely locked for the officers to protect it overnight. And that should end things. December 3rd, 1998, Paul Ratsberg reporting.
All right, the record should reflect the video has been completed. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
And if we haven't already done so, the state would move to have that admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
That's number 25?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 25 is received.
So tell the jury, what kind of a camera or device were you using to take that to do that video?
Well, it was 1998. That was VHS back in those days. This particular smaller camera had a version of VHS and all that. And it was, frankly, it was back in 98. That was pretty unusual to videotape a death scene in that. Nowadays, that's common and a regular routine where officers they have body cameras, different photography technology. This was what they call analog technology in there. In fact, I believe that was my first video using that camera. It's not something we used a lot, but it was what we today is kind of ancient technology.
So you indicated in the course of this video that you had removed the drains in the house?
Yes, we did a thorough search of the house. We dropped all the drains. We collected the bowls that you saw in the video, the macaroni and cheese and the Weedables, and there was a blue glass next to Julie's bed. We obtained all those substances, plus the drains. We dropped them. That's what an S-trap. We dropped them, and then I put them in some sterile containers.
Detective Resker, could you move the microphone closer to your mouth when you're speaking?
Thank
please?
you.
Thank you.
And we removed those S-traps. On one of the drains, we couldn't get the S-trap off. It was glued directly on there. The other ones, we used sterile bottles, and those are also in evidence, and I collected all of that. Plus, there was some suspect glasses that I also collected, and I sent all that to the crime lab eventually.
So why did you collect the S-traps and so forth, or the contents of the S-traps in this residence?
Well, I had information previously with Officer Cosman and the photographs he was taking. Julie was concerned that she would be that she was going to be killed or poisoned, and so I was looking at this openly. Obvious sign on the body of any injury. So I took. Go ahead.
Detectives, so you were concerned about the possibility of poisoning. Is that the reason that you took these items?
Yes, that is correct.
So if there'd been a gunshot wound to the head, you wouldn't bother with that. But because there were no discernible injuries to the body, you wanted to rule out poisoning or some other matter, and that's why you obtained the S-traps?
Yes.
Now, you also seized the computer. Where did you find the computer?
The computer was located in the den there underneath the desk. It was a Tower CPU.
And you seized the computer?
I did.
And that was with the consent of Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
He consented to conduct the search of the residence?
Yes.
And you indicated to me you'd be taking certain items?
Yes.
And among the items you took was the computer?
Yes.
Now, there were also some other items that you took. Is that true?
Yes.
You said during the course of the video, you made reference to a daily log or something that Julie had kept?
Yes, I noted it in the video, and if you look in the bedroom, we recovered Julie's daily planner and other records and logs that she kept.
And among the items you recovered was a log that she kept of all the harassment that she'd endured over the years. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
So Julie kept a log of each and every incident?
Yes, she did.
those. And I'll have some questions about them. So have you looked at them?
I have, sir.
Can you identify what S28 is?
S28 is the home computer, item number A, that I sent off to the, that I recovered.
Well, it's actually a sheet of paper reflecting that what you did with the computer, right? Is that the chain of custody document for the computer?
Yes.
Okay, and then S29, what is S29, please?
This is also a computer, and also this is a duplicate of item A, and then it also shows the sealed hard drives that I recovered that were with the computer in a cigar box.
So directing your attention back to S28.
Yes, sir.
And that's the chain of custody item for the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing the serial number F7L26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top, it's dated December 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom, there's a receipt signature and a printed name of Brad Heller. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this reflects that you, on December 17th, 1998, Brad Heller received the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing serial number F7L26.
Yes.
And you took it directly to him?
Yes.
So you recovered it from the crime scene, from the den at the Jensen residence. You put in evidence, you then took it out of evidence, and you transported it to Brad Heller.
Yes.
And who is Brad Heller?
Brad Heller was an analyst with the Wisconsin Crime Lab.
So this was done for the purpose of having the Wisconsin Crime Lab analyze the hard drive of that computer?
Yes.
Object to the leading.
I'm going to allow that question. Go ahead, answer it.
Well, what was the purpose of transporting the hard drive or the computer central processing unit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
To get an analysis of it.
By the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
So directing your attention to S29.
Yes.
You've got it there in front of you?
I do.
And that reflects that on August, well, that also pertains to case M98-2628, which is the crime lab's number for this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that on August 1st, 2000, certain items were submitted. And what was item B of the items that were submitted?
Item B was some hard drives that I recovered that were with that computer underneath the desk in the Jensen home.
They were hard drives or they were zip disks?
Zip disk. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
So there were 5 zip disks that were sent to the crime lab on August 1st, 2000.
Yes.
And who received them?
Brad Haller.
Now, I'm going to Can you tell the jury where you recovered those 5 zip drives that were sent, that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
They were on top of the computer in the Jensen home, on top of his CPU underneath the desk there.
And were they contained inside of any item or any box?
Yes, they were contained in a cigar box type thing, and then the zip drives were inside that cigar box.
They show this bag, this plastic bag that contained this designated states exhibit S32, and inside is a box that had the original designation S248. Can you tell the jury what these items are?
These items here, and I could feel that the zip drives are inside of it. This is the cigar box that I recovered underneath the desk, and this is item now S36. And you can see where I secured it to make sure we have proper chain of custody with an evidence seal.
So could you take the box out of the plastic bag, please? And what's the item number on the box? What's the exhibit number?
This is S32.
Okay. Now, opening S32, what's inside of S32?
There's some nails and a small calculator, and then these zip drives.
And those are the 5 zip drives that are set forth in exhibit that are reflected in S29, the 5 zip drives that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
Yes.
I request those items be received into evidence, Your Honor. Exhibits 29, 28, and 36. 32. Like you said, 32 is the bag, and 36, I think, is the.
So give the numbers again for the record.
S28 and S29, Your Honor, which adopt the chain of custody. S32, which is the bag containing the box that has the original exhibit number of S248 on it and contains 5 zip drives. Don't have an exhibit number on it.
So that's 32.
So it's S32.
X32. All right. They'll be received.
S32.
32, 28, and 29. Okay. I'll use my microphone out, I promise.
Now, in addition to those, now you'd also made reference to finding a daily planner, Julie Jensen's daily planner.
Yes.
I show this item that's been marked as S33, and I'm going to ask you to see if you can identify that.
S33 is an item that we recovered in the Jensen home, and it's on the front of it is JCJ, and this is some of the paperwork and the planner of Julie Jensen.
And where was that recovered from in the residence? Was
In
that in the bedroom?
Yes, in the desk in the bedroom.
So it wasn't in the den, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Direct your attention to this item that's been marked as S34. Can you identify that, sir?
Yes, I can. S34 is the other paperwork and logs of Julie Jensen that were located in the dresser in the bedroom.
Could you take that out of the bag, please? Now, as you open that up, you can see that is a log that Julie Jensen kept.
Yes. Yes.
Directing your attention to the beginning of that log, what's the earliest date that's reflected in the first date in that log?
3/21 of 1996.
Okay. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to what's designated as page Direct your attention to what's designated in the upper right-hand corner as page 33 of that exhibit.
Yes.
And there's an entitled, and Julie wrote something at the top there about what that is. What does she indicate that is?
Partial review of past.
And what's the first date listed underneath that?
1/19 of 1992.
And what does it say after 1/19/1992?
Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30, 1/1992. Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30 and 4 p.m.
And it goes on down to the bottom of the page. And then at some point, as you page through there, and you get to the second, I think it's the second or third of the last page of the log, do you see an entry where at the top of the page, she indicates adjacent to the date 1/19/98, new tactic? Do you see that?
Do you have a page number, sir?
Well, just keep paging until you run out of the log, and then look for 1/19/98.
Yes, I do.
What page is it?
That is page 46.
And tell us what follows the designation 1/19/98.
1/1998 dash underlined new tactics. Live on the internet. Calls to Mark office asking if he's watching it and when to time in, and then dots.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. So this reference is up here. Now is it working? Okay, no. Directing your attention to the top of the page, that's for the new tactic live on internet.
Yes.
Calls to Mark's office. And then proceed down to April 13th, 1998. It indicates email ...
Yes.
And then also on April 30th, there's another reference to an email that was received.
Yes.
Now, and this log was found where?
At the Jensen home in the master bedroom, in a chest in the bedroom.
What's the last entry listed on that exhibit?
8/17 of 1998.
Now, in addition to the videotape that was taken of the scene, you also there were also photos taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you take the photos, or did somebody else take the photos?
I took some of them, and then some of the other officers took some.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again. And does that photograph accurately depict Julie Jensen in the bed?
Yes, that's Julie Jensen on December 3rd, 1998.
And is that pretty much the condition she was in when you found her, or is there was the cover pulled back, or was it like that when you first found her?
We generally first found her that way. There was intervention by the fire department.
But when
Excuse me, is there an exhibit on this photo?
S25. There were, I think, 6 photos in S25. So this would be the first photo in S25. Now, now, let's proceed to the next photograph. So this is the second photograph in S25, and does that photograph reflect? Is that how Julie appeared when you arrived at the crime scene taken from the back?
Yes.
Go to the next one. And again, this is after the cover's been pulled back.
Yes.
And that's a photo of Julie from the back.
Yes, that is Julie Jensen.
Next one. Now, this is a crime scene photo of Julie. And this is with the covers pulled back.
Yes, it is.
And that's more of a front side view.
Yes.
And do you know if you took this photo or somebody else took that photo?
Likely Sergeant Hunter took the photo. However, I was there when he took it.
So that photo accurately portrays Julie as she appeared to you when the covers were pulled back from her.
Yes.
And that's exactly how her arm was located.
Yes.
Now, the day after this, on the day after December 3rd, on December 4th, did you attend the autopsy for Julie Jensen?
I did.
By that time, had these photographs been developed?
No, sir.
So you didn't take the photographs with you?
Yes.
And the pathologist in that case was Dr. Chambliss, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Chambliss did not come to that crime scene, did he?
No, he didn't.
So Dr. Chambliss, at the time he conducted the autopsy, had not seen this photograph?
That is correct.
Now, can you tell the jury what this photograph depicts?
This is myself. I was concerned at the crime scene. A couple of things that kind of caught my eye. One being I'm not a pathologist or anything, but I was concerned about any petechia in her eye. And you can see on there, I'm trying to pull back her eyelids so that we can accurately get a photograph of any redness and petechia in her eye. I was also concerned, and what was called to my attention is her nose. You can see it's evident when you look over the body and all that her nose is crooked here. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if it was any relevance at the time. However, I wanted to make sure I documented the redness in her eye and the curvature of her nose.
And her face, also her mouth seems a little bit off.
Yes, it does.
And
yes.
That's exactly how you found her, and that's what she looked like when you rolled her back from the pillow?
Yes.
Go to the next one. And tell us what this photograph depicts.
That's a photograph of, I went through all the garbage in the home. There happens to be the bedroom and the garbage there. I took those items, those bowls, and the substance in the blue cup and in the pink bowl, all to the crime lab. I wanted to document that so that we could have an analysis of it.
Now, and tell us what this photograph is.
This photograph is in the Jensen kitchen. There's packages of Paxil. There was some Paxil missing out of the prescription. And the reason for that photograph was to pretty much document the medications and prescriptions that were on the scene.
So that photograph depicts that counter as it was when you were taking the photographs. You didn't move any of those items?
That is correct.
And this is simply another shot of the same counter?
Yes.
Now, what does this photograph depict?
This photograph here is of the Jensen den. Underneath that desk was where the CPU was. And then in that briefcase there is Mark Jensen's daily planner that we recovered it inside of his briefcase. And I also obtained that.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is the opposite side of the den where the desk was. just pretty much overall shot of the house. So you notice that I didn't know what I was exactly looking for, so I took a lot of photographs and video.
Can you tell the jury why it was that you made it a point of taking photographs of these items and examining the medication that Julie was taking?
Well, there was given the information that I know previously before I got to the scene, I was concerned that there was any poisoning or possibly an overdose.
Objection?
I'm sorry.
In terms of objection to the hearsay.
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Without referencing what anybody else told you, I mean, what was your purpose in examining the medication? Well, first of all, did Mark Jensen talk to you about medication?
He did.
And Mark Jensen told you that Julie was taking medication?
Yes.
So based upon the information that Mark Jensen told you, that was one of the reasons you were looking at medication?
Yes.
But you were also looking for poisoning items?
Yes.
Which is why you took the drains and everything
Yes.
else. Now, one of the items you looked at was the Ambien, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were supposed to be 10 pills?
Yes.
And there were 3 that were missing?
Yes.
When you obtained this medication, or when you observed this medication, did you seize the medication, or was it the medical examiner's office that seized the medication, or do you recall?
I recall that the medical examiner took the Ambien, and I believe I collected the Paxil.
And at the scene, and then when you got the Ambien back from the medical examiner, you confirmed that there were 3 Ambien that were taken.
Correct.
And there were 7 Ambien that were left.
Yes.
Now, after the autopsy in this matter, did you ultimately get an autopsy report?
Yes.
And when you got the autopsy report, it indicated the cause and manner of death were pending or undetermined. Is that true?
Yes.
So within a matter of several weeks after this incident, you had additional information, but you still didn't have a firm notion as to what was the cause and manner of death in this case.
Correct.
You were still investigating it.
Yes.
At some point, you did get a report back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer. Is that true?
Yes.
And there were references to poisoning searches and things of that sort.
There were.
Objection, hearsay. Strike.
Your Honor, we're talking about the content of the computer, and we're just laying the groundwork for what the officer did next. The computer content is coming in through Jason Ruff.
Well, we'll let you ask him what he did next, so go ahead.
So based upon the information that you got from the state crime lab concerning the content of the computer, what was the next thing that you did?
I interviewed Mark Jensen at some point.
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
I'm sorry, when?
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
April 21st, 1999.
And that interview was recorded?
Yes.
Video and audio recorded?
Yes.
Now, at some point, there was a problem with one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you went back and you re-recorded that portion.
Yes. I guess a better statement would be we recapped it or re-recorded. Yes.
But other than that one lapse, the entire recording, the entire interview was video and audio recorded, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's going to take some time to go through, and I see it's 10 minutes to 12. What I'd propose is that we break for lunch now and then come back. And I know that you didn't want to play videos to the jury in the afternoon. I'm going to beg your and the court and the jury's indulgence because we are going to have about 45 minutes or so of interview segments we're going to be playing to the jury this afternoon.
We'll let you play a 45-minute video. 1:15, folks.
Oof. All right, chat. We are going to be on lunch break. Crazy. We are getting some juicy details in the Mark Jensen trial today. Stay tuned for the end of our live stream. Facebook will miss this because we're only allowed to stream for 8 hours on Facebook, and then they cut us. But we'll still be live on YouTube for the last hour-ish of the trial. There's nothing I can do about that, guys. And we do kind of a recap of kind of what we talked about, and I point out discrepancies, and God almighty, do I have a bunch of discrepancies
Take the defendant back 1:15
that I've been taking notes on so far. Chat, you do not want me on this jury. I am going to mess this jury up completely. Woof. So we are going to see, it sounds like, the interrogation of Mark Jensen. We did play a clip of that during our coverage with, background, case history, all of that. We're going to see the full thing. I'll recap this later, but what I don't like already about this is they're missing a chunk of this interview because of alleged problems with video recording equipment. That is convenient, chat. That is convenient. Typical of Kenosha. Holy God. This is insane. So we kind of took a vote earlier today on what we were going to do during the lunch break on whether or not to play more archived footage from 2008 or to play this interview that I gave back in April of 2021. And pretty much everybody voted to play our interview. So to set this up, this is regarding the Kenosha 2020 unrest and the Kyle Rittenhouse incident. Through investigation, documents that we've gotten, body cam videos, all that type of stuff. You can find that in our articles on the YouTube page, blah, blah, blah. All these things. We had been chasing a theory, and we still are, that there may have been a fourth person shot the night of Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, we are not alleging that Kyle did this because we've seen on video what happened directly with him, but we are alleging that it is plausible that another person was shot that night that has not been publicly reported. Now, through 2 years of investigation, we have compiled a bunch of evidence that supports the theory that there may have been, and no evidence to support the theory that there wasn't. We have that video. There's a video posted on YouTube that says truth, conspiracy, misinformation, whatever it's called. We have played that on this stream before. We played it during in the beginning of a stream we did the other day for this trial, just because we were, playing some clips and whatever. Anyway, KPD puts out a press release admonishing me and calling me a conspiracy theorist. We fired back with a lawsuit against them, and it drew a lot of attention with the media. And we got interviewed by a podcast team that's in Kenosha. There's been some articles written about me about it. Wisconsin Examiner mentioned me. Kenosha News mentioned me. Their article is not very flattering, though. And I've been arguing about this, and I've been firing back the entire time. So we agreed to go on this podcast and kind of talk about these things. And you're going to hear how Never Stop Media was created, the truth of how NSM was created and how it ventured into where we are today. You're going to hear a lot of talk about Kenosha. Remember, this was done in 2021. We're in 2023. So a lot of these things that I'm talking about that I can't get into details about at the time, we have talked about extensively on this channel, and we have proven a lot of this stuff through videos, body cam, documents, whatever. So to find the answers, look at all of our platforms. But I couldn't talk about certain things at the time. You're also going to hear about my past, my background. I told you guys before that are new to the channel, I wasn't a good human being. I wasn't. You're going to hear about it. I talk about it. We've talked extensively on this channel about my background because we get attacked for it all the time. People try to use my past to discredit everything that we do, and they can't fucking let it go, which is fine. I've got a naughty background. I'm not proud of it. On paper, I look like an absolute horrible human being, and that's okay. There's no bouncing back from that. The rest of my life, I have to get judged. I accept that. I've taken accountability for it. You're going to hear these things. So, told you guys, we are transparent here. I have nothing to hide. Nothing, chat. So, everyone wanted to hear this. We're going to play it, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Lamakia Travel, 618 55th Street, has served Kenosha for over 90 years.
And with that rich history, you can expect the very best in customer service and care to ensure that your next vacation will be one to remember for all the best reasons.
Stop on in or visit their website, lamakiatravel.com, to plan your next getaway.
Get out of here.
Every Friday, get on down to Union
I wanna
Park
make sure you
Tavern,
guys can hear this.
4528th Avenue, for their famous fish fry, voted best in Kenosha for the last decade.
But that's not all. Union Park Tavern serves up great food every day, including their 9 a.m.
Oh, shit, I'm playing the wrong. Hang on, guys. I'm dumb.
Welcome to a special episode of K-Town Connects. You're going to see pretty quickly that we're not following our usual format with this episode. For starters, you probably know that we do some editing with our shows. We try to clean it up a little bit, make it a little easier listening for you. Today's episode, we're not going to be editing it one bit. This will be the full, uncensored, unedited conversation we're about to have. If you have watched any of our guest videos clips, you know that he can probably... Shit.
Unedited.
Unedited. If you have watched any of our guest video clips, you know that you can probably expect some abrasive language. Kevin Glowicki is the owner and operator of Never Stop Media. His mission is to bring the uncensored and raw truth to the people, to tell stories that the mainstream media glosses over or completely ignores, to bring light and expose corruption and real stories through investigative journalism. Never Stop Media has recently made the news when they were mentioned by name in a press release by the Kenosha Police Department on April 7th. The KPD gave Kevin a nice plug with their post announcing his theory that a fourth shooting victim was involved on the night of the Kyle Rittenhouse incident on August 25th, 2020. They call Glowicki's theories factually inaccurate and suggestive. If this was a perfect world, we could trust our government to always tell us the truth. But anyone with a shred of historical knowledge knows that our own government has lied to the people more times than we can count. Are we saying that the KPD is lying in this incident? No. Are we saying that Glowicki is lying or incorrect, his theory? No. The fact is that Donnie and myself, just like you, our listener, we're not 100% confident of the truth. We can't be. Any critical thinker should at least be willing to listen to alternative theories. With this episode, we're not condoning nor condemning either the KPD or Mr. Glowicki. We merely find this story to be interesting, and we are providing the voice for this independent journalist. On today's episode of K-Town Connects, we connect with Kevin Glowicki of Never Stop Media.
All right. Well, hey, this is a special episode of the K-Town Connects podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Donnie, with...
I'm Jason.
Great intro, by the way, Jason.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic. We are recording at Luigi's Pizza Kitchen, as we always do. We're going to be pretty much sponsor free, so let's give ourselves a little plug here. Find K-Town Connects podcast on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Hit that subscribe button and drop us a review and tell all your friends about the hottest podcast in town, and that's the K-Town Connects podcast.
Be sure to visit our website at ktownconnects.com for more great info on our podcast.
And
drop us a line at ktownconnects@yahoo.com.
That's right.
Got any hate mail? We don't need
We
that.
only got a few. Oh, we got that one.
Well, if we get something for this,
Oh, that would be fantastic. We love getting hate mail. We really do. And don't forget, you can also be a subscriber to our Patreon account. You get episodes early, cutting room floor material, bonus material, our special show. It is what it is. And you can find that at patreon.com/ktownconnects.com or
Patreon/ktownconnects.com.
That's right. And we have
Oh, wait, or is it patreon.com/ktownconnects?
That's what it is. Patreon.com/ktownconnects.
He thought he was dealing with professionals
Right.
here. He's over there laughing at us now.
But for the easiest way, just go to ktownconnects.com. We have a link right there. Hit that subscribe button and become a Patreon member. It'd be great.
Yeah. All right, Kevin. Well, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, pleasure being here.
We're going to get to the juicy stuff and the main reason why we have you here soon enough. But first, we're going to get to know you a little bit and how you arrived at this point in your life.
So how did you first get interested in media and journalism?
I mean, I've been writing pretty much all my life. As a kid, writing stupid horror stories and, whatever. So writing has always been a part of my life. And then, kind of just investigating different things. A lot of people don't know I worked for a PI company in Illinois. That's where I'm originally from. So like, they don't really know the investigative background that I do have. Did loss prevention for various retail stores, busting shoplifters.
Oh,
and,
cool.
I've had to work with different law enforcement agencies with some of the people that we apprehended doing that.
How long did you do that for?
I did the loss prevention for probably about 7 years. And working with the PI company I did for a couple of years. So, and that's everything from doing surveillance outside of apartment places, background checks, serving subpoenas, tailing people, different things like that. So
You got to have some juicy stories. You got to have something good for us. Give us one of the craziest ones.
One of the craziest ones. We had to serve a subpoena on a Chicago cop. He was going through a divorce trial. The cop was an absolute lunatic. It was one of the most bizarre situations because when we walked up, there was 6 of us. When we walked up to serve the subpoena, we got guns drawn on us by CPD, and then like my boss and like his like main people, like they all pulled guns. So it's like PIs and cops, like guns pointed at each other.
I
over
would have
a
shit my
piece of paper.
pants.
Yeah, well, my buddy and I, like that was like right into us starting like work here. So like we weren't armed or anything. We were just there, as extra bodies basically. But yeah, I was like looking at him. I'm like, fuck, bro. I
quit.
Do we really want to do this? Like, this is the craziest shit. But yeah, that was, that was a pretty intense thing. But I mean, PI work is like 8 hours of boring for 8 seconds of like pure adrenaline rush. So
I could imagine a stakeout would be boring as hell. Sit out there waiting for someone to leave the house.
Yeah.
So who are some of your early influences in the media?
I don't know. I just remember like that old school like way of doing journalism where or just media in general, right? Where like we'd see the press like out in the middle of the shit. You know what I mean? Like if you were in a situation like today with the protests and riots and stuff, like mainstream media would be right in there, like they didn't care.
Yeah.
Right? Going to Afghanistan type stuff where they're running around with soldiers and, just true investigative stuff. There's one gentleman, I forgot his name now, but the one gentleman that like broke out like all the CIA nonsense with bringing drugs into the country, and there's a movie made about him, but he ended up dying, some weird death,
mysterious circumstances kind of thing.
So yeah, stuff like that. Big inspiration with like the Boston Globe releasing like that big story about all the priests. And so like real stuff like that is what, you know, kind of put me into this investigative world of journalism, like really understanding the truth. But I've always kind of been like that growing up. So.
All right. So have you had any experience?
Well, we already got to that one.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. So what has inspired you to start Never Stop Media?
You want the real story?
Yeah, of course we do.
So the real story, Never Stop, actually came about during my divorce. So I mean, I've been very open about it. I was kind of a piece of shit husband.
We've all been there, done that.
Yeah, it's never fun, especially if you are the bad guy. But yeah, I obviously wasn't a good person back then. I wasn't a very good husband. And kind of going through that whole process made me understand and value the things that I should have valued, you know, from the beginning. So I spent a lot more time with my son, focused on memories and, you know, getting out and exploring and things like that. So we started documenting like fishing trips. You know, he believes in Bigfoot, so like we hunt for Bigfoot, all that. And her attorney kept telling me I couldn't document my time with my son, and kept telling me I had to stop. And I kept saying, well, I'm never going to stop. Like I'm a father. This is my son.
Yeah.
And I started this fishing company, and my son was a part of it. I'm sponsored by different fishing, hiking, backpacking companies, whatever. My son got sponsored. He had his own apparel line, his own fishing rod line, all types of stuff. And, you know, again, they kept telling me, you can't do this. You have to stop. So I just kept saying, well, I'm never going to stop. Like, why would I not try to create a better future for my son, you know?
Yeah.
And we ended up getting into court. I got like a 20 or 25 page motion sent to me claiming likeness and misappropriation. So they were trying to argue business law in the family court.
Wow.
And I had to really study constitutional law because I was trying to protect my son's First Amendment right to film and document. Business law, I'm very well versed in. All this stuff. So, but yeah, anyway, so we get to court and I ended up winning that motion, and the commissioner agreed with what I was doing. But we kind of took like all of our videos and transferred them from the fishing company and put it all under Never Stop.
Okay.
So I was trying to like give all of that way more protection as opposed to just kind of coming after me.
Yeah.
So then I ended up losing in the divorce trial, and I had to shut it all down. I had to pull my son off everything. So just to interrupt here, to give you guys a little bit more clarity. So the divorce stuff was all going in front of a court commissioner, and during these settlement conferences, I was being attacked on a lot of stuff, and I just got to a point where I just said, you know what, fuck this, dude. And I started attacking over financial things. So they bribed me if I dropped financial argument, because I was entitled to a bunch of financial things. If I dropped that, they would give me a lot more custody of my son, a lot more visitation things. And I agreed to that. I'll drop the financial arguments for all this custody, because ultimately that's what I wanted. I want my son. I didn't give a shit about anything else. And we had divided everything prior to even going to court. So I don't know what the fuck we were doing here. And they were supposed to draft up the whole document of all the custody agreement and all the things we agreed upon. And instead, they filed a 20-page motion claiming likeness and misappropriation, saying that I was financially benefiting from my son's image. And then they claimed that by taking pictures and videos of our explorations and adventures and posting them on social media for millions of people to see, and we were inspiring families to get out, you know, and do outdoorsy things, right, instead of ignoring each other. And they said that by doing that, I was intentionally, keyword, intentionally placing my son in danger of predatory attack. And we had this massive court hearing, and I won. And then they took it to trial in front of a trial judge, which is who the judge we're seeing today, Judge Milosauskas, and they argued custody. And I wasn't given custody, any type of custody. I was only given visitation rights. And here in Wisconsin, if you don't have any type of custody, you lose all consent rights. So based on this argument, I lost consent to post pictures and video of my son on social media. So I had to pull him from everything to do with the fishing company. We had to cancel all his sponsors. Like you heard, he had an apparel line, so he had his own apparel. He had his own fishing rod line. So we had a company that I'm sponsored by that was making fishing rods with his logo that he designed, all this shit. We had a fucking Walmart deal on the table and we had to cancel that. So that's what that's all about, chat. So yeah.
So I'm like, great. What do I do with this company? Like, we were starting to get into comics, and I was turning my son into a superhero.
That's the other thing. So let me just clarify this real quick. So we were taking our videos, real life adventure videos, and we'd be out and kids have an imagination, right? And he'd be like, Dad. So like one time we're filming, he's bored. He's like, can I go play? I'm like, sure. And he goes to pick up a stick because he likes walking sticks. And it was a snake. And we end up filming this snake, and I can't show you guys because of a court order, but we end up filming this. And at the end of the day, he's like, Dad, what if this snake was 10 feet big and he like comes and attacks you and I gotta save you. So we got in the comic book world. We had a script written, we had artists and, all these things, whatever. And we were basically trying to make him a superhero where you had to watch the YouTube video. And then to continue on with the story, it would go into this comic. So we were having a comic book made where my son was this superhero, and we got in trouble for that too.
And all this stuff. So I'm like, I don't know what to do with this company. And then I started investigating companies in the fishing industry that were defrauding consumers or saying like, oh, our product is made in the US, when you find out like this fishing hook is actually made in China.
Oh, wow.
And they just stamped US on there. Buy our product and you support our troops doing that. So finding stuff like that was just absolute bullshit where the general consumer is not going to know,
About how long ago was that you started doing that?
So I made Never Stop in 2019.
Okay.
And I don't know, it was probably a few months after when I kind of took it from me and my son to looking into these retail companies. And then like my fishing company started to get attacked because people kept trying to say like, oh, you're just attacking other fishing companies to try to benefit yours. Even though we never investigated any company that sold the same product as me.
Well, if you have the truth and you can prove it, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, right. Right. Exactly. So that was kind of a big deal. So then I'm like, all right, well, I don't want this company getting targeted and hurt. So I shut it down again. I'm like, okay, I have this media company. Like, I don't know what to do with this. And then the Jacob Blake shooting happened. And I'm like, well, I got a media company, so I can legally be out here. Let's go do this. So that's kind of what it's been. And, I thought about changing the name, but it's kind of stuck. Like anyone that sees me, they're like, holy shit, that's Never Stop. Like this dude truly never stops. So,
well, it's a good name. I mean,
yeah.
Very fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then what was your major first live stream event that you covered?
The first live stream. So this is back when I was still on the wrong side of things. When it came to like, for Never Stop, and like journalism, I guess, it was after George Floyd died. We're here in Kenosha, we obviously had protests coming down the street and, and then we had opportunistic people that were breaking into buildings, looting and, whatever. So yeah, I mean, at that time I wasn't like pro movement. I didn't understand it. I'd be what you considered an enemy to the movement, so, you know, I was one of those people that was live streaming like, oh, look at these criminal thugs doing this, doing that. Why are you screaming down the street? Like, that's not what a protest is. So yeah, that was that was my first live stream. And I did that a couple of days. But you'll never find that stuff now. That stuff's gone.
It's long gone.
Yeah, like once I opened my eyes, I was like, fuck, man, like I really don't want this stuff up here. I already know people are going to challenge me with other elements of things. And, you know, I've openly admitted, like, I mean, I've said ignorant shit, you know, throughout my life. And
what made you kind of open your eyes? What happened that made you kind of?
So I'm big on people's rights, right? I mean, that's something that I've been that way my entire life. My rights, you know, my parents always used to tell me, shut the fuck up. You have no rights. But yeah, so like I'm big when seeing people's rights being violated. I don't like that. And like during the, you know, the unrest in Kenosha, you know, even in the beginning, those first couple of days, I was still not pro movement. I didn't understand it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously looting and burning down cities is not a First Amendment protected activity. Right. But when I am sitting here witnessing, like literally just civil disobedience, people just occupying a space, sitting, kneeling, and then you have law enforcement coming up and, you know, brutalizing that person and placing them under arrest. You know, that was something where like I filmed the first incident I filmed, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Like that was a legitimate First Amendment protected activity. This person literally just got their rights violated. So it made me start to kind of question like, what is actually happening here? And then, you know, it wasn't one-off situations, right? I mean, we're all white, so it's like we don't really have to deal with that type of stuff, right? We get to use that white privilege and be able to just go on about our day. So filming that stuff consistently time and time again in a single night, you know, it makes me start asking. And then I ran into this wonderful, powerful, loud, beautiful Black queen, and you know, got to talking with her, and just really made me kind of look at things different, kind of question my own belief system, and kind of question what was really going on.
Can you name who that was?
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I might have an idea.
There's been a few.
A mutual friend of ours.
Maybe. There's been, you know, she started it, and then, you know, and then being able to just be comfortable enough, you know, to ask questions. You know, back when I was still in Kenosha, you know, I used to tell people like, ask me your uncomfortable, ignorant question and I'll go ask it, but you're damn well standing next to me when I do. You know what I mean? Because I don't have a problem asking the uncomfortable question. I don't have a problem asking the ignorant question. Like, I want the answer. You know, I have my own personal journey that I'm going through, you know, as well. And I'd rather be educated to everything than ignorant to stuff. So,
well, that's the key, is to grow too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
So then, how many live streams have you done?
Or events, like, I mean,
Shit. God, there's been so many. I've taken a lot down, but
I mean, you were out for a few days of the unrest.
Yeah, so I missed day one, because I lost my apartment in the first few months of the coronavirus when they opened the city back up. So I was actually homeless. I was living in a hammock for 63 days, kind of stealth camping around Kenosha.
Is that what brought up your hammock review on your website?
Yeah, that's it kind of took me back to that time. But yeah, so August 23rd, when Jacob Blake got shot, I was already at my little stealth area of where I was staying, and at 12:30 at night I got a phone call and asking if I was okay and if I was safe, and I'm like, yeah, I was sleeping. Like, what do you want? And they're like, Kev, they're burning the city. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So so I googled, you know, black man shot 7 times, and like all of a sudden there's videos everywhere, and you're like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that there's live streams, and I'm like, oh shit, like they're really burning the city down. So that was the 23rd. On the 24th, structure fire night. Like I literally went out as homeless Kevin. Like, fuck, dude, how do I survive in like anarchy? You know what I mean? Like I'm homeless. I don't get the safety of a roof over my head and, you know, whatever. And then, yeah, I was out there the whole rest of the time. There wasn't an event here in Kenosha that I didn't live stream. So the entire unrest I live streamed except for day one. Prayer services I live streamed because I knew some people were scared about going into churches, and I wanted to make sure that people were able to at least experience that type of stuff. Plus it was positive.
Because of the coronavirus kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like when they were doing prayer services in Civic Park, like I'd always go out there to film that and be able to give people that opportunity to at least watch, you know, a service. Food drives, you know, I would live stream that type of stuff. Every type of protest that would come through, all the voting caravans and everything that happened in Kenosha.
Cool.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably over 100 by now. Different types of events.
All right. Well, your claim that's making headlines is that you believe there's significant evidence which involves a fourth shooting victim on the night of the Rittenhouse event. How did you first learn about this?
All right. So obviously, like we all have questions, right, about what happened.
I'm going to pause here just for a second. So I didn't reveal a lot of information during this. Since then, we have tons and tons and tons of evidence that supports that this is a plausible theory. And we've talked about it at length on this platform before.
During the unrest, right? You hear protesters say one thing, you hear law enforcement say something else. Somewhere in the middle there is the actual truth, right? There always is. So on like, especially Kyle Rittenhouse night, you know, you see what you see, and then off in the distance though, you're hearing gunshots from all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm one person, so I can only film what's directly in front of me. I can't film everything else.
Where were you during the shooting?
I was right there.
Were you one of them that captured any of it, or?
I missed it with I have him running past me.
Okay.
So like when Rosenbaum's getting hit, like, you know, we hear the shooting. I'm standing next to Andrew Mercado. Shout out to Mercado Media. But I was standing next to Andrew. CJ's across the street. You know, and then we see Kyle take off running, and then obviously the shooting happens down there. So like Andrew and I start kind of speed walking to get down there, like a bunch of crazy people. And then we have Kyle coming back. So I filmed that. But then like once the other element of shooting starts where he hits Anthony and hits Gage, my camera didn't pick it up. I turned my hand or something as I'm staring at this
crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, there's definitely a box of crazy. And for like 2 steps, like I went to go try to get towards Anthony Huber, but like there's still bullets flying at me and Andrew that weren't coming from Kyle Rittenhouse. So Andrew and I, we didn't have a choice. We had to retreat back. And then like you see in my live, like we're pulling people through fucking bushes and get down. So like for me at that point, I'm not worried about, you know, fucking riot porn and trying to, you know, let's film fucking Kyle Rittenhouse shooting people. Like I'm worried about people getting on the ground and not getting hit. But yeah, I was right there. I was not far from him. So
if you had to guess, how many gunshots did you hear? Would it be tens, dozens, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely dozens. I mean, just the initial thing, like you've got Joshua Zeminski that fires the first shot. You know, it was Never.Stop Media that publicly released that. Mainstream media didn't fucking pick that up until he bonded out. So, you know, it's something that I was investigating, and then there's a Facebook page. I kind of refer to them as like Underground Kenosha, you know, and, you know, they're investigating it. So kind of my own stuff and then stumbling on their stuff. And then finding out that KPD fucking knew that. They knew that for months. People went in and were trying to tell detectives like, this dude, Alex Blaine, is his alias, and finding out that KPD wasn't doing anything. It's like, okay, like that's a problem. So I ended up releasing that, just doing like a video kind of article. And then 2 days later, fucking KPD went and arrested him. But yeah, so you have that first shot. You have 4 shots over by Rosenbaum, and then you hear it on the scanner. There was a group of protesters that were right there with pistols. They were firing. And then, it's all heard in the scanner, like all on 10th Street, 11th, 13th, 14th, things like that. But yeah, there were dozens of gunshots going off. So yeah. But yeah, so it's like, okay, I have like a million questions, right? Like what the fuck happened? Like I've watched people die right in front of me. But what else happened? There's other gunshots. Who's firing, right? Who's running? And then you have police that are just, doing snatch and grabs and just like weird stuff, right? So I wanted the audio scanner. I figured, KP's not going to release that, not right now. But there's got to be some crazy person in Kenosha that's like sitting in front of the scanner, right? Like that's what we all do. We sit there, but somebody was like they're just crazy and they just record scanners all day, right? There's always that one person.
Especially that week,
Yeah, right. Exactly. So yeah, it was, so that was, that's August 25th. I released a scanner. I think it was like September 18th. So like 3 weeks later, essentially. So I found it a week before I released it. You hear everything. You hear, it's a 6 hour and 44-minute long, live stream that somebody did. So if you want to like literally listen to curfew discrimination and police violating people's rights, listen to the whole thing. If you just want to listen to what happened as the shooting started, then you go 4 hours and 40 minutes into it and kind of listen to all that. So that's how I came at first with the 4th victim thing.
But in the heat of the moment, things can be misconstrued. Even the police on the dispatch cannot know what's exactly going on.
So then,
but you had some additional things you found.
Yeah, and if like that's Noslick's bullshit too, where the heat of the moment, there's misinformation.
Well, it's people can call dispatch and say Luigi's on fire right now, and they're reported over the scanner that reports are Luigi's on fire.
Sure.
And it doesn't mean it's a fact. So.
Sure, but then we're to take that if we're going to use that argument, then let's use that same exact argument then when it came to Jacob Blake getting shot. How much bullshit misinformation went from dispatch to the officer, right, to the computer system, and then you have Shesky and the other clowns that show up, and all of a sudden we got a man shot in the back 7 times.
Yeah.
So how much misinformation led to that man getting shot in the back, if we're to go with KPD's version of misinformation? But yeah, and obviously, yes, there is, a lot of confusion. But at the same time, listening to that scanner, and this is where, and I've said this a million times in the live, like, I give KPD a lot of credit because like they were not on bullshit. Like they were flying around and they like everything that's on that scanner, they're there. You know what I mean? But at the same time though, too, is like what people don't understand is like, I'm not some fucking live streamer that just goes and holds a phone up. Like I investigate stuff. So everything that I heard on that scanner was investigated. I walked around the entire city. I talked to people. I knocked on doors, and I verified everything, that was heard on the scanner. So yeah. So when you hear, the officer that's at KMH, say we have a 4th victim, and then obviously, mainstream media and everybody's reporting like we have three people shot, 2 are deceased, and and then you have Gage who's critically wounded. So then it's like, okay, well, 2 people are dead, 1's injured, but they said 4. There's a 4th victim. Like who is this? So yeah, so it's months of, trying to get people to talk to you and find out what they heard, what they saw, and then you have to verify and fact check that. And especially like if you come to me and you're like, you're willing to talk to me, but you don't want your name given, that I could repeat the information, right? Just not your name. But if you come to me and you're like, I'm going to tell you some shit, but you can't fucking repeat this. Like I have militia people that have told me stuff that I can't publicly repeat until I verify it from a second militia person.
Yeah.
And that's happened with a lot of people. So, that part sucks because now, it's like, oh shit, now I got to go find 20 other people with the same information before I can even publicly say something, So yeah, it's like, I mentioned the fourth victim, like when we broke down that scanner audio, like they say there's a fourth victim, and then in January, I had a conversation with a source inside of KPD, and that person confirmed it and said, yes, there is a fourth victim. Yes, there are medical records, and I can't fucking tell you anything else.
It's a city employee.
Somebody
can't say, right?
Can't give up a source. Tell you any other details, you'll know who it is. So yeah, so it's like I have that conversation and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, then you're like, I gotta figure this out.
Yes. So, and then it's like, okay, I can go off of, hey, everybody, we heard this on the scanner, fourth victim. I don't even know who the fucking cop is that said it. And then, oh, by the way, I just have this, source that wants to remain anonymous that tells me something else. Believe what I say. So that's a problem. So it's like, okay, we, still can't really get too crazy with this because we got to factually be able to back this up. And then, we're filing open records requests, Kenosha Police Department, Kenosha County Sheriff's Department, that nobody wants to give anything. So we're going elsewhere to get records from different departments.
What's their excuse on why they won't give you anything? I mean, aren't these open records that should be available?
Yeah, every one of us, every single citizen in Kenosha should be filing open records trying to get this shit. We all want answers. We all want to know what happened. And every single one of us can do that. You don't have to just be a journalist or a lawyer or work with the ACLU. We can all get them.
What are they telling you? Why are they saying that they can't release that?
Well, originally they ignored me. I hadn't heard from Kenosha for 8 months. When I'd go back to the public safety building, like, hey, what's going on with my open records? I'd have people telling me, what open records? You never filed anything. Like, fuck you talking about? Yes, I did. I know for a fact I did. But yeah, I didn't start hearing anything from Kenosha until my article blocked their $49,000 grant for the ALPRs.
Oh.
And
What's
then
the ALPRs? What's that?
Automatic license plate readers.
Oh, okay.
That they tried to put in. So yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, is like most people don't know my article is what blocked that grant. And I put up a major fucking stink about that because one, it targets Black and brown communities. But two, just for everybody, like that's our license plate. I can figure out exactly where you go and I don't have to leave my house. Right. And if you guys remember the alderman that was stalking that one woman, a real fucking creepy alderman.
Ruffalo?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you no longer have to be a like super creep and like start and leave your house. You can just sit in your house.
Yep.
And then you have like Kevin Mathewson, like again, he doesn't ever have to leave the house. You just get shit emailed to him and now you know where
Speaking
everybody's
of creepy
been.
alderman.
Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, so it's like that. So that article blocked their grant. And then I filed the writ of mandamus and now all of a sudden fucking KPD wants to call me on the phone. Like,
well, they want to be best friends now.
Yeah. Right.
Now, someone who doesn't know a writ of mandamus, that's just pretty much the open records request, right?
A writ of mandamus is a lawsuit for a government entity not giving you open records. But yeah, I mean, at the time I filed 13 different open records requests. So one of those records requests pertained to the unrest in Kenosha. It's a large open records request. I'm asking for all types of stuff. Body cam, dash cam, CCTV video, emails, incident reports, arrests, all types of stuff. Yeah, I mean, the first time, the first denial I got back for that, they said that they were denying it because I needed permission from the district attorney's office. And if you understand Wisconsin open records law, I didn't file an open records request with the district attorney's office. I filed it with KPD. So I don't need the DA's permission.
Mhm.
You know, it falls back on the entity that you served it on.
Okay.
So I refiled it, switched up some wording, and then they denied me for being overly burdensome. And that's the excuse that we're hearing from all these different law enforcement, you know, departments from across the country.
Burdensome?
Yeah.
Which means you just want what you want. And you,
Yeah, it's going to take them too much time. You know, and if you listen to Naslik on the tapes, you know, Naslik, oh, well, you know, a lot's changed in Kenosha and, you know, we just don't have the manpower. Well, I don't give a fuck. It's not my problem if you don't have the manpower. That doesn't mean you get to just blatantly deny an open records request. It's also illegal to deny an open records request because of the volume of records that something's going to produce.
Mhm.
So if I want, let's say all traffic stops for 2018, and that's going to produce 350,000 documents, you don't get to tell me no, you know, because you think that that's too much time.
Right.
Are
there fees involved in this or anything?
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
So if you're asking for that many documents, so you're going to probably pay.
Potentially, yeah. It's kind of a weird thing where, I mean, I can get like 400 different documents and I'm going to pay $5.
Okay.
You know, or like we're going to release 36 hours of video footage from the 23rd, 24th, and 25th that nobody's fucking got yet. So that's coming. Not going to tell you where, but that's coming.
Now, is that coming from the city or is that coming from a private source? Can you say
No,
that
it's from the city.
Okay.
Yeah. Not from KPD though.
Okay.
But like that's going to cost money. You know what I mean? You know, but then there's other stuff too where like, let's say I file an open records request and I've paid, let's say $100 to get whatever records they sent me. And then you file an open records request essentially for the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting it for free because I've already paid for that work.
Okay.
So sometimes we luck out for that. What I've seen too is sometimes departments, like if they don't really know you and it's like simple stuff, they'll just send it to you. But then as you like consistently do it, like I've seen that with Mount Pleasant. So the first few open records requests I did with Mount Pleasant, like it was free and shit was emailed.
Yeah.
Then when they all of a sudden are like, okay, we have a disc sitting here waiting for you. It's $10. It's like, you just want to see my fucking face, bro. Like there's a reason you want me to come in. But then, you know, they do sneaky shit though too, where like they give you a thumb drive or they give you a disc and you plug that in and all of a sudden your computer starts getting weird.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So, you know, that like that stuff happens, but then you have departments that because they don't want you to get stuff, they try to discourage you. And then, you know, all of a sudden you've got a $4,000 records bill. And it's like, this document was supposed to cost $1.
Yeah.
You're charging me $150 for one single document. Like now you're overly trying to tax, which is also illegal. There's, you know, stipulations on what fees they can charge and all that. So
did you have any success getting any records from KPD?
KPD won't release anything.
Okay.
Right. Like I even tried to get, so like I, you know, I'll go through a few of them, but like I tried to get Pablo Torres's personnel file. He's a piece of shit cop. I have no problem saying that. He arrested me for curfew. He arrested Katie when she was out here the next night. And Torres grabbed his gun when he told me to go into my bag and get my press credentials.
Yeah.
I told him exactly what's in the bag and I'm going to walk to the bag. I'm kneeling down. This is what's in all the compartments before I even touch this thing. Like, why are you grabbing your gun, bro? Like, I'm not a threat. You know what I mean? And that gun's coming halfway out of that holster already.
And he's killed before.
And he's killed before and shot another person. But like the thing with Torres's file is that KPD gave it to Fox 6 years ago. And that's why we know that there's, 200 pages of documentation listing out his excessive use complaints and his inappropriate behavior towards females and whatever. And I was denied that. You can't give one media outlet records and then deny another media outlet the same records.
Yeah.
That's discriminatory. And that's a lawsuit right there.
And then, like you said earlier, that the work's already done, so that shit should be there ready to go.
Right. Right. It's done. It's ready.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Here you go. So yeah. And then even like with the ALPRs. So before we released the article, I filed an open records request with KPD to try to get, email communication between KPD and Vigilant Solutions. Vigilant Solutions is a garbage ass company. They're super sneaky. And it kind of outlines, who they are in the article. Like I can get sued just for saying that they're a bullshit company, because they sue journalists. They don't care. And everything with Vigilant and then law enforcement departments, everything's secretive. Like even if KPD wanted to tell us what the agreement is with Vigilant, they're legally bound that they can't because of the contract with Vigilant Solutions. So, it's like, okay, well, when these government entities have to hide stuff from you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then private contractors tell them you can't talk about this. Like that's super sketchy. That's weird. We have a right to know that.
Yeah.
So trying to get that denied. Chief Morrissey, Chief Morrissey is a known racist. He was very public about his racism, very public about not promoting Black and brown officers. And of course we have, Chief Miskinnis, that was deputy chief underneath Morrissey. There's a Hispanic lieutenant, female lieutenant that had to sue for discrimination, and she just won. So we know that there's discrimination going on, inside of the police department when it comes to Black and brown officers. We know that there's sexual harassment towards female officers. And we know that there's good officers in that department that are trying to speak up and change things and are getting fucked with. And I don't have a problem saying this, but like, the thing is, like, these departments don't know what documents I'm sitting on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could be a cop and I'm stupid and crazy enough to like expose some shit. So you have a meeting with me and you hand me an internal document, right? And I look at this internal document and I go, holy Christ. Like the public needs to see this, right? Like this one document could, land a federal probe into a department. But
you're speaking hypothetically.
Hypothetically,
yeah, okay.
right? Yeah.
So I'll be clear on that.
Yeah. So then it's like, okay, I have this document, but now I got to verify the document. I got to get other records to back this document. There's a lot of stuff I have to do, right? So we filed open records requests for stuff like that. That's denied. The curfew. I went in the day after I got arrested, and they tell me
picked up for curfew on the Monday night
on the 28th.
Oh, after that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I think technically it was like the 29th because it was
the
like
morning,
1 o'clock in the morning or whatever. But yeah, I went in and to try to get the actual document to like, okay, press is exempt from this. The city attorney's office.
I'm going to pause real quick. So my arrest paperwork, they refused to give it to me for 2 years, chat. 2 years. And we had to sue for it. And then we finally got it. And we found out that they fabricated the arrest reports.
Office and KPD and the people inside the public safety building, there is no documentation to hand you. So all of a sudden a curfew goes away when a federal lawsuit is filed. But then, and 3 weeks after, that curfew bullshit, like all of a sudden now there's paperwork. How come there wasn't paperwork before? There's legal processes that you have to go through. Yeah. So if you claim that this document existed, why can't I file an open records request to get it? But then that's the weird thing too, is that, so they gave the document, right, to the attorneys, right? Eventually, 3 weeks later. Well, where the fuck, I can't get that document?
So, and that's the thing too, I'm going to interrupt just for a second, chat. We are about to release an article about the truth behind the Kenosha curfew. Here we are again, years later, and the truth is finally coming out.
I filed an open records request.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't I get that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I can't get my own arrest records. I just heard with Naslik a conversation we had where he's taking a screenshot of me on my buddy Raw Topics platform. He did an interview, and he took a fucking screenshot of me and sent it around to the detectives in KPD. So for what? Right? And I filed 3 different open records requests on Kevin Glowicki and Never Stop Media. Denied all 3 of them. So if you're telling me that you can't give records because there's active cases, open investigations, what are you investigating me for? Why are you fucking taking screenshots of me and sending it to detectives? That's super sketchy, right? So a lot of different things. We're investing in the garbage trucks that were on fire. We heard some weird shit about the garbage trucks. Here's a big one, and the entire city needs to understand this. There was a study called Shots Fired that was done. Okay. So during that whole like 7-year building plan for Uptown, right,
Yeah.
that ended up falling apart because they didn't meet the deadlines and whatever. So during all that, there's a study called Shots Fired that was done by people in Carthage College. The DA has that, and so does KPD. Now all of a sudden the city burns to the ground, and they don't want Shots Fired released. Why not? And a bunch of us have filed open records requests to get that study. They won't give it to us. And they're claiming that because they're not the people that did it, because we can't file open records requests on Carthage, right? It's a private entity.
Okay.
But if that document was given to the police department, we have every right to have it. Because now
You
it's
can't request the department that handled that at Carthage for it?
it's a school. The school doesn't have to give us shit. I'd have to sue the school and convince a judge that, why? You know what I mean?
What if you asked them nicely?
Trust me, there's several of us that have already asked nicely. But Kenosha, the city of Kenosha does not want that document out, that study out. There's a reason for it. I'm not going to publicly talk about that, but there's a reason they don't want that document out. So yeah, I mean, just all types of stuff. The Kenosha Sheriff's Department, we filed open records request with them. Can't get it. But it's not just me, right? I mean, the ACLU, local as well as national, has filed open records requests with KPD and Kenosha Sheriff's Department.
And all declined.
Declined, ignored. All the high-profile attorneys, and the funny thing too is another journalist filed a very similar open records request that I did with KPD, and they get a response back of, yeah, we'll give you the records, but it's going to cost you $85 an hour. So why are you charging them money, and you're telling me for two completely different reasons of why you can't give me this stuff? So they're not releasing anything. But then you have all the other departments, like we just got more U.S. Marshal documents today. And then local departments that are out there, like, why are they all giving shit?
Yeah, let's talk about that for a bit. 'Cause you did get some cooperation from some other departments.
Yeah.
The U.S. Marshals and the Waukesha Police Department.
Yeah, so I mean, we've gotten stuff from Mount Pleasant that we haven't released yet. We're getting call sheets. So call sheets is kind of their like radio traffic, but like the shit that we don't hear.
Okay.
Right. And that tells a lot, right? That's going to kind of tell us what law enforcement did, what they observed from, protesters or rioters. That stuff like answers a lot of questions and also raises even more. So yeah, we've gotten that stuff from various departments. Stuff in like Wauwatosa, we've gotten stuff from like Glendale, Greenfield, Milwaukee, things like that. But yeah, for Kenosha, we got that Waukesha document.
Now to get that, was that an open records request?
Yeah, that's an open records
and
request.
They complied, no problems.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So they're like, that's a big thing, right? And they're like, I don't care what side you're on, right? What your belief systems are, like just the entire city of Kenosha. Like we need to really start asking ourselves, like, why is KPD and the Sheriff's Department, why do they not want to release anything? But all the other departments are, even if some of that stuff is like heavily redacted. What's the secrecy? What are we hiding and why?
Okay.
What do you think they're hiding?
I think they're hiding that they were on some bullshit. And we know that, right? From mainstream media, filming stuff, from live streamers being out there, protesters live streaming, photographers and whatever. So, I mean, we've seen, like, there's no denying that law enforcement was on some bullshit. There's no denying that, there were rioters as well, But yeah, I think, I think it's an embarrassment to Kenosha, everything that happened. But
now, when you were streaming on that night with Rittenhouse and apparently maybe a fourth victim, did you talk to any of the other live streamers? Do they know anything? Corey was down there, CJ, and every other media company.
Yeah.
They said anything to you?
Well, this is not the first time that we've heard like fourth victim. I mean, I've talked to dozens of in dozens. I mean, dozens and dozens, dozens of people that, either one heard a rumor that there was a fourth victim. There's dozens of people that could swear they saw somebody else get hit and go down. But yeah, it's like, I don't think any of us actually captured, on film somebody else getting hit, because obviously there is pandemonium going around. But yeah, I mean, I've heard it from a lot of other people. And when you have, and that's the thing is, like, when you have a bunch of people having a very similar story,
then
it kind of is like, okay, what the fuck? I mean, it's the same thing like we released early on too with that first night, the second garbage truck that went on fire. That was done by a Wisconsin National Guard member.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we released that. And that's the thing too, is like, I mean, for months I heard that, like, oh, National Guard was out here burning shit, right? And you're like, really? Like, I don't know, like, how are we gonna prove that? And I kept hearing it. And it's like, Jesus Christ. And then, I kind of stumbled upon that. And that's the thing too, is like, so obviously when we release that, obviously there's a bunch of pissed off Kenosha people that are like, what the fuck? Wisconsin National Guard is like burning shit down. So, that obviously went to KPD, and then, ATF contacted us, but yeah, it's like, it's not the first time we've heard different things. But getting the Waukesha document where it's like, okay, well, now this is in writing, and you have another police department that's saying there's another person that was shot. You're like, whoa, like, what the fuck? Like, we heard it. It was verified to me in private, but now I'm staring at a document that says something. And then we already had the U.S. Marshal documents. I already knew I was writing part 2. Nobody knew that, but me. And I released the first article with the Waukesha document because I wanted to see what Kenosha had to say. I knew they were going to fucking respond to that. And they did. And I got called and I got my ass chewed out. When is a police department calling a media company yelling at them?
Right.
Like, don't fucking call me, bro. You're a public information officer. You got a problem. You have your attorney call my attorney. Yep. You know what I mean? Because otherwise you're harassing me, and I'll file a restraining order. I don't care. So yeah, we got yelled at, and that's the response I wanted. We got their attention. And then I fired right back with the U.S. Marshal document. And if you actually read both of the articles, I really just cited what the document said. You know what I mean? And especially the Fed document. I linked videos and audios and cited what the Fed document said, and highlighted a couple of things that were like, okay, Kenosha, what's going on?
So after you got these initial reports, did you reach out to the Waukesha Police or U.S. Marshals for any additional information?
Yeah, we have stuff pending. Excuse me. We have stuff pending that we're still waiting on other response. More clarification. I'll tell you this. Like, one of the Fed documents we got today. So I'll just tell you guys what I'm about to investigate. One of the Fed documents we got today is that they're claiming, and we obviously saw this, but that the Kenosha Fire Department refused to go to structure fires and put the fire out.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, they're worried about their safety, right?
A little bit, but the Fed document outlines in pretty good detail that not only were the feds, but other law enforcement entities providing security detail for the fire department. So if that's the case and you have, protection, the fuck are you refusing to go put fires out?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so we have documentation on that, and some people are gonna have to start answering some questions. So, but yeah, it's like, we get documents, and then sometimes it's good enough to release. Other times we need to chill a little bit. There's tons of documents that we're sitting on, videos, whatever, that we haven't publicly released yet. And that's the thing too with the fourth victim is like, you don't know everything that I'm sitting on. You know what I mean? You don't know how many conversations I've had with way more important people, than I am.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here staring at different types of records. So KPD might be shooting themselves in the foot with some of the response that they're doing. You attack me with a press release claiming something. If you're fucking wrong, that's a problem. You know?
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but according to the U.S. Marshals report, all 4 of these victims were a casualty of Rittenhouse.
That's what the
according
U.S.
to that
Marshals
report
are saying. Yeah.
So, in a night full of people live stream recording with their cell phones, in your opinion, why wasn't this 4th shooting victim documented in any of these video clips?
I don't know. It's questions. I'm not sure. That's even like, with the source inside of KPD too. Again, it's yes, there is a 4th shooting victim. Yes, there are medical records, but it's not being publicly talked about for a specific reason. So, I mean, that's, Then
I also got to ask is like, why aren't there any family or friends of this 4th victim speaking out on this on his behalf?
For whatever that specific reason is, I don't know. There's a million questions, right? And that's why it's open-ended. That's why mainstream media won't touch this, right? It's too scary. And there are open-ended questions. I know that. I'm not dumb. We put it out because, it's not just a, local department that says, hey, and Walkinshaw's document went out at 11:01 the next morning.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you still confused?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The U.S. Marshal document went out at 3:54 a.m. It's hours after the shooting's done. Everybody's done. Everyone left. They're gone. So how the fuck are the U.S. Marshals confused at 3:54 in the morning?
And neither department has issued a redaction of that since?
Nope.
Okay. All right. I can assume you don't know for sure, but hypothetically speaking, what reasons could you imagine why the KPD would be covering a 4th victim?
I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. Normally I would, but with their public attack on me,
yeah.
I don't want to speculate. I'm already, according to KPD, I'm a conspiracy writer and whatever. And, and that's the thing too, right? So it's like, let's just pretend for a second that I am. What's the problem?
Yeah.
How many conspiracy theorists are out there writing about Area 51? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are
if they got nothing to hide, you shouldn't be a threat at all to them.
Right. And realistically speaking, I'm a nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I have 2,400 fucking followers on Facebook. Like, I'm nothing. Right. It's a very unprecedented move by a police department to attack an independent journalist.
Right. It was a nice free plug for you too.
Yeah.
Though.
Thank you.
I'm sure your traffic went up that day, huh?
A little bit. Yeah. Got, started the hate mail back up too. Cause I'm, again, in the public eye
that means
attacking.
you've made it when you get hate mail.
Yeah.
You've made it.
Yeah. It's always a good thing. But yeah, in like our world, we call that the invisible tripwire. Right. So we trip their little wire and they need to protect something. And the question is, what do we need to protect? Another thing that Fed document outlined is, the feds are saying that Kenosha is nervous about the identity and connection that Rittenhouse has with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have redacted lines. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Is that just his little stupid cadet program, or is this something even bigger?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which ties law enforcement with militia, and I mean, there's a lot of things. So I mean, that Fed document outlined a lot of stuff. The Fed document also talks about an ongoing gun battle between militia and protester. I just got that verified by a couple of protesters that engaged in a gun battle with militia. That
you mean like a shots fired gun battle?
Yeah, like they were shooting at each other. Okay. So, and I heard that story before we even got the U.S. Marshal document. You know what I mean? But it's like, okay, well, like the questions you're asking. Well, fuck, we never heard about that. Militia and protesters actively shooting at each other.
Yeah.
And then we get the U.S. Marshal document, and it's like, whoa, bro. Like this document's talking about an ongoing gun battle. So like that's another thing too. Like again, why are the feds saying that this happened? But Kenosha's like, I don't know anything you're talking about.
Right, you're a conspiracy theorist. Nothing happened.
Right. And with all due respect, like U.S. Marshals, I mean, they're,
Has the KPD given you any comment on the Marshals report?
I mean, just the, audio recording that we released with me and Noslik, and I mean, that's a weird thing too. Like, I have the emails, and then, we have, the recorded conversation with me and Naslik, where it's like, do you want to comment on this? Right. The general comment is, we have no comment.
Yeah.
Right. Especially when there's like some really fucked up shit that, you know, especially if something doesn't make a department look good. We don't have a comment.
No comment.
Right. So you tell me that we have no comment, but then you're going to talk to me commenting for 45 minutes? Make up your mind, bro. Is there no comments, or are you overly commenting to, you know what I mean? What like to hide what? To try to make me sound stupid? I'm not dumb. Keep lying to me. That's fine, because
Just building your case more.
Right.
And more.
You're going to look stupid.
All right. In your YouTube video, KPD attacks NSM, you claim that the KPD supplied you with a fraudulent document. You don't really give me any details about that. Can you expand on that part?
A little bit. I can't go into super detail yet because we're not ready to release it. But what I can say is that, I need to be careful how I say this. So we received, so like you hear in the audio where he's like, we can't give you documents on open cases, active investigations. Well, you gave me a fucking document. So that's going to crush their case with the writ of mandamus.
Was the document related to the night of the Rittenhouse incident? Okay.
Yeah. So that's a major mistake. But yes, what I'll say about the document itself is that the document claims that a specific officer was a specific location, and we know for a fact that officer wasn't.
Okay.
Which then leads to question about the legitimacy of the arrest. It leaves the question of, well, why are we putting in writing a location of where an officer was when he was never actually there?
Yeah.
So what are we hiding there? You know? And we're falsifying fucking documents now that are affecting people's lives. I mean, if that's, not corrupt, I don't know what else is. So yeah, it's that part is 100% factual. So we're looking into other elements of the actual document.
You also mentioned you had another piece of evidence that you can't talk about. Is this kind of what you're relating to?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
So what are you waiting for? What needs to happen before you can need to be verified by other sources? Or
yeah, there's some other information that's in the documents that we received that we want to verify. Because like you see everything that we do, we either release audio, video, a document. I've always backed everything up by evidence.
Yeah.
Always. So it's either I'm going to release the document and then everything is going to be blacked out, but then you're not going to believe anything I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's other elements of the document that we're waiting to verify. We got to speak with some attorneys, and they got to get permission from their clients, things like that, to talk to us. So yeah, so once that element's done, then yeah, we'll release that. But yeah, I have no problem saying they gave me some bullshit document that.
Interesting. So, okay, so you got the fourth victim. You got this bullshit document they give you. Do you have any other open-ended questions about how the KPD handled the unrest last year that you can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, there's a million things we can talk about.
Well, questions that we have, like things that aren't answered.
Well, things that, so like, I mean, just like the Wisconsin National Guard member that, started fires on day one. He didn't get called behind that fence until day 3, but, he started the second garbage truck on fire. He was out on structure fire night, lighting things on fire. And then day 3, he gets called to active duty, and all of a sudden he's in uniform. That's a problem.
Has this been verified?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
We're still waiting on the ATF to arrest this person. We just found out some information, of why that arrest may not be happening. Things like that.
Can you go into that at all?
No, not really.
Okay.
Joshua Zeminski, the guy that fired the first shot. Why is he charged with a disorderly conduct, use of a firearm, and it's a fucking misdemeanor? That shot led to 10 minutes worth of death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, that person's essentially a cooperating witness for the state now. Like, why isn't he charged with some type of accessory to murder or, reckless endangerment, something? He just got picked up on arson for August 25th, but yeah, I mean, that's an issue. I mean, we're starting to learn more, the different departments that were actually out there, right? Because you got people that, I mean, even when I was arrested, and you've heard this with, hundreds of protesters, but once Torres turned me over to a marked unit, there's a sheriff that's sitting in the passenger seat, and I'm trying to talk to him. And the KPD officer, who also won't identify, is telling me that the sheriff doesn't exist. He's not there. Don't talk to him. The fuck you mean he's not there? He's sitting right there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't do drugs, bro, but I'm staring at somebody. Like, he's here. So it's like, okay, I want to know who I'm kidnapped by. So we're starting to find out which officers from various departments, and then which departments. We're starting to see a lot clearer of, on both sides, right? What law enforcement's doing, what protesters were doing, because even like in some of these Fed documents that we're getting, or call sheets or whatever from different departments, where, they're identifying, okay, this over here is a peaceful protest group. They're not doing anything. But over here, we've got agitators and rioters trying to break into shit, blah, blah, blah. So you have good law enforcement that's actually identifying a difference.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department called the shots that night. We know that.
Yeah. How so? In what way? Generally, just...
Yeah. So there's a lot of focus and attention on KPD, and obviously I'm going after them as well, and so is everybody else. But there's not enough attention being put on the sheriff's department.
Mm-hmm.
That's something else that was confirmed with Never Stop, is that the sheriffs were the ones that pulled the strings, called all the shots.
So the ones that said when the National Guard pushed through Civic Center Park, that was the sheriff's department call. That's what you're kind of saying.
Yeah. Okay. The different arrests, like they'd allow a protester to continue to do something for 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden 6 vehicles pull up and whatever. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, U.S. Marshals, they were deployed from Portland to come here.
Mm-hmm.
We know that FBI, not only from Wisconsin but Chicago, was out here. So we're starting to see a lot clearer of a picture. And that's stuff that we're kind of slowly releasing and whatever.
So you're putting a puzzle together, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. So I mean, essentially, like if you guys are paying attention to the stuff that we're doing in Wauwatosa, so you have high profile attorneys like Kimberly Motley that's ripping Wauwatosa PD apart. You have Isaiah Holmes with the Wisconsin Examiner ripping Wauwatosa apart. I've been doing stuff to rip them apart. So the same bullshit is happening in Kenosha.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kenosha is a mirror image of Wauwatosa. And if you're paying attention to the stuff out there, then you know exactly what I'm looking at and trying to do here in Kenosha. So.
Okay. Now you're a journalist, you're just seeking the truth, and it sounds like you don't really have any answers. You're just kind of like trying to find the truth here. But you got people coming at you. You say you have a target on your back. Well, why do you believe they see you as such a threat?
Well,
I mean, I can see the KPD maybe, but just like the general public, you're getting hate mail, you're getting...
Yeah, well, because I'm talking about shit that,
I mean, you were concerned about even coming here today.
Yeah.
We talked about that. You expressed your concern.
Yeah, I don't come to Kenosha without a vest and without, an armed escort. Yeah, I mean, there's a multitude of things, right? So, I mean, again, kind of going back to like the early days, would be considered an enemy to the movement, because of my belief system. So you kind of go from, and I'm not saying like I'm like Heil fucking Hitler or anything, but I definitely have said some ignorant shit. But you kind of go from that side and then switch. I mean, I've been called a race traitor, things like that. So, I mean, 2 of my best friends have doxed me, because I sided with the movement, you know, or at least pro movement, whatever. But yeah, you know, and then, you know, you've got white Kenosha that loves their fucking precious police department. And God forbid, you know,
Well, it's the good old boys town. Really.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing. So, you know, you start attacking that, and you start exposing stuff that's easier hidden away and swept under a rug. And again, the same type of stuff with Wauwatosa, where it's like you have Wauwatosa residents that are going, whoa, what the fuck? We didn't know any of this, you know. And you got Chief Barry Weber that's like, well, you didn't have a problem how we policed the community, and then Tosa residents are like, yeah, but we didn't know you fucking policed it this way, right? So, you know, when you start going after a police department where, you know, a police department could essentially be wrong, you know, people want to protect that shit, you know, and then also people want to protect their belief systems. You know, I think as human beings, we operate out of fear, right? A lot. And that's why even the attack against the movement is operated out of fear, right? You know, you got to figure as like white society, we've controlled minority populations since fucking existence, right? And if that, you know, those fear tactics, that rhetoric of, you know, black criminality and like just all this bullshit that's going around, if we start believing in that stuff and those kind of belief systems start getting knocked down, it kind of takes away everything that we thought was real. But yeah, so I mean, stuff like that. I've gotten attacked on that type of stuff. I investigate militia. You know, we exposed a big group that's in Milwaukee and Wauwatosa. You know, I've looked into 3%ers. I've exposed a few of them, and not just like, you know, what a 3%er is or what a Proud Boy is. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, I want to know what you're actually doing behind the scenes. You know what I mean? When you're talking about killing protesters and you're like driving around illegally with weapons in your car, you're fucking snatching protesters up and zip tying them to poles and waiting for police to show up. You know, it's like you can't be doing that.
Nope.
So yeah, so I mean, from, you know, investigating militia groups and, you know, exposing stuff like that, that's obviously painted a big target on my back. I mean, I've gotten death threats consistently. I mean, I've had everything from we're going to kick your ass to I'm taking this, you know, whatever high-powered rifle and blowing your stomach out.
How do you handle all that? I mean, inside you got to be.
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying, bro. I've moved 11 times in 9 months. You know, they dox my address. You know, they'll rip my IP address. You know, I had to get a VPN, but you know, like I'm not working a job because
if you don't know, these are like ways they can track you on the computer, the IP and the VPN.
Yeah.
Listeners that might not know.
Right. So, you know, I got chased out of my job because of safety issues. So it's like, you know, and then when you're constantly having to move around, like that costs money, that, you know, and like you start losing everything. But like that's their intent, right? Is to cause as much harm as possible. And
to make you not a threat.
Right. If I can't talk, then I'm not a threat to anybody. But yeah, it's terrifying. I don't sleep. I haven't slept right. You know, you just gotta be at a point where, you understand what the threat is and that it's a serious possibility. You try to up the security as best as you can and, you know, and move forward.
Sounds like you need a vacation.
Yeah, I mean, that would be that would be great. My vacation is trying to get out to goddamn Minnesota right now. That's where I'm trying to go. But yeah, I mean, it's terrifying. It sucks. It shouldn't be that way, you know, just because of the type of things that I say or the things that I write. It doesn't justify, you know, somebody's lunacy, you know, type of actions. You don't like what I say, that's fine. Just don't listen to me.
Yep.
You know what I
Freedom
mean?
of speech.
Right. You know, we get trolls that come on. Everyone wants to bring up my background. Like I give a fuck. You know, and they try to do whatever they can to discredit me. Yeah. So, if you have to do that, that means your voice is loud enough that people are listening. and like you said, like you're a threat to something. So
And they like to shut that down.
right, immediately. So
Well, I respect that you own up to your past mistakes. You know,
yeah, dude,
you
I'll
don't
tell
shy
you
away
right,
from it.
I'll tell you right now, I was a piece of shit. Like, yeah, I don't hide that. You know, and that's part of, you know, that's part of me, you know, having to take accountability. You know, I've done ignorant shit my entire life, you know, mom and dad didn't whoop my ass, you know, enough to stop me. But, yeah, you know, I haven't drank. Last time I drank, you know, I heard somebody I really fucking cared about. I haven't drank since, you know what I mean? And I have no problem owning up to that. It was an ignorant action. You know, Kevin Mathewson wants to write about it all he fucking wants. Like, I don't care. You know, he wants to, I said a naughty word. I said the N word 5 years ago when I was heavily fucking intoxicated. You know, I basically like pulled a Mel Gibson. I can't even tell you why I said it, you know, what the purpose was. But yeah, I said it, and I'm sure I did because, you know, again, it's kind of a belief system I had back then. It's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, enough. Like, that's like you showing up to, you know, when I used to live at, you know, 90th and Sheridan, like you're knocking on the fucking door, like, hey bro, are you home? No, bro, I'm fucking gone, dude. I moved. Like, I'm not there anymore. But
That's
yeah,
like we had one of our past guests that said someone trying to blackmail them into doing something, and they just said, fuck it. They went right on and admitted to it right on Facebook. And that's kind of, you own up to your shit, and then they got nothing on you.
right. Yeah. And I've been talking about this since even before Mathewson wrote about me. You know, and that's the thing too, like, and I get it, dude. I have domestic in my background. Like, that's horrible shit, right? As a man touching a woman, it's fucking ignorant. We all get that, and at least we should. You know, I had wonderful people that, you know, kind of were in my corner. I had Judge Wagner that handed me a rope and basically was like, look, stupid, I'm going to give you this rope, and you're either going to hang yourself or you're going to dig yourself out of this fucking massive hole you put yourself in. And I chose to dig myself out. You know, there's people like Marcy Brooks, who's a restraining order person in the courthouse and the sexual assault advocate for Kenosha. You know, and I've gotten to work with her. And like Kim Rossi with Circle of Change. So it's like, you know, I've had these wonderful, powerful women that, you know, I've actually listened to what I said, been able to recognize that I have complex PTSD, I have codependency disorder. You know, it's not an excuse, but it's reasons behind certain types of behavior.
Yeah.
You know, a large portion of my life was anger, hate, and violence. I mean, it's all I've ever fucking known. So, you know, I respond aggressively and violently. You know, and, you know, years of treatment then, you know, with PTSD counseling and working with people like Marcy, working with people like Kim. And it's either I continue those behaviors or, you know, I fucking change that. You know, and that's why I quit drinking.
Yeah, everybody gets a second chance, and you're making the best out of it.
You would hope so. It's not how society likes to put it.
Right.
Society wants to continue to attack people and keep them criminalized so they, you know, they can't move forward. But, you know, I don't know. You know, they don't know the work that I've done, you know, behind the scenes. They don't know that, you know, I've written accountability letters to my ex-wife, whether she accepts it or not. You know, obviously in like those domestic situations, right? Whoever the offender is, whether it's male or female, you know, they sit and lie, right? And they're going to gaslight and they're going to put the blame on the victim. So everybody that I lied to, I wrote accountability letters. You know, I wrote to her parents. I wrote to my parents, my best friends. You know, listen, man, I fucking lied. You know, I said all this time it was her, and it wasn't. It was me. You know, people don't know that shit, and like, fuck them. They don't need to know that. But you know, I run a support and awareness group for domestic violence, sexual assault. Like, people don't know that shit either. You don't know how many victims I've actually helped around the country, how many offenders I've talked to, how many offenders I've gotten into these domestic violence programs.
Yeah.
How many victims just here in Kenosha, where KPD wants to charge the offender, bro, like beat the fuck up type victims, fucked up. And KPD wants to charge them with the disorderly conduct. The fuck is that? So, you know, at least trying to get them in with Marcy, where, you know, they can get a 4-year restraining order. And at least in the restraining order, it's tied to a domestic, you know, to help somehow. People don't know that shit. You know what I mean? Like, and they shouldn't, 'cause, you know, like, I'm not out here for fucking recognize me,
Yeah,
you know, especially with that type of stuff. But I don't have a problem, taking accountability.
All right, well, you're kind of all about fact checking. You're not saying there definitely was a fourth victim. You're asking questions.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you're owning up to this stuff. I respect that. How important is critical thinking in journalism and seeking the truth to you?
I think it's extremely important. I think it's important for all of us, right? Where, even when we have these police-involved shootings, right? So the police and the media want to criminalize the victim immediately. Whereas if, especially victims that have guns in their hands, and if we are able to use the critical thinking where, let's just stop for a second and let's start looking at the videos, analyzing, especially with like Adam Toledo in Chicago. The kid had his hands up. There's no gun in his hand. He complied with every directive that CPD gave him. But instead of just saying, oh, there's another black person, they had a gun, fuck this person, good for the cop. No, when the gun is not in their hand, when they're laying face down on the ground and the cop comes up and executes them, like we have to look at that. I'm okay if you have the gun and you shot at the cop, that's it. It's done. But once the person is down and the gun is out of their hand, you know what I mean? Even in Mount Pleasant with Tyrese West, that gun was not in that kid's hand when Sergeant Geisey fucking shot him in the back of the head. You need to use those critical thinking skills for that. And as a journalist, it's extremely important because, I may have a bias, right? I'm a human being. I'm going to have a bias towards different things. But when I'm looking at a document, when I'm looking at a video, you know what I mean? I cannot sit there with that bias of, oh, fuck this cop, right? He shot this guy.
Yeah.
We get sent videos all the time around the country. We were just sent a video of another police-involved shooting. And it's like, fuck, man. Like, I don't know. I think the cops got this one right. You know what I mean? Right. Like, you can't be actively firing at fucking police officers and not expect to get hit. But yeah, we have to analyze the documents or videos, whatever records we get, whatever we hear from sources. And it's important to dissect all of that. I try not to put weird narratives on stuff. I try not to put spins on stuff.
I've noticed that. You're right. You get the point across pretty plainly and simply.
Yeah. I mean, it's no secret. Like,
all right, chat. I'm going to end it there. They are walking back into court finally. There's only a few minutes left of that anyway, but yeah, hopefully that gave you guys a bit of insight on the company, on me, whatever. You see how transparent I am. I don't give a shit about talking about things and answering questions and whatever. So something a little different than what we normally do during breaks. So I don't know. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. So here we are back to the Mark Jensen trial. Thank God. Coming back from lunch break. Please be sure to like the stream if you like what we're doing over here. Share it out. That helps. There are some links for appreciated donations if you guys want to contribute financially. You just heard about cost of records during that interview. And I will say, since I've started exposing things, we get charged a hell of a lot more now. And yeah, so that's what those donations pretty much go to, is cost of records. It does help, for travel, the time spent, in editing these videos and getting them out to you guys and all of these types of things. So it goes towards a lot. It helps, guys. Every dollar helps. If you can't afford it, that's cool. Please just share the videos then, find content that you like, whether it's an article, a video that we've put out, and share it out and be like, hey, check this article out, check this platform out, check this video out, whatever. We encourage, discourse on this channel. So I don't give a shit what sides you are on politically. Let's all chat. Let's learn from each other. Let's respect each other. Let's create a cool community of people that can, get along and
record on Mark Jensen.
have conversation. Here we go, chat.
CF 314. The appearances are the same. The record should reflect the jury is not in the courtroom. With that, which attorney wishes to put something on the record?
That would be me, Your Honor. I will indicate that defense counsel Jeremy Perry and I have been discussing the interview transcript, and the state has told defense counsel which portions of the interview we intend to play, and we've got the transcripts of those intervals also. Now, it's my understanding that defense counsel Jeremy Perry intends to cross-examine Paul Ratzberg about things that were not within those transcript clips. In other words, he wants to cross-examine Detective and Lieutenant Ratzberg about statements that Lieutenant Ratzberg made elsewhere in the interview. And the state's objection is that it's hearsay. And the defense argument is that it becomes relevant because their position is that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to read this entire transcript. And so therefore, Aaron Dillard's statement about what Mark Jensen allegedly told him was informed not by what Mark Jensen told him, but by what Aaron Dillard read in the transcript of the interview. So it's sort of a conditional relevance. The condition precedent is that they need to establish or show that Aaron Dillard read this interview transcript. So I don't have a problem with them being able to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg eventually about the statements that are contained in the interview transcript, assuming they meet that condition precedent. But however, I don't think they can meet that condition precedent. I don't think they will be able to meet that condition precedent. So I don't think they should be allowed to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg about his statements in the interview until they've established that conditional precedent to wit that Aaron Dillard had read or had an opportunity to read this transcript.
What exactly does the defense want to cross this lieutenant about that is objectionable by the state?
It's nothing. I'll be very specific. It's nothing new. This all came in 2008, and the last thing that Mr. Jamboys just said is that to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to view this transcript, and we're going to establish in this trial that that there was a transcript. Obviously, there was a transcript of this interview prepared. It's going to come up in mere moments. That transcript was sent to Mark Jensen 4 days before Aaron Dillard got to the Kenosha jail. And what I'm going to be asking this declarant about are statements that he made in it. I'm not going to be asking for Mark Jensen's responses. And it's precisely the information that Aaron Dillard then parrots in terms of claiming that Mark Jensen told him. Now, the state in its opening statement said the only way Aaron Dillard could do that is if he heard it from the mouth of Mark Jensen. And we have to have an opportunity to show that there's another way for that statement to have come into Aaron Dillard's possession, and this is that direct way.
But you're not going to ask this witness that this is what Aaron Dillard said. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask him what Aaron Dillard said. I'm going to ask him a handful of statements that he made to Mark Jensen in the interrogation. I'm not going to ask for Mark Jensen's responses. That's it.
I think he can ask what he said.
Here's the problem, Your Honor. First of all, I certainly agree that he can cross-examine Paul Ratzberg, and cross-examination in the state of Wisconsin is wide open. He's not restricted to what I ask about on direct. However, in order for him to cross-examine, he's got to cross-examine him on a relevant proposition. It's got to be something that's relevant. The fact that Detective Ratzberg, for example, at some point was talking about asphyxiation, which I think he was in the course of this interview, that's not relevant unless they can show that it's relevant. And their argument for relevance is that Aaron Dillard saw that or read that, but they can't show that Aaron Dillard read that or saw that. And
It is true this came out in the last trial, but I've had an opportunity to read the entire transcript of the last trial, and there was simply no evidence that Aaron Dillard ever saw this interview transcript. None. So in order for it to become relevant, they'd have to ask the jury to speculate that Aaron Dillard read this portion or read this interview transcript. There's simply no evidence in the record of the last trial that Aaron Dillard ever saw this. And Aaron Dillard will categorically deny that he saw this. Now, I acknowledge Aaron Dillard. They're going to challenge his credibility, and rightfully so. There's a lot of questions about his credibility. But he's denied that he ever saw it, and they don't have any evidence that he ever did. Now, if they want to put Mark Jensen on the stand, Mark Jensen can testify that, yeah, I showed this to Aaron Dillard. Then they'd have some evidence that Aaron Dillard read this. But right now, and at the last trial, they never presented evidence that Aaron Dillard ever read this transcript. That's my objection is that the cross-examination on what the detective said elsewhere in the interview is not relevant.
Well, one thing I want to be clear, the defendant does not have to testify. We're not going to get into that. He has an absolute right not to testify.
Oh, I agree. And I certainly didn't. That's why I certainly wasn't going to say this in front of the jury. I'm just saying that the only evidence that they could present that would show that Aaron Dillard actually read this transcript is if it was Mark Jensen, because there were only two people in the cell at the time when Aaron Dillard was reading the stuff. Aaron Dillard will testify as to what he was reading, and he'll testify he was reading the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing.
Well, let me ask this question. You said, I thought you were going to play the whole interview.
No, that would be over 4 hours.
All right. So you're going to play 45 minutes of it.
Yes,
right?
we're just going to play. There's a variety of sections of it that we're going to play.
So I'll go back to the defense. Exactly what are you going to ask this lieutenant? Is it about statements he made outside of the interview?
No, outside of the 45 minutes that are going to be played, but part of the interview. I mean, I'll just tell you, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 statements that he made.
Give me the 5 statements as an offer of proof.
Okay.
By the way, Your Honor, for the record, the state will stipulate that he made those statements. We've got them on video. And
I think they still have the right, even if you stipulate, they still have the right to ask the question.
They don't have the right to ask the question unless it's relevant, and they've got to show its relevance.
I'd say this. The state made this relevant in their opening statement by saying that Aaron Dillard, there's no other place he could have gotten this information. And we will show, and we'll have to show, otherwise we won't have a closing argument on this. We'll have to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to get this information from someone other than Mark Jensen.
I'm gonna let it in, just to be safe. I've been tough on the defense for relevance, and I think the last time I said it goes to the weight, and if it's 5 questions, what this witness said in the interview, I think it's an appropriate area to get into. So let's bring the jury back, and we will continue.
Okay, there we go, chat. Apparently in some interrogation video that we're not going to see, or we might see that part. I don't know. We haven't seen it yet, but I've said this on the stream before when we played Aaron Dillard's testimony in 2008. He is not credible. I don't like this guy. Something's wrong. He's reading transcripts. I said it. He's reading stuff, and then he comes up with this. The interrogation happened in 1999. Okay? They didn't change their whole emphasis on this case until 2002 after Dillard, came forward. And there's this allegation about Jamboy selling cocaine to Dillard. I'm telling you, chat, something is wrong. There is a massive corrupt thing going on here. And now the defense is saying that the detective showed Dillard a transcript of all these other things, which is where Dillard gets the Mark Jensen confessed stuff. Chat, let's hear what happens on this subject. I'm telling you, something is wrong with this case. And holy Christ, if Mark Jensen gets found not guilty on this. Wow, this got spicy, chat. Here we go. Share this out. That was a great ruling by Milosauskas. I like that. He's letting it in. He's letting it in, chat. Let's see the danger level that this goes to. Start playing the theme song from Top Gun, Danger Zone. Man, this trial just got spicy.
We're back on the record again on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back on time. Again, we had a short delay. We had to do some work here. We were actually working, so I want you to know that. So the witness is still under oath, and I believe, Mr. Jambo, you're going to play a video.
Well, I will very shortly, but there are some additional questions.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ask your other question.
Thank you. So I'm going to address you as by your title upon retirement, Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg. Sometime after the autopsy, you did get information back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer that you'd seized from Mark Jensen's residence. Is that true?
Yes.
And so there was some of the information that was on there related to email communications between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte.
Yes.
And what kind of inference or what kind of suspicions developed in your mind after reading those emails?
Well, they seem to be having a romantic affair and seem to have a personal relationship.
And in a case where one spouse is suspected of murdering the other, the fact that the suspect's spouse has a girlfriend prior to and at the time of the homicide, that's relevant information.
It can be very suspicious.
So did you at some point decide then to go talk to Mark Jensen about this information?
Yes.
Now, when you went to talk to Mark Jensen, you didn't initially tell him all this additional information that you had, did you?
I did not.
And that's a common thing when you're going to interview a person who's suspected of a crime?
Yes.
You want to have more information in your mind than they think that you have.
Yes.
And furthermore, just to explain this to the jury, can you tell us about some of the kind of techniques that a law enforcement officer may use, or techniques that you did employ in this interview with Mark Jensen?
Well, when I interviewed Mark Jensen, I did a couple of things. One, I was expecting him to lie to me because he was denying any of the pornographic photos being left around the house. In fact, I did chit chat with him about it, and he had that. So after 5 years of telling the police department that no, he knew nothing about it, and then to come in that day and say, yes, I did it, I didn't find that to be obvious that that'll happen. So some of the decisions I made, one was to play good cop, bad cop, and I also lied to him during the interview. I told him certain things, and one in particular was information that came back from the crime lab. And that's commonly done and is part of our training in law enforcement, that we can lie to suspects trying to get the truth and what it is. And sometimes we play good cop, bad cop. And all that is designed to have the suspect or the person you're interviewing or questioning to tell the truth.
Now, at some point, for example, in this interview, you had confronted Mark Jensen, and you told him that you'd sent some of these photographs that had been left around the residence in the years preceding Julie's death, that you had sent that to the state crime lab, and they compared handwriting on that to his handwriting, and they'd concluded it was a match. You told him that, correct?
Yes, I did.
But that's false. I mean, the state crime lab had never done such an analysis, had they?
That is true. No, they did not.
So you lied to you lied to Mark Jensen about these the handwriting, these photographs, in order to elicit information from Mark Jensen.
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to play some of these interview clips now to you and ask you. I'm going to play a clip and then I'm going to ask you about it. Okay?
Thank you.
Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil is going to play it. She hits it off her computer. This is State's Exhibit 26, Your Honor, the first clip.
Thank you.
I do notice some of these on here don't have your name on it. Emails. Okay. From, I don't know, you probably saw them come through here.
12.
98, okay. Which is about a month before. Who's Kelly? I'll let you email her, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Who's Kelly?
Actually, I think this was stuff off of. Oh, it's actually at default. Who? This is all work stuff that I was accessing.
Oh, well, I'm gonna figure your photo away that.
That was, actually, she is my boss's secretary.
Oh, so she just did Racine now.
No, she is in St. Louis.
Is she a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Known her?
No, since I've done that. She's my philosopher.
And that's what, you know, this is all work related here. I didn't see work related, Mark, to be honest with you. Can you think of a couple different, I'm trying to find some more here. So, here's some here. You know, like here's the Kelly, and this is back September 4th. Don't want to work, I just want to beat on my drums all day.
My drums all day.
What does that mean? You got all the drums?
Song, no, it's all song.
Okay.
Just by, you know, the marketing weird and stuff like that.
Okay, but these are emails that you sent to her, she sent to you, not from Julie or anything like that. These are actual.
Right.
Okay, because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th, and all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys can confer back and forth on.
Yeah.
This one here is a repeat on it. I was wondering,
You know, things get slow, you know, just get a ton of emails. They don't come all over the company.
Now, how did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand.
That's probably one night access to that because.
You could have called up from your computer, you could have called up to Racine and then downloaded this to your computer.
It was actually out of St. Louis. You could get email out there. They said they changed the system and you can't get in there anymore. There was a time when I could. You know, about in the afternoon, you need to check your email or something like that. You could do that from home.
Okay.
And that was, you know, they shut down that part of the system and had problems with it.
So actually you were at home then, like let's say you're on, I can't see that, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were home and then you called up this stuff, work with me here, and these were the messages that you guys exchanged.
Yeah, it would have been something from. You email somebody and you email back and kind of you get like this long thing going. People respond to them.
And this one here, I'm here on Friday, September 4th. Don't want to work, I just wanted to beat on my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. Now, this is a message from you to Kelly. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Was Kelly a girlfriend of yours or?
No, just a friend. She was, what's that like?
Now, there was a transcript made of that recording. Is that true?
Yes.
And you've compared the transcript to the original?
Yes.
And the transcript is a true and accurate rendition of what was said?
Yes.
And I have to say the sound quality on that was not the best. the sound quality, apparently not the sound quality here either, but the sound quality there was not the best, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the screen. Now, is that big enough for you to see that? Or I suppose I could make it a little bit bigger here. Let's see. Can I move this over somehow? From where you're at?
Yes, I can.
So the first question is, you're talking about these emails that you found on the from the state crime lab sent back to you, correct?
Yes.
These were on Mark Jensen's home computer.
Yes.
And you're getting to this issue about whether or not Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte are having a sexual relationship at around the time of Julie's death, correct?
Yes.
So you posed the question. I do notice some of these on here, though, have your name on it, emails. Answer, okay. That's what you asked him, and that's what he said?
Yes.
And then you asked let me find one here. You probably saw it when you thumbed through here. Answer, yeah. Question, these here, is there a date on these? 10/12. Question, 12/98, okay. Which was about a month before, yeah. Who's Kelly? That's you emailing her, I'm assuming. Answer, yeah. Question, who's Kelly? Actually, I think this was stuff off of, it was actually at Stifle. So instead of telling you who's Kelly, he's redirecting and talking about, I think this was stuff at Stifle, correct?
Yes.
And then you ask who, and answer is, this was all work stuff that I was accessing. And you reply, oh, you're over my head here, and laughter. And then he finally answers the question. Actually, she is my boss's secretary, correct?
Yes.
And you ask, oh, so she's in Racine now? Answer, no, she's in St. Louis. Okay. Is she a friend of yours? Answer, yes. Question, you've known her? Answer, well, since I've been there, and she is my boss's assistant. So again, he's trying to make it sound as though this is just work-related. Kelly Labonte, I mean, yeah, just a...
Judge, I do object to the state's characterization of just interpreting these things instead of just asking the question.
Why don't you rephrase it and ask questions, Mr. Jim?
So your purpose at that time was to ask him about his relationship with Kelly Labonte, correct?
Yes.
And he's just telling you all kinds of things about Kelly Labonte, except that she's his girlfriend. Right?
Yes.
So you ask a question now, and I guess this is all work related here. It didn't seem work related, Mark, to be honest with you. Can you think of a couple of different, I'm trying to find some more here. So here's some here, here's Kelly, and that's September 4th. Question, I don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Answer, beat on my drums all day. Question, what does that mean? You got a set of drums? Answer, that's an old song. No, it's an old song. Q, okay. Answer, just about, the market being weird and stuff like that. Question, okay, but these are emails that you sent to her or she sent to you, not from Julie or anything like that. These are actual, answer, right. Because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you just skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th. And all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys conferred back and forth on. Answer, yeah. Question so like this one here is a repeat on it. There was one there. Answer, when things get slow, we just get a ton of emails. Okay. How did this? Answer, they're from all over the country. Question, how did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand. Answer, I probably one night accessed that because, question, You could have called this up from your computer, or you would have called up to Racine and downloaded this to your computer. Answer. It was actually out of St. Louis. You could get email out there. They suddenly changed the system and you can't get in there anymore. But there was a time when I could, if I was out in the afternoon and if you needed to check your email or something like that, you could do that from home. Answer. Okay. Answer. And that was, they shut down that part of the system because we were having problems with it. Question. Okay, so actually you were at home then. Like, let's say here I can't see that far, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were at home and then you called up this stuff, work with me here. These were the messages that you guys exchanged? Answer. Yeah, it would have been something from, how does email work? When you email somebody and then they email back, it kind of keeps it and you get like this long thing going and then response to that. And question, this one here on Friday, September 14th, don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. This is a message from you to Kelly. Answer. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Answer. Was Kelly a girlfriend of yours or answer? No, just a friend. So on April 21st, 1999, when you raised this issue about Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen told you she was just a friend.
Correct.
I'm going to play the second clip.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair here with Kelly, or maybe you're seeing her now, Kelly, now?
No, now they have.
Okay. Now they have. So she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating?
Friends
Or a fair statement of dating, or what do you
she was calling maybe a dating, but she's not. She's a friend hanging around together.
Well, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now, somebody that you date right now?
Right. No, I wouldn't. That's not, no. Okay. No, that was not. No, I understand where you're going. No, that's the point in time.
So before Julie's death, you didn't have any type of, you had limited contact with her.
Right.
Now since her death, what's transpired?
Went down to St. Louis a couple of times, saw her. She came up a couple of times.
You guys are dating or seeing each other at this point?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but not beforehand.
No, the times when you guys tried to see her would be this business function when I had around St. Louis for a meeting, like in November.
Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me? And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that?
This is how all this opens up with other people because they see somewhere in business meeting trying to get Julie. And I get late to the meeting the next morning, it goes up that night. On the phone, and you start talking to people about it, and you move to what happened last night. It's difficult. Friends in the office and things like that.
So you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and gone out. That's a fair statement?
I guess fair statement, maybe, well, if I could get a chance either. Maybe kind of give or take, maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Because really what's going out, it's more just hang around and get to her.
So you're trying to, I guess, I'm trying to smart some of the kids the nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and a woman would, maybe kissing or having sex? I don't want to pry creep heavy here, but are you having to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar having a drink?
Or it's not at the bar.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a big question of the word.
So you guys aren't necessarily lovers, but, you know, and I'll be honest with you, I find that just a little hard to believe. If you go stay overnight in St. Louis with her and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single, I don't know. I'm assuming that, or divorced or something like that. It would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were, that there isn't something a little bit more. You know, that, you know, you're sleeping together, I think that would be a reasonable assumption. I know, I would be, I'll be honest, you know, and I don't know, maybe you are, or maybe you're not.
Okay, you know, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay.
Prior to everything, prior to January, we had none of this friends. Good friends, I mean, we're more of an acquaintance, and maybe it's about her 3 or 4 times. During that period of time, we were friends during last year.
You mean 98?
98, okay. And went down there in April, the office opened in June, that was open somewhere in October. But every couple months. More than it was mostly on the phone when I was talking to him.
Before December.
Right, exactly.
You met with her 3 times?
I had see her 3 times because the office opened, but we were never alone because it was always business situations.
After Julie left, that's going to be more of a serious relationship. Would that be a fair statement?
I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious. I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31.
No kids?
No kids. I think I'm done. Where she's going, I don't know. Yeah.
But your relationship's a lot more serious than it was before December. And I would assume that you're spending the night down there with her, and she's coming up here and spending the night with you here in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie, whatever. So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her, not? Yes. That would be a fair statement. Or true statement, I should say.
We had a lot there since then.
Okay.
But there was nothing like that
prior to. How long did you know her before?
April.
Is that when you moved, switch companies?
Correct. And again, I mean, talk to the one that stands out here because it's on here is Kelly, but there were others too. Not others from the standpoint of, but other girls, he has emails and banners and like that, because
I didn't see any other ones there. I don't know what I see here, but Kelly.
Okay.
Are there some other ones that you communicated with?
Well, do like Dawn Cooper or Crystal Man. I mean, yeah, but they're all.
But they're not.
You get a little.
So obviously you and Kelly had a little bit more back here than the other women that you communicated with, because I don't see any of them on here. No, this one here is, feel free. 10/12/98. I don't see, I looked through all the computers, and Kelly's the only ones that you downloaded here.
Okay.
I don't see the other girls that you mentioned. Who were they again?
Crystal Man, Dawn Cooper.
I haven't, again, we're more than free to look here.
Okay.
But I haven't, because I've been through this at least once, and those were no ones that I saw.
It'd be the same kind of stuff, I mean, just be, it's nothing, it didn't reference specific work issues with the office.
And these weren't work issues here.
Right.
These were more kind of,
a little banter going back and forth.
Right, some trivia, as you have it marked here, trivia questions and all that stuff that comes back on here.
Yeah, that's what you email us, exactly. It's this little email, just our fun.
And this is more social than it is.
Exactly. That's all it is. You get
Professional.
from person to person, jokes with me and things like that, and we get passed around something.
One thing too I wanted to cover, and I forgot to mention it too before, was when I went, these are all the reports that I, since 92, and I noticed in Julie's diary here too, she was keeping notes on what was going on.
Right.
Right, and all that stuff. And Officer Cosman primarily investigated this. I investigated it probably about 2 years ago, where I made contact with Perry. And because Julie was consistently complaining. And we eliminated Perry completely as doing any of that stuff at your home. What also Officer Cosman did, I remember her mentioning, in fact, he was out in New York at the time. She said you had some photos of her at your house.
Lieutenant Detective Rathsberg, the audio was clear on that, so I'm not going to go through line by line. But you start off by indicating, so I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair if you're, with Kelly, or maybe you're seeing her now. Kelly, are you seeing her now, Kelly, at all? No, now I have. Now I have. Question, so she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating? Again, he's not coming out and saying that. He's saying, answer, a friend, or question, would that be a fair statement of dating, or what do you mean? Answer, I guess you could call it maybe a dating, but she's a friend. We hang around together. That's about it. Okay, well, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now? Answer, no. Or somebody to date right now, right? Answer, now I would, but back then, no. Question, okay. Answer, no, that was not, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was. It's further on. No, that was not, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was. Question, okay, so before Julie's death, you didn't have any you had limited contact with her? Answer, right. Question, now since her death, what's transpired? Answer, well, let's see. What's the time frame here? Went down to St. Louis a couple times, saw her, she came up a couple times. Question, so you guys are dating or seeing each other at this point? Answer, yeah, exactly. Question, okay, but not beforehand? Answer, no. The times we got to, I'd see her would be just business functions when I go down to St. Louis for a meeting. Question, Answer, like in November. Question, Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me? Answer, exactly. And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that? That's answer. This is how all this opened up about our people, because I'd be eating somewhere in a business meeting trying to get Julie. Question, And I'd be late to the meeting the next morning because I was up half the night. Question, on the phone. And you start talking to people about it, and look what happened last night. It's a support group, friends in the office and things like that. Question, so you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and been going out. That's a fair statement? Fair statement? Yeah, I guess it's a fair statement. Maybe, well, it's like the kids, David made a comment the other day and said, maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Question, yeah. Answer, we really haven't gone out, it's more just hanging around. The kids are there, and it's question. So you're kind of, and I'm not trying, answer, well, question. Mark, hit the nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and woman would, maybe kissing or having sex, I don't want to pry being heavy here, but are you heavy to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar and having a drink? Answer, it's more like stopping at the bar, but the big question is where? Question, so you guys aren't necessarily lovers? Answer, no. Question, and I'll be honest with you, I find that just a little hard to believe. If you guys stay overnight in St. Louis with her and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single. I don't know, either that or divorced or something like that. Answer, divorced. Question, it would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were that there isn't something a little bit more. Answer, but if, question, you're sleeping together. I think that would be a reasonable assumption. Answer, right. Question, I know I would be. Answer, I understand. Question, I'll be honest, and I don't know. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Answer, well, not okay. To be perfectly honest with all that. Question, okay. Answer, prior to everything, prior to January, we were just friends. Question, Answer, good friends, but friends. I mean, it was more of an acquaintance. I saw her maybe 3 or 4 times. Question, During that period of time when we were friends, it would be 88, sick last year. You mean 98? Answer, 98. I'm sorry. Okay. I went down there in April and the office opened in June. Appleton opened somewhere in October, but every couple months more than, it was mostly on the phone, I was talking to, question, before December. Answer, right, exactly. You met with her 3 times. Answer, I'd seen her 3 times since the office opened, but we were never alone because it was always business situations. Question, okay. Answer, after Julie's death? After Julie's death sometime. Question, it started to be more of a serious relationship then? Would that be a fair statement? I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious. Question, yeah. Answer, I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31. Question, no kids. No kids. Answer, no kids. I think I'm done. And where's she going? I don't know, and that's a question, but your relationship is a lot more serious than it was before December. Answer, exactly. Question, and I assume you're spending, I'd assume that you're spending the night down there with her and she's coming here and spending the night with you in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie, whatever. Answer, right. So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her then? Answer, yeah. Question, that would be a fair statement. Yeah, we've gone, question or true statement, I should say. True statement, we've gone there since then. Okay, but there was nothing like that prior to. Prior to, no. Prior to, no. So how long did you know her before that? Oh, from April. So during the second part of the interview, he was starting to open up a little bit about Kelly, but still dramatically understating, in fact, misrepresenting the nature of their relationship.
Yes.
I didn't hear what? But still understating or actually misrepresenting the nature of the relationship.
Yes.
Me doing all the photos, yeah, I mean, they're wrong, and I was reading the photos of them. It wasn't you. It wasn't me. I might have, and I don't recall knowing what I was writing on, and you guys always wrote at one point. But, I can't specifically recall writing anything on it, but I kind of want to gauge, but I can recall what it was used.
The photo that you wrote on then, is that the one you gave to Julie? And
might have been, usually it was a bunch of them at one time.
what did you write on the photo?
I can't recall. Other than that, I just remember.
But
Doing something like that or something like that.
Did you tell Julie you wrote on the photo?
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I did 3, 4, 5 of them, and that's correct.
So what you basically
But I
saying?
think that was way back, like the very beginning of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
This was kind of, if I recall, and again, I can went through the reports here, but I recall that it was kind of about midway because this was going on for a little while. And we first election, I said to Julie, basically shit or get off the pot. We'll be happy to look into this for you. We don't want somebody prowling around your house and all this and that. And the areas that they got into the house, at least according to Julie, you guys could not figure out how this person got in there. And we absolutely ruled out Perry. Perry did not do it. There was nobody else that would have a motive to do that, with the exception of you, okay? Because you were pissed off about the affair, so forth and so on. So, I mean, we have all this, and for you to sit here today and tell me it wasn't me, I find very hard to believe, Mark, I'll be honest with you. Okay, I do. And it really doesn't matter if you did or not. I mean, Julie's passed on. It's not a big issue. But when I go back and I look through some of this stuff, and I see all what's happening here, and, you know, I've been real nice to you. I treated you, and I felt sorry for you. You got a couple kids and all that stuff. And I'm just trying to wade through this because I just want to make clear in my mind what all occurred here. Because later on, when I have somebody else ask me, I mean, I'm the police detective assigned to this case. I mean, I can't sit here and say, no, I don't know. Okay? And then for you to come in here and basically lie to me, saying that you didn't leave around the photos when we know for sure it was your handwriting, which you admitted to, which was handwriting on your photograph, and it wasn't Perry. I don't know who else would have any type of motive to do that. You obviously are well-educated, well-versed, and you can use a computer, and the pictures appear to be at the crime lab like they were somehow, and this is over my head too a little bit, is superimposed on there. And so I don't know who else would have left them photos around besides you. And it doesn't matter here. No, I guess what matters a little bit to me, and I feel a little hurt here, is that, you know, I'm trying to help you out here, and, you know, trying to look through this with you, let you know what's going on, what we have here, and you're not being 100% with me. No, I'm trying to. You know, and I just want you to cooperate with me so we get down to the bottom. Now, you left the photos around there, right? Am I right on that? Can you give me that? Did you leave some of them there?
There were times when I get stuff in the mail. I wouldn't give it to her initially because it would cause a great deal of upset and that wasn't helping us. There were times I just threw them away when I got them, but I mean, in terms of having the photos,
Did you leave them around? Did you leave them around the house?
No. No, I did not. I mean, absolutely not. I mean, but there were times when I would just throw them away, when I would take them someplace, like in the garage for a while, and then bring them home. So she knew what was going on.
I guess it's so that I'm clear here, I don't understand.
In terms of,
You would get a photograph in the mail with her in it, showing her with a man's penis.
yeah, and that was the stuff that was very early on. I got that in the mail at the office.
Okay.
In the mail.
Okay.
I remember one of the girls, this was way, way back, coming in with an envelope full of pictures. My secretary going, don't even want to know what that envelope was.
And then with Julie's picture on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do with the photograph from work?
That was all very early on, and that was given to her. And I gave it to Julie. At one point, there was a full garbage bag of stuff that I didn't think she had found stuff around the house. So,
But the photograph, I
in terms of me, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have the pictures to do anything with that. They'd be there. She found them. She did find them. They were left around the house. I thought she would find them in the shed. Things like that.
And you put them there in the shed for her to find?
No, I would give them to her. I never put them around the house for her to find them. If I got them in the mail, I mean, I know I didn't give her everything right away. Some of it I just threw away. I understand what you're saying. I might have about that if I got this. This was over a period of what, 92 to 5 years.
and again, when I'm talking to you here, it seems like you're all skirting the outsides here, okay? I can't get a kind of a straight answer from you, okay, Mark, okay? That's why I end up having 100 more questions.
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, but and I'm just trying to nail the hammer on the head here with a nail, okay? I'm trying to get right to the point here. You're telling me, in a roundabout way, that you get these photographs with Julie sucking a man's penis at work. Okay? You would bring that photograph home and leave it around for her to find, or you would show it to her. Now, before you said you would leave it around for her to find, so you were leaving some of the photographs around the house. I mean, you just told me earlier you did. Now you're saying to me you did.
I'm sorry, it's also a question.
I know, I understand. I mean, I just kind of want to get through this, Mark, and I'll be honest with you. We can get through this, because it's a curiosity, I guess, I have to satisfy in my own mind, because anybody looks through here, see, this is all of them here. I mean, we got, 96, 93, all of them from here. Julie and Mark Jensen, Perry, here's that one, back in 93. And I was always under the opinion that you were leaving the photographs around the house. I was always under that opinion, okay? The crime lab says this. The only one that seemed not to believe it was Julie. She's now passed on. I understand, and I sit here today and I'm saying to myself, why would Mark lie to me about this when it really, number one, doesn't matter. And number two, you left the pictures around the house. I mean, there's no question about that in my mind. And you come into it saying, well, yeah, I did some, but I didn't do all of them, and all that. Let's hit the nail on the head here and move on. Let's put this issue down. It's not like you did anything wrong, okay? It's just
I understand, but
some record things that we gotta keep track of here. So tell me straight, Mark.
I don't know where the pictures came from. It would be left on the truck. Maybe left in the mailbox. I'm sure at times when I did something with the pictures I had anything written on. We're talking about a 5-year time against sugar. I'm sure it had it thrown away. There were times that there was a time I put some in the shed. Let's pick on that in the shed. I seem to recall something like that. Specifically doing that. I can't remember it. It's that. There's time that me and those the pictures, writing on there, something like that.
So for the most part, you left the photos around the house for her to find or for you to find when you in fact got that work, but you said you found it in the work shed?
Exactly. I did a stack of it, it was very upsetting that we never came to the forefront. Our relationship suffered for it.
So I recall at one point you were telling her that, well, this is you and Perry doing it, when in fact you didn't know that for sure, that it was just.
It was a picture that got an acre than anybody.
Of all the pictures that you had there that you left around the house, how many did you leave around the house? There were quite a few pictures that you left.
There were, I can't even begin to quantify.
More than 10, less than 10? I think it's probably more than 10.
Oh, it's definitely more than 10.
Yeah.
So it's definitely more than 10. Now, but when I would do that, I get this stuff, we're trying to hang on to it from an evidence standpoint.
Well, she turned the majority of them over to Officer Cosner.
Right.
And at that point, reading through these reports, you realized that you guys suspected Perry did it, but in fact you were doing it. That was pretty much along the lines of our suspicion. And I find it hard to believe that I'm sitting here today talking about it. Again, we're talking 5-6 years ago, that you That's the majority of them pictures around the house. One, you said you found them, when in fact, you really did, you had them from work or wherever.
I already find them around the house, because I did. I mean, I did find them around the house, but it was a question of showing them to her. I mean,
And you ended up showing the majority of them to her.
exactly, yeah.
Although they, go ahead, please.
How many times do you have to see pictures like that and get reminded of it before they do? You kind of, it's a hole, you put it away. I put them away, and then something would happen, I get pissed off again. I pull them out, and I found it in shut.
In fact, you had.
I had, yeah, I mean, they accumulate them for weeks.
Now, why would somebody send that to you in the mail? I don't understand that. I mean, we cleared Perry of doing it. Okay, we went and talked to them and all that. Now, if they were sent to you at work, there would have to be a mailing. I mean, this is the first, reading through these reports, this is a little bit different than what the police reports have to say here, is pretty much police reports say that you found the photos all over the house when you know now that you didn't. If they mailed them to your office, who was mailing to them? There has to be a return mail on there. I mean, if we would have known that at the time, we could have, right, postmark. We could have done a lot more with it at that time, but you didn't tell us about that. Am I right, or did I miss something?
No, there were very good ones were mailed to the office early on, the first year or two. And that was when I was in Prudential in Milwaukee. That was when I got stuff in the mail. That, I can't recall what the time frame that was. But there was stuff left around the house.
So somebody, you're saying that some of the stuff you left, go ahead, please, you can always say that.
Some of the stuff I'd give them. And then I'd say, I found it in shut. And it'd be a way of giving it to her without saying, and hanging on to the stuff. Nothing basically. And, I mean, but in terms of, how was that going? I was looking stuff. It's false, the same trap as the phone calls. I know Julie told me that at one point. Everyone thought I was making a phone call. And you have to be sitting on a couch in the living room together. And the phone would ring. I mean, you couldn't possibly, I'm sitting there with her, so she knew it wasn't me. There's times with the pictures, I know.
So you misled her, which in turn misled the police.
Yes, I mean, it was not a malicious standpoint, it was.
You were pissed off at her.
Pissed off at her.
And you were pissed off about that relationship which she had with Perry.
Right. Because our relationship was never really quite, well, she was never quite. She changed after that point, and I don't know.
Mark, just, as we're going through this, just be straight with it.
Okay, I'm trying to be, not all black and white.
So in that exchange, you were trying to get Mr. Jensen to acknowledge his participation in this long-term, years-long harassment of Julie.
Yes.
And he did own up to some of it.
Yes.
But he didn't own up to all of it.
Correct.
He was still denying that he was the source of these photos.
Yes.
And he indicated at that time that he'd received some of them in the mail at the office, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to people at his office, right?
I did.
And none of them ever saw any photos like that in the mail.
That is correct. Yes.
And you learned that in these stockbrokers' offices, the stockbrokers are not allowed to open their own mail. Is that true?
Including personal mail. Yes.
At a stockbroker's office, all of the mail is opened by a single person at the front of the office, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed those people.
I did.
And nobody ever received any photos like that in the mail.
They did not.
Now we're going to go to the next interview segment. So that was 53, line 15. And what portion did you want read? Call posing to him the following question. I'm directing court and counsel's attention to page 55, lines 12 through 17. Do you recall posing the following question and getting the following answer? Question, you didn't make them? Answer, I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason. I mean, that's the way I found out about the whole thing, was I got actual photographs. And then question, line 16. Okay, in the mail. Answer, in the mail from them at the office. And you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers also in this interview?
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct you to the next clip.
I didn't make them. I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason, and that's the way I found out about the whole thing. When I got actual photographs. In the mail, program. But you know,
And that was a repeat of what I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that I had the pictures of them and just put them on a copy machine constantly? Because, you know, I don't know. You know more about it than I do. You were, I mean, I like to go by with what I read here. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, copying them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling along for 5 years. But you were dribbling some of them out. It'd be over a period of what I'm talking about, and that standpoint, it was accumulating for maybe 3 weeks, a month, maybe 2 months. And you'd end up with a little pile of them. And we were trying to keep this stuff from the evidence standpoint. There was no reason to keep it. It was just kind of from the evidence. But yeah, I did this off and then I back on it. I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question that you didn't. I received the stuff. I accumulated it.
I think so, because I didn't hear it. And also because the sound quality was not the greatest on that. So this, it's getting warm in here, huh?
Fleck for January 18th, 2023. It's very warm.
And it's even warmer inside the courtroom than it is outside the courtroom. Okay, so directing your attention to the screen, the answer was, do you think that I had the pictures of them? And just question, I don't know, Mark. Put them on a copy machine constantly because, you know, question, I don't know. You know more about it than I do. You were there. I can only go by what I read here. Paul, let me tell you, I didn't do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, copying them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling them out over 5 years. I mean, that was question, but you were dribbling some of them out. Answer, it'd be over a period And what I'm talking about from that standpoint, it was accumulating them for maybe a period of weeks or a month, maybe 2 months. Question, answer. And you'd end up with a little pile of them. Question, answer. And we were trying to keep this stuff from an evidence standpoint. Otherwise, I have no reason to keep it. It would have just been thrown in the garbage. Question, yeah. Answer. But yeah, I'd get pissed off, and then I'd say I found them. I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question of, did I receive this stuff? I'd accumulate it. Now we're going to go to the next transcript, clip 6.
We have a rocky marriage. You know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not, because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. You talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know? And I wish you'd just come out. Now, something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd. I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I've taken very patient, been very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of explanation here, and you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. You know, she couldn't get out of the bed that morning. I think that it comes to that, you can ask about Mom's condition that morning. She couldn't get out of bed. You wanted to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing. You know, the little sexual thing going on that morning. There was nothing happening. She was in bed. Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? I mean, you got mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house. You know? I mean, did you get mad this time and, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something? Paul, what the photographs I'm talking about is we have a little argument about something and I bring out the pictures that had been accumulated.
Now, directing your attention to the screen, and we're talking about maybe 2/3 of the way down on page 70, it's line 18 through line 25. At this point, you're raising the question what happened on the morning of December 3rd. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
The morning of Julie's death.
That is correct.
And you posed the question, okay, we have a rocky marriage, you know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. Answer, on the pictures and that. Question, well, you talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know, and I wish you'd just come out. Now, if something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd, I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I take very patient and very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of an explanation here. And you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. Answer, Paul, there was nothing. There was nothing. Question, answer. She couldn't get out of bed that morning. Question, Answer, I'd hate to have it come to that, but you can ask David. Question, Answer, about Mom's condition that morning. Question, Answer, she couldn't get out of bed. He wanted to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing. You know, there was no sexual thing going on that morning. Question, Answer, there was nothing happening. She was in bed, asleep. Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? You got answer, no. Question, mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house, you know? Did you get mad this time? And, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something. Answer, no, Paul. Those photographs I'm talking about is we'd have a little argument about something and I'd bring out the pictures that had been accumulated. So that was about the 3rd, and then it transitioned into this discussion again about the photographs being left around the house in the years preceding Julie's death.
Correct.
Now I'm going to proceed to the video number 7.
what, you're the only one that can explain anything here. And I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left? So let's kind of, so I got this framed in my mind. Let's go back, we talked, it's 6:30 in the morning? Right, okay. She's not feeling well. Right. Okay, go from there. We're gonna feel what happened that day.
She was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored, raspy.
How was it? Maybe
She was having a hard time. I mean, how old was she? It was a very deep breath.
Okay. Okay. And you could hear phlegm or something like that, and
It sounded like the windpipe was being restricted. She was hardly, I'm not even sure she was coherent.
she sat up in bed.
She sat in her bed.
Okay.
David tells me that, because we talk about it, David tells me that I was holding her up, supporting her. And I guess I recall that I was sitting on the bed behind her, with the kids were on the bed sitting, kissing her.
Good morning, or whatever.
Good morning. Yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't get up, so she was in bed shape. And then she,
When you said shape, was she talking, or?
hardly.
She was sitting up in bed, so she had some strength. She's sitting up in bed, but you guys talked that morning, or what?
It was very, very weak. No, I really had no conversation. I think she indicated that she was okay. But she, she was not able to move around and function. She took the other sleeping pill. Yeah, the kids went to school.
How many should take it 12? Because that's the first one, that's the Abrium, right? So this would be her second one? She took one the night before, right? And now she's taking it out.
I think it's within the third. Okay. First one was the morning, second one was the night, third one Thursday.
Okay. As prescribed.
Right.
Okay.
And she was asleep. But she was on the bed, she went to sleep. I was over, came home, and she was gone. And
Now, you were home from 7, we started at 7:30, and all of a sudden we jumped to noon, or 1 o'clock, but somewhere in that time frame. There was a lot of stuff that happened in between there.
during the morning, she was just,
She was sleeping that whole morning?
she was asleep.
Now, when you went to work, did you wake her up and tell her to look for work? Okay, you just left for work. She slept from, she got up, 7:30-ish. Okay, kids said good morning, kids go to school?
Kids went to school. Okay. I think that was preschool, David got on the bus.
Okay. And then you took him the day to preschool and came back?
Right.
Okay. And then what did you do at the house during the day?
Talked to the office about it. Went around and picked up a check from a client. Yeah, they ran out for that, and they came back again.
Okay, which client did you pick up the check from?
Ed Codlin.
Who?
Ed Codlin.
Codlin?
Codlin.
So you didn't actually go back home then? You went home and then you went back out?
Right.
Okay. You called the office then on the 3rd. Then you went to Coughlin and you got a check from him. Where does he live?
Down the street. Lake Shore.
Okay.
There's a word to it. I think we're out of his mailbox.
Okay. He was aware of that ahead of time, left it out there for you, I would assume? Okay, then what?
Went back home.
She still sleeping?
Still sleeping?
You didn't touch her? Hi, how are you? I'm home, you need something to drink, something to eat? No, I'm sure, I know when they're checked on it.
So directing your attention to the screen, you started out your interview or this portion of the interview by saying, I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. At the time you made that statement, I'm thinking there's an accident. Were you actually thinking there was an accident?
No, I wasn't.
You were actually thinking something quite different than that.
Yes, I was. I was trying to make it easier for Mark Jensen to tell the truth or to tell me what actually happened.
So you're basically inviting him to provide you with some explanation of an accidental death.
Yes. And I also couldn't rule out the possibility that there was an accident, but I wanted to cover all the areas.
And so the question continued, I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left? Answer, she could hardly sit up in bed. That was your question, his answer?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you ask a little later, you ask the question, okay, go from there. We got to feel what happened that day. Answer, she was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored and raspy. That's the question that you posed, and that's the answer that he gave?
Yes.
And then later you asked the question, okay, and you could hear phlegm or something like that. Okay, answer, it sounded like the windpipe was being restricted. So he acknowledges that that morning on December 3rd, it sounded to him as though her windpipe were restricted.
Yes.
In response to the question, the answer he provided was she was hardly, I'm not even sure if she was coherent. Question, she sat up in bed. Answer, she sat up in bed. Question, okay. David tells me that we talked about it. David tells me that I was holding her up. Question, answer, supporting her. Answer, I guess I recall that. I was sitting on the bed behind her as the kids were on the bed sitting, kissing her. Good morning. Question, good morning or whatever. Answer, good morning. Yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't even get up to go. I should have called that morning. She was in sad shape. Question, what do you mean sad shape? She was talking or answer, hardly. Question, she was sitting in bed, so she had some strength. She's sitting in bed. What do you guys talk that morning or what? Answer, but very, very weak. No, I mean, we had no conversation. I mean, I had to say she indicated that she was okay. Question, okay, then what happened? But she was not able to move around and function. She took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school. And then you go through the Ambien, and he indicates that she took a total of 3 Ambien, one Wednesday morning. Yeah, the first one Wednesday morning, the second one Wednesday night, and the third one Thursday morning. That's what he described to you?
Yes.
And again, the question is posed at line 10. Question, she was sleeping that whole morning? Answer, she was sleeping. She was asleep. Question, but she got up 7:30-ish? Answer, right. Question, okay, the kids said good morning. The kids go to school? Answer, the kids went to school. So now we'll go to the next video clip.
Yeah, the neck area. Okay, she was asleep on the sleeping pill. She was out. Asleep on the sleeping pill? She took a sleeping pill. Okay, she was out, okay. To move her required a lot of force, a lot of effort. Okay, let's take her up. Mark, how about this?
I think she was laying on her back. I was funny breathing, I remember. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep.
Why would you roll her on her side while she's sleeping?
She was having the babies and the kids. You don't mind flat on their back because they cough right now.
Okay.
And you do it on the side, so
Okay, so now you rolled her up on her side, kind of like the way we found her?
right. I mean,
You may have or
I
may not.
did, but I may have put her in that position, and that's where she was. I mean, if there's an arm play, it might be because I rolled her over when she was there, because she was out on the sleeping pill that morning.
Okay. So now, about what time you're thinking, before you left for work?
Yeah.
Before noon,
Before noon.
you're picking her up because she's breathing funny and putting her up on her side. Okay.
Rolling over, she was. Yeah, because that morning I was sitting behind her. No, you were right about that. I was sitting behind her and she was sitting on the bed with the head put behind her. When the kids went to school, I laid her back down and she was on her back.
And you rolled her up to her side.
And I grabbed her and rolled her over.
So once again, you're later in the interview, you're talking with him about her condition on the morning of December 3rd.
Yes, December 3rd, 1998.
And the answer he provides, okay, she was asleep on a sleeping pill. She was like out. Question, sleep on a sleeping pill? Answer, she took a sleeping pill that morning. Answer, and you said, okay, and answer, she was out. And then you asked, to move a required, answer, you said, oh, I'm sorry, question is okay, answer, to move a required, and then you interrupted and said, question, a lot of force, and he replied, answer, a lot of effort. Correct?
Correct.
And then question, okay, Mark, how about this? Answer, I think she was laying on her back and with funny breathing. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep. And then he explained that he did that because of the baby thing with kids. You don't lay them flat on their back, correct?
Correct.
And then he confirms that when he rolled her onto her side, it was kind of like the way that you guys found her, correct?
Correct.
Now I'll proceed to clip number 9, video clip number 9.
I'm still under the opinion here that there's something accidental that took place here.
Well, you know, what I don't understand, what I've been spinning on for 4 5 months, is where what was going on with her to cause the condition she was in. I mean, she didn't get out of bed. I mean, they have to know that her physically, she was wrecked. There was nothing in her system. She wasn't eating. It got to the point she wasn't even getting towards the job. I tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat. Didn't drink water the last day. She tried Thursday morning and choked on water. Couldn't get it down.
I thought she slept most of that.
She did. It was early. I mean, early when the kids got up. Funny breathing. I'm sure there was water or something in there.
Well, she had to get up to get the water.
I brought it to her. She did not get out of bed.
So you did have some conversation. She asked to get a glass of water.
No, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David. And after the fact, I think she was giving me indications like nodding her head or something like that. But David said that she couldn't talk that morning.
We're just going to go to the next clip then. Now, again, directing your attention to the screen, you started out this phase of the questions with question, I'm still in the opinion that there's something accidental that took place here. Again, was that your opinion that there was something accidental that took place here?
Not necessarily, but I certainly wanted to rule it out also.
And once again, he indicates that she didn't get out of bed.
He does. Yes.
And again, he confirmed she did not get out of bed that morning.
Yes, that is correct.
And question, so you did have some conversation. She asked you to get a glass of water. Answer, no, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David, after the fact, I think she was giving me indications like nodding her head or something like that, but David said she couldn't talk that morning. That's what he told you at the time of this interview on April 29th, 1999?
April 21st, 1999.
1999?
Yes.
Now we're going to clip 10.
I think one of my questions was that throughout the reports and through everything that was said and done, what happened that morning specifically?
Let me grab that. Okay, I'll let you guys.
On the morning that she died, did she get breakfast? Did she get out of bed?
Didn't get out of bed.
She stayed in bed?
Very hard time breathing, could hardly move on her own.
Okay, and what time was that?
6:30.
6:30, she was having a hard time breathing? I mean, were you concerned that this would be something life-threatening?
I was very concerned about it.
I mean, as far as life-threatening?
Yeah. Because the breathing was.
Did you contact your doctor that day?
Not that day. I seen him the day before. But it was a big question in my mind as to whether I had to call the ambulance that morning or bring her somewhere.
Okay. Well, what was your routine that morning? I mean, 6:30, I said she was having a hard time breathing. Did you get ready for work? I mean, did you get the kids ready? What was
Kids ready, gave it a bus, took up to preschool, came back, got cleaned up a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Like 9-ish, 10, something like that.
10 o'clock, you got it?
Check from Columbus.
Okay.
I ran it, I can't remember exactly what it was, I remember popping out of the house a couple different times for different things.
Okay. When did you actually leave the residence?
We're getting to the office at around, I think it's about at lunch and get a Burger King or something, but somewhere around 11.
Did you say anything to her before you left? Did you check on her? Did you see if she needed anything?
I was going to call it, I remember we rolling her over at some point. She was on her back early in the morning, at some point during the morning.
You rolled her?
Rolled her over onto her side.
I guess what I'm asking is prior to leaving the residence for good. Okay. Did you check on her and just say, hey, you okay, you need something, you need to get you a glass of water, do you need to get you something? Did you check on her at that point?
Well, she was out of it, she had taken a sleeping pill that morning, so she was totally
She was in and out?
out of it, yeah. The day before, I put her out there at all. She was.
Okay. I guess what concerns me a little bit is that at 6:30 in the morning, she's having a very difficult time breathing. Okay. Some point in the morning hours, you roll her. Okay. You leave for work, you don't really check on her. Okay. That's what kind of concerns me a little bit. Okay. I mean, somebody who's having a difficult time breathing, that's how we live. I mean, we breathe.
Right.
I think what bothers no care in calling a doctor. You know, I mean, granted, maybe in the morning that you wanted to, but I'm saying, you're leaving the house, you're leaving her there. Okay, she took a sleeping pill, she's on some medication, she's not been feeling well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that just seems a little odd. I mean, she, you know, she's your wife, you know, granted, I know about the problems that have been going on.
Well,
But I mean, you know,
that's not one.
no, but you know, I mean, you know, she's the mother of your children, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, why would you not check on her? Especially, you know, before you walk out the door.
I mean, I did at some point with her.
Okay, because the time of death, I don't know if Paul has told you, it's in between, you know, 11 and 12 o'clock, somewhere around that time frame. Okay, you're home, supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is that you roll her on her
Well,
side.
I rolled her, that has to be before I left, given I was earlier in the morning. And I know she was breathing at that point.
Why would you roll her? I mean,
It sounded like she had stuff in her throat. I guess it was not that she was trying to cough it up, it just doesn't.
okay, so she's having problems breathing. Do you think there's something in her throat?
Sounded like it was raspy.
Okay.
I couldn't tell what it was. You know, she had that breathing the night before too, not as bad.
Ratsburg, during the bulk of this exchange between the defendant and Detective Heather Berg, you were not present in the room, is that true?
That is correct.
But you've listened to this video several times?
Yes, I've listened to this video. We also had a monitor set up in my office. So when I left the room, I was monitoring the conversation in my office.
And you've compared the video to the transcript, and it's an accurate transcription?
It is, yes.
And once again, the defendant confirms that Julie Jensen did not get out of bed on the morning of December 3rd,
That is correct.
that she had a very hard time breathing,
Yes.
that he recognized it was life-threatening.
I don't recall him saying that on there, but I think that is something.
Directing your attention to the screen, question, were you concerned that this would be something? Answer, definitely. Question, life-threatening? Answer, I was very concerned about it. Question, I mean, as far as life-threatening, answer, yeah. So he confirmed that he considered this to be a life-threatening experience that she was having.
You are correct, yes.
And he confirms he did not contact the doctor that day.
Correct.
And he confirmed that he rolled her onto her side.
Yes.
And he confirms that when asked the question, did you check on her, to say, hey, you know, are you okay? Do you need something? Do you need me to get you a glass of water? Do you need me to get something? The answer was no. And then the question, you didn't check on her at that point? Answer, well, she was out of it. She had taken a sleeping pill that morning, so she was totally. Question, she was in and out? Answer, yeah, out of it. Yeah, I mean, the day before I couldn't rouse her at all.
Yes, that is correct.
How much more direct do you have?
That was the last, how much more direct? I've got more direct, but that was the last of the interviews.
I think the jury is,
I think it'd be a good time to take a break.
yeah, they earned their break this afternoon, folks. Thank you.
Wow, chat. Holy God. This is spicy. We are losing our minds over on our YouTube platform. We have a juicy conversation going on over there. This testimony is interesting. Very, very interesting. We're going to do a little breakdown recap like we do at the end of these streams from an investigative journalist point of view, some things that I'm catching, that is putting a little bit of doubt. Now, right after lunch break, if you guys weren't here and you tuned in a little bit late because they started late anyway, there was some argument between both sides in regards to this testimony, in regards to the jailhouse snitch, Aaron Dillard. If you've been following our streams and whatnot over the weekend, we played a full stream of jailhouse snitches. We didn't get to all of them, unfortunately, but we played a bunch, especially Aaron Dillard, because Dillard allegedly came forward to say that Mark Jensen confessed to him while he was in jail. Now, if you've been paying attention to the case of Mark Jensen in general and followed the pre-trial hearings, there was an allegation that defense brought up stating that District Attorney Robert Jamboy sold cocaine to Aaron Dillard, which elicits basically like it was a bribe to get Dillard to testify in the 2008 I think it was after the 2008 thing, or maybe it was before. I might be confused. Whatever. Supposedly he sold drugs to I think it was after, because he wasn't a DA in Kenosha at the time, something like that. So, it was after. Jamboy was also admonished and kind of got in trouble for after the conviction of Jensen, when all the appeals were going on. Jamboy wrote a letter to one of the federal judges of his basically opinion of all of this and whatever, and that was improper. That was all pretrial stuff. Now, after the lunch break, the lawyers came back. Okay. JK, Jamboy allegedly sold cocaine to the jailhouse snitch. When they came back from lunch, the lawyers argued about this testimony, and the defense won, shockingly, because they've been shut down with some stuff lately, in regards to this 1999 interrogation interview with Detective Ratzberg and Mark Jensen. Okay. So it took a full year for them to finally interrogate him. No, Dillard did not sell drugs to Jamboy, the other way around. The DA sold drugs to the jailhouse snitch. Allegedly. That's what the defense claims. And this was brought up back then too, I guess. Okay. So this interrogation that happened in 1999. Okay. Law enforcement did not charge Jensen until 2002. And what they used was like the photos that were around the house. They used the emails between him and Kelly for motive. They used the computer stuff. They used all these different things. They could not determine exactly how she died because they thought it was antifreeze, but it's Benadryl. They don't even know what's going on. Okay. They finally charge him. So he ends up in jail. The defense today made an allegation, and they presented a valid argument and an offer of proof. It doesn't mean it's proof, but their argument offers a offer of proof that Detective Ratzberg showed Aaron Dillard this 1999 transcript of this interrogation, which is the an alternative way, let's say it that way, an alternative way of how Aaron Dillard would have known so many specific details, and not that Mark Jensen actually confessed to him while they were in jail. It was also stated, and Jamboy touched on this, that Jamboy showed Aaron Dillard this transcript. Back then, we're not talking about today, because he's coming. He's going to testify. It probably won't happen today. I would assume tomorrow, because I think this is the direction that we're headed. But that Jamboy also showed Aaron Dillard the transcript, which again shows their offer of proof of an alternative method of how Aaron Dillard knew so many details about this entire case, and that Mark Jensen didn't, in fact, confess to Aaron Dillard. So they argued back and forth, and the judge agreed with the defense that they are allowed to ask questions on 5 statements regarding this interview thing. They're allowed to question this detective. Chat, if this actually happened, okay, because we don't know yet, because we got to see what the defense's, cross-examination is, what their questions are, and how they attack the testimony of Detective Ratzberg. But chat, if this is true, this happened, that is going to create so much doubt in this case. That is going to just scream corruption. And we have been talking about the corruption in this case, evidence tampering, losing evidence. We watched the video today, and they're over here touching crime scene stuff and don't have gloves on. This guy's filming the vehicles, and then you hear him close the door because the car door was open, remember? And then he closes the door to walk through the garage to film the license plates. He doesn't have gloves on. He said in the video, I don't know if the car door open is pertinent to the investigation or not, but he's touching it without gloves on. And then they're over here examining evidence in court, still without gloves on. This is crazy, chat. This is crazy. This isn't, I'm telling, dude, if this is problematic for the state. This is problematic. This is just, chat, this is why I investigate Kenosha so hard. Because they are so corrupt, and the DA's office is so corrupt, chat. For those of you that don't live here, it is so bad out here. This is going to be probably, if they prove this, if defense proves this, or even if it's such a great inference that this happened, you may see Mark Jensen walk. You may see a mistrial get screened immediately. You might have wrongful arrest, wrongful incarceration. Oh my God, chat. We are going to break down some of this testimony, though. We're going to talk about Mark's, interrogation video, because there are some things that are just screaming over on Facebook and YouTube. YouTube is on fire today with the chat. They are pointing out details, everything they hear. They are commenting. This is crazy. Denise on YouTube says, yeah, touching the drugs with no, I can't even breathe, with no gloves on. Right, touching the Paxil with no gloves on. Phew, I know this was in the late 90s, chat, but oh my God. Get an oven mitt at least. This is crazy, chat. This is crazy. Wow. Chat, we are getting deep. Finally, the YouTube platform is on fire. They are paying attention. This is what I wanted from you guys. This is why I kept pointing out all these discrepancies, and it was arguments for days with us. And now YouTube chat is on fire, pointing out all these crazy things happening. Holy Jesus. This case is a mess, chat. This is a mess. This has been a mess since 1998. I'm telling you, this. You see why this is so important for us here in in Wisconsin. This is such a big case for us. And these are the exact reasons why I investigate this department, this prosecuting office, this city in general. Oh my Lord, chat. Dude, do you see me? I'm over here losing my mind over here. Look, chat, if I'm just sitting here with my arms up like this, I'm just kind of chill. But if you see me like waving my hands and I'm clapping and I'm losing my shit, I'm standing up, chat, you can't even hear me over here. I'm going crazy with some of this stuff. Now, it does sound like Mark may have, put some of these pictures around, or they at least it's, I don't know, suggested, even if he found them, somebody else did it. It sounds like he at least still used them to kind of mess with Julie. So he was leaving some stuff. So that's going to paint some serious doubt there on the totality of all these pictures. At least for me, it does, right? There's definitely some doubt on, look, yeah, I mean, it sounds like maybe he was putting all the pictures. But at least we know, even if he didn't initially put all these pictures, he did at some point use them to kind of mess with her. So that little problematic for her, or for him, I'm sorry. There's some things with the we just heard him where he does move Julie's body. I want to talk about this at the end. I don't want to bring this up now because I want to recap some of this stuff. I want to talk about this at the end of chat, the stream, like we do every day. We just kind of recap real quick. I'm going to put some doubt in your guys' mind, or at least point out all the discrepancies that I've heard. And again, chat, I'm not advocating for this guy. I don't like this guy. Let me just be clear about that, because there's going to be people that try to clip that I'm a pro Mark Jensen person. I'm not, okay? I'm not advocating for this guy. He's not innocent by any means. We're at least seeing, we know, and we've talked about this before, the theories behind the state and the defense and whatever. We know that Mark Jensen was watching her die and did nothing. But does that mean he did what the state says he did? Or did Mark Jensen just see an opportunity and then just ran with it? And then we know we watched her, right? So is that considered first-degree intentional homicide? Or what is that? If that's what it, comes out to be, that he didn't actually intentionally do anything to her, but he just, it was whatever happened with her, and he just sat and let it play out type thing. So we are going to recap for sure at the end of the this stream. Now, remember, chat, we are at the 7-hour mark on the live stream. We only have 1 hour left on the stream for Facebook. Facebook only allows us to stream for 8 hours. There's nothing I can do about that, and I'm not going to keep ending streams and doing part 1s and part 2s. It's too hard to get viewers to come back, and sometimes, the platforms don't notify people that we went live a second time. So when the 8-hour mark comes up, the stream on Facebook is going to end like it's been doing every time, but we are still live on YouTube until the end of the court day, and then do a little bit of recap. So for those of you that are not like perma-banned or whatever on YouTube platforms and IP banned, because some of my Facebook chat is, which sucks, please come over to the YouTube channel to continue following our coverage. We'll let you know when there's like a 15-minute window there, and we'll post the YouTube link in the Facebook chat so you guys can easily switch over. That's why I tell you guys, subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to YouTube and hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live, you know when we upload videos. All of you on YouTube, come over to the Facebook page and like and follow the page. So you guys have, these alternate platforms to watch us on. Also, while I'm over here doing this, I'm posting breaking news on the Facebook page. We have an officer-involved shooting in Racine. I forgot to mention that way earlier. That's been going on for hours now. And I got reminded because I was texting my corporate media buddy about the whole Dillard situation. And he's like, oh, shit, I'm stuck out here in Racine with an OIS. I forgot to mention this earlier. He reminded me. That's why I'm bringing it up. Derek Chauvin requesting a new trial, saying he didn't get a fair trial. Already, people are responding. about this is again become just political left versus right in the responses. That is pissing me off. Chat, oh my God. But it's starting already because we posted that Derek is asking for a new trial and the politics are coming out like crazy. Yes, Monica. So, and we posted the reasons why, because of it was heavily publicized, the riots in Minneapolis, the $27 million settlement agreement to Floyd's family, all of these things. The post is on Facebook. You can read why, all of that stuff. What else did we post? There's something else. There's a hostage situation that a chat member sent me. I gotta look at that. We'll post something about it later. And then we will put, and after this, please give me time because I've got 18,000 things to do. Plus I am still working on 4 investigative stories. I'm doing that in the background over here too. So, we got open records request I'm filing while we're watching this trial, and I'm communicating with, law enforcement on different things. What else did I want to say? The Derek Chauvin thing. We will pop video up on the YouTube channel. What else did we do? What other breaking news? Waukesha police chief. So, Waukesha again, right? This is with, Darrell Brooks and, that whole thing, right? So we saw the police chief. I was at these press conferences. I was at the Brooks thing. So we know who Dan Thompson is. We know the city of Waukesha, Wisconsin, because of Darrell Brooks' stupid ass, right? So Dan Thompson, caught in the airport yesterday, Mitchell International. That's the Milwaukee airport. This goofy ends up bringing a loaded G word in his carry-on bag and gets stopped at TSA with 6 B words. Those are the things that come out of the G word. 6 of them in the thing and 1 chambered. And he only gets like a $700 and something fine, and allegedly no special treatment was given to him. Could you imagine, chat? Could you imagine if one of us walked through the airport with a loaded G word? Are we just getting slapped on the wrist and, hey, sorry, $767 fine? No, we are not, chat. No, we are not. We're getting thumped on the head. We're going to jail. We need bond money. So there's a lot happening in the background, chat, a lot that I'm doing over here. We're going to break it down. Be sure to subscribe everywhere. Share it out, please. There's links if you guys want to help with financial support. That really helps us cover this. I think, dude, chat, we've said I may not be able to cover this case because of financial reasons, but I'm ready to go homeless over this trial.
Mark Jensen,
because the corruption and tampering with evidence in this trial is absolutely insane.
Witnesses still on
Here
the
we go,
stand.
chat.
Lieutenant Rasberg still under oath. You can continue with your direct, Mr. Jambos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Ratsberg, I know you haven't committed this entire interview. To memory, but directing the court and counsel's attention to page 81, line 24. Recall posing the following question. Okay, so that means there was some type of contact in the bedroom while you were there. There's no other way. There's no other way to explain it, and the only person that was there was you. I'm willing to work through this with you, but we need to find out what happened here. Answer, Paul, I did not do anything to hurt her. I did not. There was a question between myself and the kids that morning, whether or not to call an ambulance. Question, Answer, take her to the hospital. And the kids wanted to stay home. Her breathing was funny. She could hardly get out of bed. I mean, it was a god-awful situation. The bruising probably came from her getting up. I didn't hit her. She got up and she fell. She hit her head. I remember her telling me that. She got up to go to the John. I don't know what happened, but anybody who was sitting there having a hard time breathing and telling you that they're okay she was in no condition if you want to try to do something sexual to do it. Do you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you were conducting this interview with Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999, at that point, you had not received any information back from any toxicologists indicating the presence of ethylene glycol in Julie, had you?
That is correct, yes.
Now, on the day of April 21st, 1999, when you interviewed Mark Jensen, when Mark Jensen came to the police station, he had his son David with him. Is that true?
That is true.
And did you talk briefly with David as well?
I did.
And David was just a little boy at that time.
He was.
Now, I'm going to show you another exhibit.
Yes.
And so what is State's Exhibit 42?
State's Exhibit 42 is the day planner that we recovered from the Jensen home on December 3rd, 1998. You saw it in the video and so forth. It was inside that briefcase underneath his desk. And then on top of that, in the photos, you'll see that it's leather bound, and this was inside of there. And I recovered this from the Jensen home December 3rd, 1998. That would
Now,
be State's Exhibit 42.
the jury has heard testimony about something called the blueprint that occurred November 5th, 6th, and 7th. Is there any notation in that book about November 5th, 6th, and 7th?
I'm here at it, and I don't see blueprint on there for November 5th. You could maybe direct me, please.
So, directing your attention, these are not, the page is not numbered, but it's got 2 pages where the entire month of November is laid out there, correct?
Correct.
And for the 5th, 6th, and 7th, is there any notation in there?
Yes, November 1998, there's a star, and it says blueprint, and then it has MGR 130, and then 930. On Friday, November 6th, there's another star that says blueprint, and then on November 7th, which is a Saturday, it says blueprint.
And this is in Mark Jensen's day planner.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. Now, after the section you had just described where November 5th, 6th, and 7th indicate blueprint, then in the next few pages, there's a series of pages where each page is a different day of the month for October. Is that correct? I'm sorry, for November.
Yes.
And there's a notation in front of you. Which date is set forth in front of you there on the book that I've opened there too?
Monday, November 9th, 1998.
And is there any notation about something happening with the carpeting?
Yes.
Read the jury what it says.
Puked on carpet. The whole thing, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Right return, puked on carpet. Model of chairs are right over weekend, but got into it, whether to clean to, it's a little scrambled, the writing. Let me start over. But into it, whether to it cleaned. And I can't make out the other words. Then but below that, there's some Bloomberg, and then something about another word I can't make out, chairs.
I don't care. I was just wondering
Very
about
good.
notations that pertain to puking on the carpet. That's set forth November 9th.
Yes, sir.
And what day of the week is November 9th?
That is a Monday.
Sometime before December 3rd, 1998, you'd seen a series of photographs that Julie had taken that included pages from Mark Jensen's day planner. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of those photographs portrayed a Post-it note with a variety of things listed on it. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did you look for that Post-it note in Mr. Jensen's day planner on or about December, sometime after you seized it on December 3rd?
Yes.
And did you find that Post-it note?
The Post-it note? No.
Now, you also made reference to finding Julie's, the log that she'd maintained of harassment.
Yes.
S44 and ask you to compare this to the log that's already been received in evidence, that book right there. I don't remember what the exhibit number is in that book. So can you tell us the exhibit number? It's on the plastic bag, I believe.
The book is S34.
So S34 is the original hard copy of the log that Julie kept of the harassment that she experienced.
Yes.
Now take a look at S44, and this is a photocopy of that, and starting with the partial review of past. So
Yes.
compare those pages to these pages in Exhibit S44.
This is a true and accurate copy of this state's item number 34.
I move it to S43 and S44 now. It's S43 for electronic version, and that's what we'll be accessing using a computer.
So it's 34 and 44?
43 and 44.
43 and 44 then, okay.
Do you have a copy of that?
So directing your attention to the screen, can you read that? I can make it a little bit bigger, I think. So this is the partial review of past that was contained in Julie Jensen's day planner, the one that you found, I'm sorry, the harassment log that she kept.
Yes,
And this was found in, where was this found?
this was located in the Jensen bedroom in her desk area there, or the dresser.
So she describes this as starting on January 19th, 1992.
Yes,
And then this first page proceeds down to 4/20/92.
yes,
Start the next page. And she's describing predominantly hang-up calls at this point, correct?
yes,
A wide variety of hang-up calls all the way through December 3rd, 1992. And this, she's describing this as a recap continued.
yes,
More hang-up calls at home, December 7th, 92 through
yes,
28/93, correct?
correct.
And she describes on 11/4/93 a report made to Ron Cosman, and she gives the case number.
Yes, that is correct.
She describes how mailbox parts are being ordered because they had problems with a variety of other issues like the mailbox and flat tires on Mark's truck.
Correct.
So on August 25th, 95, she made a complaint to Ron Cosman, and who suggested a trace again through Ameritech.
Correct.
And from September 6th to September 27th, 95, there was a trap and trace, and there were no calls to report.
Correct.
Then October 25th, the hang-up calls start again.
Yes,
And on November 95 through January 96, she's indicating very active, calling Mark's office and leaving photos, correct?
correct.
So on November 15th through February 1st, 95, again, there's a trace on, correct?
Did you,
It says from November 15th to 12/1/95, trace on.
yes,
And here it indicates that on November 20th and November 22nd, there were some calls,
Yes,
but they did not seem to be related to this case when those were investigated.
I recall investigating a hang-up call with the Jensens, and I can't recall what year it was, but they had a hang-up call that they reported to Ameritech, and we obtained a address, and it was in the area of Kenosha. It was behind the old Kmart on 52nd Street, and I checked out the address, and I determined that it was just simply a wrong number. However, that wasn't and that was only the one time. So there was one time that I investigated personally a hang-up call and found out that it was just an incidental hang-up call.
So just February 3rd, 96, there was report number 9601246 made to Ron Cosman,
Yes,
and a bag of evidence was turned over.
correct.
And then more of these incidents, and now there's pictures left on Mark's truck.
Correct.
On March 21st, and then March 28th, another hang-up call.
Yes, all in 96.
On April 2nd, she's indicating that she called A.G. Edwards this morning in Chicago to inquire about the whereabouts, and she's talking about the whereabouts of whom? She's talking about the whereabouts of Perry Tarika, is that true? Of Perry Tarika, is that true?
Yes, I see it now. Thank you. Yes.
And then on April 2nd, 96, she spoke to Kenosha Police Detective Paula Mickelson, and she makes notes of what Detective Mickelson told her to do. First, Detective Mickelson told her to talk to a detective at Pleasant Prairie Police, not a uniformed patrolman. So, and the name Mark Hunter and Paul Ratsberg is listed there, correct?
Correct.
2, keep a journal of everything that happens, correct?
Correct.
And then for further support, she could talk to Lynn Copen, who at that time was the victim witness coordinator for the Kenosha County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
She talked to somebody at Rody's Cameras.
Yes, you did.
And she had Mark call a guy named Dave Dewar, who apparently knows Perry Tarika, and Dewar gave the current location of Perry Tarika in Tryon, North Carolina, correct?
Correct.
April 5th, she records that you go on to visit her and suggested placing video camera in the tripod out David's bedroom windows, correct?
Correct.
April 5th at 7:05, there was a hang-up call.
Correct.
And she has more records of hang-up calls. On April 17th, she's talking about pictures left of Mark's truck at the office, correct?
Correct.
And then April 18th, she indicates that you'd called North Carolina and you spoke to Perry Tarika.
That is correct.
And at that point, was it at that point that you rule out Perry Tarika as being the source of these photographs and hang-up calls?
Yes, it was.
And how was it that you were able to rule him out?
Well, I talked to Perry Tarika when I contacted him, and he told me he was in North Carolina. I was a little hesitant to believe him. He cooperated to me. He was a little irritated that this kept going on, but and I verified his alibi, and I spoke with his employer out there to assure that he was, in fact, where he said he was in North Carolina and not anywhere near the village of Pleasant Prairie.
So then you would recommended Dave Ellis?
I did.
And who is Dave Ellis?
Dave Ellis is he was a former Kenosha police officer, and he was a private detective. I knew him, and the Jensens considered using his services.
So she indicates that on April 25th, she met with Dave Ellis?
Yes, and before that, I recall that Dave Ellis came out to the police department, and I briefed him on the case, and I showed him some of the photos and all that, so he had a good idea of what he was looking at. That was further at Julie Jensen's request. And then the Jensens had further business to do with Mr. Ellis.
So, and she indicates on May 1st, she indicated Dave Ellis called.
Yes. Yes.
And again, she makes reference to hang-up calls and several calls from Mark at the office, and hang-up calls at home.
Correct.
She checked license plates on vehicles.
Yes.
She had a conversation with you on May 10th, 1996. Caller ID. There's a tap on the phone. Correct?
Correct.
May 10th, 96, she called Ameritech and ordered caller ID and automatic callback features for 30 days and free for 30 days.
Correct.
And you were conducting investigations in these matters. For example, on June 3rd, 96, you checked the number of, you were indicating that Mark had received some harassing phone call, and you determined that person was not connected to Mark in any way?
Correct.
And then more out-of-area calls, more hang-up calls through June, July of 96.
Yes.
She's keeping notes of everything that's happening, correct?
Yes. He's doing a very good job.
And then we're going through a number of pages here, more records of more hang-up calls, more pics left on Mark's truck at the office, pics left on Mark's truck in the office, tape messages on it to his office, phone calls to Mark's office, hang-ups at home.
Yes.
And then we get to keep paging through this. We get to 1998. So on page 46, January 19th, 1998, she underlines the word new tactics, live on internet, calls to Mark's office, asking if he's watching it and when to tune in, correct?
That is correct.
And these are predominantly calls to Mark's office, she's saying, right?
Yes.
And then on April 13th, 1998, she indicates email, correct?
That is correct.
And then on April 22nd, email, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
April 29th at 6:33 p.m., another email. And then on April 30th, another email, correct?
Correct.
May 5th email, May 6th email, correct?
Yes.
So now she's keeping track of the emails that they're getting.
That is correct. All occurring in June of 1998.
So she makes a call, she complains about, or calls to Mark's office on June 26th, and then July 7th, and July 9th, and then August 17th, 1998, an out-of-area hang-up call at home at 10:37 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And there's no more entries after August 17th, 1998.
Correct.
About the time that Mark Jensen struck up a relationship with Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
Now, you also recovered Julie's day planner, correct?
I did.
And Julie's day planner. It's up there. Hard copy of the day planner, and that's marked. What exhibit number is?
I do. Julie's day planner is S33.
And just to be clear, this is also on S. What was it? What was the exhibit number on this? Where's the envelope? So, for the record, this is also on exhibit S43, where I had it concealed on my desk underneath other papers. Now, so directing your attention to the screen, comparing what's set forth here for December 29th, 1997, Paul and Jill over, that's what's contained in the hard copy that you have there, correct?
Did you say 97, sir?
I'm talking about, it's the first, it's the second page in on this. It's just Monday, December 29th, 1997. Paul and Jill over. Exclamation point. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay. That's why you need to answer aloud. Do you see it there? And that is there, correct?
It is correct,
And
sir.
you know who Paul and Jill are?
I do.
Who are Paul and Jill?
Paul and Jill are Julie's, Paul is Julie's brother, and Paul and Jill were married.
So Jill is Paul's wife, and she has Paul and Jill over exclamation point.
She does, yes.
And so this is a true and accurate copy of what's contained in the document that you're holding in your hand there, correct?
That is correct.
And as we page through this, I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but the notations that Julie has in her day planner, it's all about household things and the kids, right? Back to school. I'm talking about January 5th, 1998. Back to school, exclamation point, pay bills, Joey question mark, pay bills on January 6th.
Yes,
These all seem to be things that relate to the operation of the home.
it does.
Judge, I object to the it's really just all leading at this point.
Was there a ruling on the judge? I didn't hear.
Judge, I had objected based on leading that Mr. Jamboys was basically doing all the testifying at this point.
Why don't you ask the witness the questions? Your objection is sustained.
Okay, directing your attention to January 12th through January 15th. What do these entries look like to you? Do they pertain to business or the operation of the home?
Mainly operation of the home. There's some errands I see that Julie has on here, like, for example, May 12th, 1998, which is a Monday. Nick, school, KYF, Kim's book club there on Tuesday, January 13th. And it goes on. Apparently there's some dry cleaning she needs to pick up and things like that. So it's a combination of social and household activities.
And it says January 17, 1998, it says Dave and Sharon over. Do you know who Dave and Sharon are? Would that be Dave and Sharon Naring?
Yes, I'm a little slower at finding it than you are, my friend.
Oh.
But yes, that's David Nearing and Sharon Nearing. They were good friends with the Jensens, and they would socialize with each other and come back and forth.
So I'm going to now get up to we're in September of 98, but this time the children are in school, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the, directing your attention to Wednesday, September 23rd? Do you see any notations? For example, 9, 10, 11 are circled, and it says Mrs. DeFazio. Do you know what that's about?
Yes, as a regular routine, as I went through this on Wednesdays while school was in session, Julie volunteered at Southport School with her child, and the teacher's name was Mrs. DeFazio at Southport School. And again, it was a regular routine on Wednesdays. And you'll see that throughout this calendar when school's in session.
And so again, on Wednesday, September 30th, the 9, 10, 11 are circled there. Is that correct?
Did you say September 30th?
I said September 30th, yes.
That is correct.
And October 7th, Wednesday, again, there's reference to it being circled in Mrs. DeFazio, correct?
Yes, similar to the other entries from, this one has it 8 to noon, but it's Mrs. DeFazio on a Wednesday.
And so was through November. And I'm sorry, so was for October, and then we get into November and December 2nd, it's crossed off, isn't it? For what's going on at 9 o'clock on December 2nd is crossed off. Correct?
Yes.
December 2nd, can you see that?
Yeah, I noticed a Wednesday in November either, but now that I think about it, maybe it was the kids were off. But what was your date, sir?
December 2nd.
Yes, it's not listed on December 2nd.
She does have things listed in later in December, though, right?
She does. Another one that is familiar to me is Thursday, November 12th.
Well, we're in December, so let's go to December 8th.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So go to December 8th.
Yes.
So, and are you familiar with what I lost it. Let me get back to December 8th here. So December 8th, there's this heart. Do you know what that's about?
Yes, the Jensens had a dog, and you'll see it throughout this calendar. When you buy it's heart something, it's some type of worm or medication for dogs, and you put that on your calendar, and then you would give it to your dog when it was due. The heart would tell you that.
It's administered once a month.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
So, but here on December 11th, she's got Kids Castle, Joey's birthday party, the Stifle Christmas party.
Yes.
Now, at some point after after your interview with Mark Jensen, you did receive information regarding ethylene glycol poisoning from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab,
Yes,
and you'd also conferred at that point with Dr. Lavin,
yes,
and there was additional investigation that was conducted in this matter.
yes,
And then sometime in March of 2002, you obtained an arrest warrant for Mark Jensen, and you arrested and took him into custody at that point.
yes,
And you interviewed him at that point.
I did.
And then later, did you go talk to anybody at Stifel Nicholas?
Yes,
And ultimately, as a consequence of those conversations, did you end up getting a search warrant for the personal documents, or for the documents that Mark Jensen had left at Stifel Nicholas, and for his computer at Stifel Nicholas?
yes,
And did you seize that computer?
yes,
And then subsequently, you had obtained an investigative subpoena for another computer that had been sent to the Stifel Nicholas office in St. Louis. Is that true?
yes,
And you obtained that computer as well?
I did.
And I'm going to direct your attention to exhibits 30 and 31, which must be up here.
Yes,
Okay. So directing your attention first to State's Exhibit S30.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jamboyce, I didn't hear you.
Directing your attention to Exhibit S30.
Yes,
There's a notation that this was picked up April 9th, 2002 at St. Louis. Is that true?
yes,
And who picked it up?
I did.
So you drove to St. Louis and you picked up this computer?
Yes, on this particular computer, I discovered during my investigation that shortly after Julie's death, Mark switched out computers, and this would have been the computer that was in his office that he used previously in December.
So you obtained this computer on April 9th, 2002, and it says you dropped it off April 10th, 2002. Is that correct?
That is correct, analyst Brad Haller.
And that's reflected at the bottom of the page, April 10th, 2002, with Brad Haller's signature.
Correct.
And Brad Haller was, again, who was he?
He's an analyst with the Department of Justice, State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Now directing your attention to State's Exhibit S31.
Yes,
That reflects that this is the Jensen work computer from 2002 in Racine.
correct.
And who picked up this computer?
I did.
It's item
F.
Item F, the following items submitted: computer sealed Dell Dimension XPS R400 bearing the serial number F7WOZ. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you picked up that item from Stifel in Racine?
Yes,
And then you picked up another computer. Actually, the item F is Mark Jensen's personal computer that was picked up at his office, correct?
that is correct.
And then item G is the work computer that was picked up at his office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then item H is a cardboard box containing the computer of Kelly. Is that true?
That is accurate. Yes,
And you obtained these or dropped these off with Brad Haller on May 15th, 2002. Is that correct?
yes. I took them to the Department of Justice, the forensic unit, and for to have analyzed, and that was to Mr. Haller on May 15th.
Now, at some point after Mark Jensen had been arrested, did you speak to anybody at Stifel Nicholas's office?
Yes,
Did you speak to Dave Nearing?
I did.
So you spoke to him sometime shortly after Mark Jensen was arrested?
Yes,
And then did you speak to him again sometime in 2004?
I did. Yes,
Now, during any one of those conversations, do you recall whether or not Dave Nearing ever made reference to Mark Jensen having a stenographer's notebook with a series of penis diagrams in it?
Yes, I don't recall the notebook per se, but we didn't have that conversation in 2002. That was a conversation I had with him in 2004, and what I was doing was serving a search warrant there to retain some of the items, and there were some drawings of female genitalia and man penises, and then that conversation took place in 2004.
Now, have you had an opportunity to take a look at, I just provided you a State's Exhibit S22. Can you take a look at that, please?
I am.
So, and do you recall seeing those, where those notes were recovered?
These notes here were recovered in 2004, reference to a search warrant from the Stiefel office in Racine, Wisconsin.
And you're the one that executed the search warrant?
Yes.
And you're the one that recovered those notes?
Yes.
And you read those notes at the time?
Yes.
And those are the notes that you recovered from Mark Jensen's personal belongings?
Yes.
At the Stiefel-Nicholas office?
In Racine, Wisconsin, yes.
And you believe at that time you may have spoken with Dave Nearing?
Yes. In fact, as I look through here, I see some drawings of the items I mentioned earlier, and then that's when that conversation came up, and he acknowledged that he knew Mark was doing that. However, I don't recall the specific on the notebook, but I recall that conversation then.
Let's not refer to them as the items we referred to earlier. Let's be more direct. What are these what are these drawings of?
These drawings are of male penises, and get it back in front of me here, and male and female vaginas and penises.
Okay. So you think at the time that you picked that up, you may have had some discussion with Dave Nearing?
Yes.
And is it that time that Dave Nearing may have made reference to this notebook that he'd seen earlier from Mark Jensen with diagrams of penises on it?
Yes.
And you didn't produce a report concerning that conversation with Dave Nearing?
No.
You just obtained this, you just executed the search warrant at that time?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective, or Lieutenant Detective Ratsberg. I have no further questions of you.
Who's going to do the cross? Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I forgot to, there's one other issue I forgot to talk to Mr. Ratsberg about. Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg, at some point in 2008, 2009, and 2010, were you asked to recover phone recordings that were placed by Mark Jensen to his family?
Yes.
And who's the person that asked you to obtain those recordings?
You did.
And in the course of those recordings, there was some reference made to a book or manuscript. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you obtain that book and manuscript?
Yes.
And you then provided that to me. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe that occurred in February of 2010.
I've shown you the paginated manuscript of the book that you obtained from Mark Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
And
Chat real quick. Facebook stream's ending in 10 minutes. So if you want to continue to stay with us, join us on YouTube. We are still live over there. 10 minutes. Facebook's ending. Nothing I can do about that. Join us over on YouTube. We are live until they stop.
I'd ask you to review that paginated manuscript. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your interview with Mark Jensen, he had told you about going to see Dr. Borman, correct?
Yes.
On December 2nd?
Yes. December 2nd, 1998.
And in his manuscript, he'd also described that going to Dr. Borman. Is that true?
That is true.
Directing your attention to the screen. At the top 12298 home, correct?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen here describes in his book this visit to Dr. Borman, does he not?
He does.
And he wrote, I walked in the door and approaching the receptionist counter explained, quote, Julie was here yesterday to see Dr. Borman. He gave her some samples last night. She woke me up acting drunk and blaming it on this, I said, showing her the printout. I know I don't have an appointment, but this is on top of everything else that has been happening that led her to see Dr. Borman. I need some help and would really appreciate being able to see him. And then he writes, wearing an expensive suit and a Rolex gives a presentation of authority and genuine legitimacy. And when accompanying a reasonable and polite request frequently achieves the desired results. I know Borman to be a responsible, conscientious professional, and in this situation, refusal of request for help would be irresponsible. That was his rendition of this visit to Dr. Borman that's set forth in his book, correct?
Excuse me, what pages are you on?
Which page was that opening on? So, let me second pull this off. Page 410.
Judge, I do have an objection we should be heard outside the presence of the jury on.
You want to be heard on something?
Yes.
All right, folks, go take a short break. We're almost here today, so we're getting close.
All right, we're going to have another argument between these guys. Another argument. Remember, chat. So like 6.5 minutes. Facebook stream is ending. Nothing I can do. Facebook only allows 8-hour streams. We are still live on YouTube. Every day we continue to stay live on YouTube to the end of this trial. I wish Facebook would do it differently. You know, we're even using streaming software and we still can't bypass it. So if you want to stay with Never Stop, come and join us over on YouTube. Our chat over here is spicy today anyway.
Wait a minute here.
And stay tuned for after the trial. We're going to do a quick breakdown. I'm going to point out a lot of weird things
we're
that
talking
I've
about
heard
the
today.
manuscript, correct?
Correct.
We are. And my objection is just in looking at the notes of what the state filed for notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial, and it lists out specific pages, and the first one shown is not
one of them. Could be a problem.
Right.
Your Honor, I will indicate that it is true. It was not on that, and I regret the error. I should have told him about that in advance. But I will say this, the notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial was filed with this court on December 9th, 2022. And we indicated that we intend to use portions of the book, and this includes, but is not limited to, the following provisions or portions of the following provisions of the defendant's book or manuscript. Then goes on to read, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. It was my intent, Your Honor, to provide this in advance, and it was just an oversight on my part. The fact is, I don't know if we're going to use hardly any of this book beyond this one particular point. It came to my mind as I was looking, watching the portions of the interview transcript that were being testified to, and I knew that there was a reference to going to Dr. Borman's office in the book, and rather than doing it on the interview, I decided to do it through the book instead. So I do regret the oversight, but it was an oversight on my part. I wasn't trying to sandbag defense counsel.
So we're not going to show this anymore to the jury, what we just shown. For the pages at 410?
It was page 410, Your Honor. I wasn't going to go back into it again. Now in
401?
It's 410. It's 410.
I was right.
You were right.
It's nice to have the defense agree.
Multiple pages of that day.
That's all right.
So, Your Honor, there is a massive amount of information. We have turned all of this over to defense counsel. They received the entire book. But just as it would be unwieldy to try to admit a 489-page book into evidence, 459 pages, however long it was. So in the interest of making it easier, I was going to try to isolate the portions we were going to use.
All right, what we had agreed upon, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so can we bring back the jury? Yes? Okay,
I believe so. It's my understanding that the objection is sustained.
correct.
Well, does that mean, well, he's already testified to that.
I know, but it's sustained.
But is that being
You could get it in another way if you want. I just think if we had an agreement, we should.
I'm not following what the court's ruling is in terms of being.
It wasn't what you had put in the order or whatever, whoever drafted the order. We were only going to get into specific areas of the manuscript, and this was not one of them.
That's not what the agreement says. That's not what the
That's what
submission.
my understanding of the agreement is.
The submission specifically says, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. The state had previously advised the court and counsel which portions of the recorded interview with Detective Ratsberg would or may be presented in the course of the trial. Further, a number of the defense recorded phone calls were admitted at the last trial, and the defense should anticipate that all of those may be presented at this trial as well. So the state did not indicate we were only going to be using these. We indicated these as the ones we were most likely going to use. I have provided the defense with everything that we had, including this entire book. And theoretically, as long as it's relevant, I could present any portion of the book. And Judge Kirkman had previously ruled, you should assume that any relevant portion of the book is going to come in. And they should assume that. Now, I had not intended to not tell them about page 410. This was just something that had just come up. If I had told them about this just before I put the witness on the stand, perhaps there wouldn't have been an objection. Now they know about it. But 410 is still a statement by a party opponent. It is still admissible if it's relevant. And we just demonstrated the relevance of it. And they can't argue that they were sandbagged about it because they got the entire book, not just page 410, not just these pages set forth here. They got the entire book. So they've had prior notice. This has been an issue in this case since middle of May 2016. So there's no part of this book that should be any surprise at all to defense counsel.
Well, that's two different areas. I know it's getting late in the day, but I think there was an agreement that we were only going to use portions of the manuscript.
That is
Now,
correct.
We're not doing that.
Well, Judge, we are still only using portions of the manuscript. In fact, we're using much less of the manuscript than the state had expected to use. Because if you look at this submission on that was submitted December 9th, there's multiple pages listed here that we did not go into. The only part that we went into that was not listed here is 1/2 of one page, page 410, where Mark Jensen indisputably wrote in his book about his visit to Dr. Borman. And I think that was a better description of his visit to Dr. Borman than was contained in the interview. And that's why I wanted to use it. Since it's accurate, since it's a statement by the defendant, since the defense counsel has a statement by the defendant, we've complied with the discovery statute, it should be admitted. Now, admittedly, I should have told about it, but now they know about it. It's clearly a statement by a party opponent. It's relevant and it's admissible.
Well, then why did we get into this discussion at pretrial motions that the state was only going to use portions of the manuscript?
Your Honor, at the time that...
I mean, does the state intend to read any more of this?
No, we were not going to. This was the last question I was putting to the witness, Your Honor, was page
Done
410.
with this witness?
I was not going to ask you more questions of this witness. This was the last question I was posing to this witness, was that question about page 410. It was not my intent to put in the remaining statements, at least not at this point in the proceeding, not through my direct examination. It could come up on cross, depending on what they bring. I'm sorry. It could come up on redirect, depending on what they go into on cross-examination. But I was only going to use that one portion of the manuscript at this juncture. Now, when I'm cross-examining defense experts, the whole book, any portion of the book that's relevant to the cross-examination of the defense expert could be utilized, except for the portions of the book in which Mark Jensen writes about the letter and actually rewrites the entire letter in his own handwriting. I'm not going to go into that because this court had previously ruled that I could not cross-examine the defense expert, the defense psychiatrist, on the issue of Julie Jensen being a high risk of suicide on December 3rd. I could not cross-examine her about Julie Jensen's letter. So I'm following the court's order. So we excluded that portion from the book that we were going to utilize.
So I'll ask Mr. Perry, what do you want to do then?
As long as it's done, then I don't think there's anything else that can be done about it. I don't think any portion that wasn't noticed, because that's what the whole discussion was and the reason for the notice.
I will note for the record, there was a discussion about what portions were going to come in. This was only one small half page that came in. Nothing else, according to the state, is going to violate that portion of the order. So we'll just continue and leave it alone. So how much more do you have on direct, Mr. Jamboys?
That was my last question on direct to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. How much cross do you have?
More than 45 minutes.
A fair amount.
I don't want to have you start, because the problem is we come back and we start over. So I'm going to tell the jury that your direct has been completed, and then let them go home, and we'll start with the cross in the morning. Okay? All right. Bring the jury back.
Chat, I have a lot to say about
And this is
today's
410 of the
trial.
book. So
So today's going to end early, apparently. We're never getting through this trial. Never. Not if they keep ending all this time early. Every day it's ending early. They haven't gone longer than normal. This is going to last a long time, chat. Man, I can't wait for this breakdown, recap, and the spicy conversation that's going to create over here on YouTube. Facebook is done, so if they haven't joined us, they're missing out on some juice. I don't know who this guy is. Somebody want to find out who this guy is that they're zooming in on? I don't know all the players in this case, so I don't know who some of these people are. Somebody important, otherwise Court TV wouldn't be zoomed in on this guy.
All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. You can have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Mr. Jamboys, do you have any further questions for this witness?
just going to have him authenticate the book, Your Honor, that was just marked as an exhibit. Page you just read came from Exhibit S45, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the paginated version of the manuscript that Mark Jensen wrote?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. This time the defense has an opportunity to do a cross, but it's not going to get done before 5, and I don't want them to start and then tomorrow repeat the same question. So you get to early go home today. Thank you, folks. Come back at 8:30. You might want to bring your umbrellas tomorrow, okay? Have a good evening.
Chat, there's so much to clip out. I got a lot of video editing to do tonight. Holy Christ, chat. A lot of work ahead of me. Today was all about corruption, tampering with evidence, botched investigation. This is crazy, chat. This is crazy. Let us talk about it. Where are we at? Where's my screen? The right damn screen. Chat. I'm going to keep showing the video over there in case they all say something. I can switch it over real quick. All right. First off, we got to see the crime scene, the walkthrough, the police walkthrough of the crime scene from 1998. And we got to see a better quality version of that. So that was cool. Remember when we were playing, the 2008 trial, right? Remember everything was very archaic, they were putting microphones up to a boombox to, play the audio so that everybody could really hear. And they're playing the video, which I'm sure for the jury looked okay. But the court cameras or whoever's filming it, court TV, I'm assuming, because that's who we're playing that old footage from. Their camera is filming a TV monitor. So
the records reflect the jury is gone. Everybody's still here. The defendant's still here. What do you want to bring up, Mr. Jambois?
Here we go.
First of all, I'm going to have to. I wanted the clerk to tell me where we are with regard to the exhibit list. I want to know what's been moved into evidence, what hasn't been, because I don't have a list here myself, and I want to make sure.
She can't do that right now.
Okay, we can do it tomorrow morning. Then the other thing I wanted to point out, Your Honor, is that with respect to the authentication of that last exhibit, the paginated book and the paginated manuscript, defense counsel has already stipulated the authenticity of that document. So I don't. We were not going to be calling, for example, the personnel from the prison or anything like that, because we wanted to avoid discussion of imprisonment in front of the jury. So they've already stipulated the authenticity of that book, and it's agreed between the parties we don't need to go into that, which is why I didn't spend any time talking with Detective Ratsberg about how we got the book and so forth.
That's all correct.
All right. We're just still going to have to wait till the jury. You guys can get up and move around, but the defendant's going to have to stay till the
only
jury.
other thing is Attorney Jambois and I was speaking yesterday about kind of the length of trial and when to call experts. One of our experts is going to be in another trial January 30th through February 2nd. I had originally thought maybe I should have her prepared for February 6th. Attorney Jambois thinks that they will be done next week. So I have asked her.
That's the best news I heard.
I thought you'd like it. I'm skeptical, but that's what he tells me.
We don't know that it's true.
Right. But I have.
We did give him one question. He took 4. So
I did reach out to her and see if she could come on the 26th, because we have a different expert flying in for the 27th that we had previously agreed on. I think that if the prosecution's not done, they've agreed that she can be taken out of order. Obviously, that's not ideal for the defense. We'd like to present all our case at once, but if that's what we have to do.
And the 26th is the Thursday, the 27th is a Friday.
Correct. So I've reached out to her. That's the plan at this point, but I wanted the court to know that we've been having these discussions because we're trying to move it.
I'm sure we could put her in either way, whether the state's not done or not.
the parties have agreed that if we're not finished, we will take her out of order to facilitate her travel.
It's not unusual. It's done numerous times, and I would explain to the jury why we're doing it. So,
I just wanted the court to know that we had had that discussion because I was going to put her on for the 6th, but
all right.
we're going to be done by then, I've been told.
All right, we still have to find out if the jury has left, so the defendant still has to stay there. The attorneys obviously are excused. Have a good evening.
But you're going somewhere.
So they do this part, like you're hearing, like Jensen has to stay until the jury's gone. They do this, chat, for those of you that are not from Kenosha, they do this because they walk these defendants through. That's why you see him going out the same door as everybody else. They walk him through the halls of the courthouse. There is no other door, back door that he can, walk through. They parade these guys through the courthouse hallways. So, it's a matter of seeing him shackled, legs shackled, hands shackled, all of that. So I'm telling you, if you guys are in Kenosha and you go and, you sit in the courtroom to listen to the trial, and then you walk out like these people are right now, and you stand in the hallway, they probably clear the hallway a bit, I would imagine, because it's so high profile. But I'm sure you would get a glimpse of Mark Jensen, like, walking through the hallways. You can't take pictures because you get in trouble if you take a picture and you post that, because there's no photography like that, and you're not media. Didn't Kyle go through a back door? Yes, he did. Kyle went through the Sally port. So he was able to sneak around the courthouse a bit, but he did have to walk through the hallway a bit. But he didn't, he wasn't coming through no front door of the courthouse and metal detectors and all of that stuff. So I'm sure they do clear this hallway a bit. They have to. They got to, I would imagine. They have to. All right, so he's out. So that's that, chat. Okay. Let's talk about this. Jesus, God almighty. So we got to see a better version of the police walkthrough from the 1998 crime scene. So the day that they came in, we got to see a better version of that. So I will clip that. I'll post that up on the YouTube channel so we can see it better, hear it better. Now, in the video, and a lot of you that have been here, you guys brought this up when we were showing the old footage, the 2008 footage on all these different, streams we've been doing. You guys brought it up that they weren't wearing gloves. That's a big concern for any investigation. They don't know what's going on yet. They're walking around the crime scene. They're filming things. They're touching stuff. It could be construed as evidence tampering, or at least contamination of evidence. We hear in the thing, it was a little hard to hear in the original footage, but we hear it better today. He goes in the garage, the car door is open to the one car. He says, I don't know if this is relevant to anything that happened here. And he closes the car door to walk between the cars to get to the front of the garage door to film the plates in the back of the car and all that. He didn't have gloves on. He's touching stuff, moving things around. Dude, that's bizarre to me. It is bizarre. And nobody challenged anything about contaminating evidence. That's crazy. What else did I want to bring up? There's so much, chat. There's so much. There's a whole thing with the transcript. This is one of the biggest things. The transcript. So Julie dies in 1998. They get Mark in April of 1999 for the first police interrogation. And there's all this stuff that they're talking about. They don't really know what's going on with the investigation. They don't know exactly how she died. They don't have all the pieces put together. In 2002, Mark gets arrested. He's charged. Okay. They still don't have all of the pieces put together on this. They're using a lot of circumstantial evidence. They're using a lot of what they believe, what their theory is. They don't have the smoking gun per se. Okay. There's an allegation that District Attorney Robert Jamboy had a meeting with Aaron Dillard and was selling him cocaine. Okay, at some point, and I think if I remember correct, it was sometime after the trial and things like that. But it shows that they had some type of relationship. Maybe they were partying together. Maybe it had something to do with, a bribe, right? Here's a thank you package for what you did back then. It's suspect. That whole allegation is suspect. There was a lot of conversation on it. They're not allowing any of that talk to come into this trial because the result of that is you get Mike Gravely back up on the stand. You have to put DA Jamboy on the stand for that. You have to put the District Attorney Gabrielle, whatever her all full name is, you have to put her on the stand. There was a lot of that, and we showed that footage from the 2008 footage. You have to put all these attorneys on the stand because they're witnesses to shit now. And this was a big argument in the pretrial motions for this case too. You have the DA Jamboy after the trial who writes a letter to the federal judge with the appellate courts, and that was improper, and he actually got in trouble for that. The reason I talk about that point is because what the state alleged after the lunch break today is that Detective Ratzberg showed the jailhouse snitch, Aaron Dillard, the transcript from the police interrogation. And defense offered proof that this is another way that Aaron Dillard would have had so much information regarding this case because of what was said in the full, I forgot how long they said this thing was, a couple of hours of interrogation. Okay. Now remember, Dillard in 2008 testified that he only saw some transcript, but it wasn't the police interrogation transcript. He saw some transcript that Mark showed him. So it wouldn't have been the police thing. But Dillard had a lot of information, and a lot of people thought, and remember, this is when Dillard basically contacts his lawyers and whatever and says, hey, I got some information. This guy just confessed to the murder of his wife. Okay. Now the entire case for the prosecution completely shifts. Here's the other thing. With this notebook from the job and the computers and all this penis picture notebook, right? Apparently Mark is, fucking Picasso with the penis pictures. Here's my problem with this. In 1998, they didn't go and seize anything from the office. They didn't seize it in 1999. They didn't seize it in 2002 when he was arrested. They didn't seize it in 2004. They didn't seize it in 2007 at his bond forfeiture hearing. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me back up. I fucked that up. I'm sorry. They didn't seize it in 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. They go to the work in 2004. Sorry, I misspoke over there a minute ago. 2004. Now they are seizing, they serve a warrant. Now they're seizing computers. And they're seizing paperwork and whatever else. 2 years after they originally charged him, law enforcement is grabbing all these things 2 years later. It puts doubt, and I'm not saying this happened, but for me, if I'm a juror, this puts doubt in my mind of, well, did Mark really do this? Or if you think about it logically, chat, okay, all of these details, a lot of details were coming out in 98 when she died. They were coming out in 2002 when he was arrested. There's so much coverage on this trial. All these details are coming out. So I think it leaves doubt that, you know, potentially some of this could have been left by coworkers. They don't interview coworkers prior to 2004. And we've already heard testimony from some of these people that this guy's weird. He's drawing penises everywhere. He's over here, you know, with this affair. All these people have all of this, I think, pretty crucial information if you're going to put a case in chief together to prosecute somebody. And police don't go and interview these people, and these people don't come forward. And even when they're questioned in 2004 and 2002 and things like this, they're not bringing up critical information. And the first time that a lot of these witnesses are bringing up information is after 2007, when Mark has his bond forfeiture hearing, and way more details are like the juicy bits of details are coming out. And now all of a sudden these people are testifying in 2008. You got a forensic pathologist that loses the pathology report, the initial report. He testifies in 2008 that about antifreeze. And we find out in day one, which is an absolute WTF moment, that this guy doesn't know anything about antifreeze and glycol ethylene. And he says he regrets testifying. He should have never done it. And he doesn't know anything. Even in 2023, this guy still doesn't know about antifreeze poisoning. That's a problem. That's a problem. Right now, we just saw Jamboy. They make pretrial motions about certain evidence that is not able to come into this trial. We've already seen Jamboy. He is teetered on the line of backdooring this goddamn letter that the Wisconsin Supreme Court said cannot come in because of a 2004 confrontation clause. Okay. And he is trying to backdoor a lot of stuff to get reference to this letter in, which, you know, and there's 2 voicemails that are not allowed to come in either, but they've made reference to it, and the judge allowed the reference to the voicemails to come in, not the contents of it. I'm not an attorney, but I think that's problematic. That's just me. But he is trying to backdoor stuff in. And I think it's because the defense is destroying these witnesses. They are just demolishing them on the stand. And I cannot wait for the defense tomorrow morning to come at Detective Katzberg, because I think they're going to mop the floor with them. And now we see that another piece of evidence that was ruled cannot come into this case, Jamboy snuck it in there right at the very end, and the jury got to see it and hear it. And they shouldn't have. And we are creating massive appellate issues again for a case that is 20 some odd years old. And again, chat, this is a big case for us here in Wisconsin and for Kenosha residents. This is problematic. And if this case goes to another appeal because of a procedural misconduct by this ego-driven lunatic of a DA, that it should never have been on this case to begin with, or in the retrial of him with the scandal that surrounds him, he should have been barred from anything to do with this case. And if Kenosha County District Attorney's Office was smart, they would have not allowed him to participate in any of this. And he just snuck a piece of evidence in that we heard was not allowed to be in this trial. And now we are creating more issues. That is a problem. Now, let's go back to the crime scene video, because there's something that stuck out to me, and I want to just point it out and just look at this as a juror perspective. Because remember, when this is done, I really want to get us all together in here and do like we're like a pretend jury, right? This is what's going to happen. Mistrial or it gets tossed. He'll be given plea deal. He'll take it. I think so too, Andre. For sure. 100% facts. Facts. I'm surprised they didn't ask for a mistrial right there when that piece of evidence came in. But you're right. You're right. They're going to. And the 2008 trial, we know for sure at least Craig Albee asked for a mistrial twice, and we haven't watched all the footage here on this channel yet. We've played just hours and hours, but we haven't seen the whole thing yet. But we know that Albee asked for a mistrial twice. I'm surprised they haven't yet already here. I think Milisauskas would shut it down this early, but who knows? It depends on how crucial the mistake is by Jamboy if that goofy keeps talking. But I think you're right. And a lot of us that were here, today with YouTube, because YouTube chat was pretty spicy today. Okay, there's a lot of things that are teetering where, dude, it could be a mistrial, right? The state could back out, and they could be like, he gets time served. They could lesser a charge. Right? Let's just say they're lesser to like a reckless endangerment. Because we do know for a fact that Mark sat and watched Julie die. We know that for a fact. He admitted that in the interrogation. We know that happened. Okay? And we talked about this at the end of yesterday's streams. I don't want to go into it in detail again. So if you want to know what I said, check out the end of yesterday's stream. But we think, well, at least if we're following the defense's theory, that Julie planned to frame him for attempted murder, and basically her plan went sideways. Okay? Basically her plan went sideways, and she accidentally ended up unaliving herself. And what we're kind of talking about here on the chat is that Mark saw an opportunity, and he's like, perfect, I'm just going to let it play out, whatever. How many years has he served so far? So basically since 2002 when he was arrested, he did end up getting out because we know he married Kelly Labonte in 2004. And then in 2007, there was a bond forfeiture hearing and basically a mini trial. And they forfeited his bond. So he's been in custody straight since 2007. So that, that's that. There definitely is some questionable things. Okay, this guy's over here hiding certain evidence. He's getting rid of computer things. Today we find out that he, did move some of these photos around. Okay. Now, could it have been that they were legitimately getting photos, however that happened, whether that's some outside source? Okay. If we follow the defense's theory and what we kind of outlined yesterday here, that my theory about Julie planning and plotting and scheming, that she was doing this shit and taking all these notes, and the letter was suspect. All of a sudden, the neighbors are finding out details behind the scenes. She goes to the doctor 3 days before. We kind of laid out, we think maybe Mark may have told her, I want a divorce, and that drove her over the edge. And now desperate people do desperate things. But now we know at least, however the pictures originated, whether Mark did it initially or Julie was doing it, or maybe there was an outside person, we don't know. But Mark did use the pictures to mess with her, which I think all of us agreed that was definitely happening. So now we have that part confirmed. So there is some questionable shit. Here's the doubt that I'm going to put in your minds, though, about all the questionable things that he was doing. Okay, hiding computer things, and like we just heard the St. Louis thing, it wasn't the original computer, and he switched computers, whatever. You got to think, if he's a man and he's having an affair, right? How many of these trials do we watch and people are arrested and they were having an affair and they lie about it initially, right? And even some people, witnesses and shit, and innocent people, and they lie about things because they're scared. They don't want the affair to come out. So I think that's a plausible thing for him to lie about, right? I think we can agree on that. A lot of you, though, I know are like, oh, he's a liar and we don't believe anything he says. But realistically, think about that logically. I think that's a plausible thing for him to lie about, right? Because he's freaking out that if he is innocent, all these things are going to come out to the public and he's going to be looked at some kind of way, which we're obviously looking at this guy some kind of way. Then we have, here's the other thing that really goes to this theory that if Julie Jensen was plotting and scheming to frame him for attempted murder. Now, they mentioned about all these calls, these out-of-town calls, these hang-ups, all of these things. So my question is, I'm sitting here watching this, I'm going, how the fuck does she know that it's an out-of-town call, right? The police aren't telling her this, right? She doesn't have a wiretap on the phone that's telling her this. How does she know this? So, you know, I asked the chat, hey, was caller ID invented back then? And chat said, yeah, it came out in the 80s. So like I do when I hear something iffy, and God help my computer ever gets fucking picked up and collected. There's all kind of weird shit that I've been Googling because I follow these cases and I got to, you know, write these articles and do all this shit. So I got to know my facts and details, right? I got to know laws and histories and side effects of different, you know, medication. I got to look up a lot of shit. So I look up caller ID, and yes, in fact, it was basically came out in the 80s, and actually even before that, where they were testing some stuff out. But basically the caller ID came out in like a box form that you would plug into, you know, all your phone stuff and whatever. Do you guys remember that? Those of you that are old enough, do you remember that shit? Right? And then we'll find out that there's a feature that you could call the telephone company and activate the caller ID. Here's how that worked. When the phone call ended, you basically, like, right? Remember like star 69 or what was it? Star 67? One of them blocked the number, but the other one called the number back or some shit, right? And then there was a number that star something that you could press to tell you what the number was and who called you. Okay. Here's the doubt I'm going to lay in your minds. At the time that these calls are being made, there is not a single thing that pointed to Mark Jensen. And there's times that these calls are being made that Mark Jensen is at work in, what do we say, Racine? He worked at? Right? Is that where he worked? I don't fucking remember where he worked. Whatever city he worked in. But these calls are from not Southeast Wisconsin type area, somewhere, you know, which they said they looked into and it was just a wrong number. But a lot of these calls were out of area, out of town calls. So that should tell you, chat, that that's not Mark Jensen. That's not Mark Jensen. Here's the thought that I have. Either somebody was legitimately messing with this family, and oh man, God help, Chad, if 20 years from now we find out that somebody came in and Mickey'd her, and it wasn't her and it wasn't him. God help us if that happens. So either somebody legitimately was messing with this family, or go with the defense's theory again, that she was plotting and scheming to frame him for attempted murder, which does make sense about all of a sudden keeping detailed notes about things, right? Then going and telling the neighbors certain things. Hey, here's some sealed stuff. Don't open this, right? Because God forbid if they open it, that's going to spoil her plan. Who's to say that Julie didn't have some people, you know, in other areas, friends, family members, that were, you know, going to payphones and making certain calls? And then she's logging this in her book. I know this is kind of far-fetched. I get it. But she's logging this stuff in the book. Because none of it points to Mark Jensen. But then rightfully so, none of it points to her though too, right? So this is, I got challenged earlier about, oh, make a case for Julie. I have. The caller ID thing bothers me. It bothers me. There's something with these calls. I don't trust the calls. Something's not right with them. None of it points to Mark. Here's the other thing. We go back to the crime scene video. We go back to some statement made from Jensen during the interrogation. Okay. And I was sitting here and I was thinking about these things, and something has bothered me about the way she was sleeping or fell asleep, the way that they're saying that he smothered her. There's stuff that's bothered me about that. And here's why. We know for a fact she went and picked up pills from the doctor. We know for a fact that the doctor said she was acting like a batshit crazy lunatic person. And it was different from any other moment. And that's where our theory is that Mark said, fuck it, I want a divorce. We're done. And now she's desperate because she filed for divorce before. She canceled it. And I'm sure Mark said at that point, you're not getting these kids. You're a lunatic. And he said whatever other gross things he said to her. And then she canceled the divorce. But here he's saying, now I want a divorce. This is speculation. It's what we think. And that drove her. She's crazy beyond, repair at this point. And now she's desperate. She's got to set this plan in motion even faster. And that's where I'm saying, I think she screwed up and did too much shit, took too much shit, and accidentally unalived herself because she's in panic mode. And we gotta go. We gotta hurry with this plan. We know Mark took her to the hospital 6 days prior. He may have legitimately been concerned. He may have wanted to off this chick. He may not have liked her at all. But just because you have those thoughts and feelings doesn't mean you're guilty of actually doing the things. We've seen that before too. He did take her to the doctor. He was calling the doctor saying, look, man, something's wrong. I'm concerned about this. I'm looking up the side effects of this Paxil shit that you gave her, and she's messed up. Something's wrong. Give her a different pill. So that's when the doctor prescribes the Ambien, which he gave to Mark, we found out officially. Some people have a problem with that. The doctor said he's a family doctor. So, maybe there's an ethics thing there. I don't know. But he did it, whatever. Julie says to her neighbors, this was a specific thing. She was afraid to eat or drink anything that Mark gave her, and she wouldn't touch it. That was her words, according to the neighbors and shit. She was afraid to eat or drink anything that Mark gave her because she thought she was going to be poisoned. That's the bullshit story she told the neighbors. So again, if we're going with the theory that she's plotting and scheming and doing all this, and she's setting the pieces of the puzzle in motion, okay? So if she's telling her neighbors, I'm not eating and drinking anything that this lunatic is giving me, then how the fuck is he making her drink a liter? Well, it's 22 ounces, not the 33.8. It's 22 ounces of antifreeze. How is she taking any type of medication from him? She won't touch anything he's giving her. So that puts doubt in my mind too. Something's wrong with that. Okay? Something's wrong with that. It doesn't make sense to me. We find out that she's having issues breathing. And allegedly because of the antifreeze, the medications, these things. But we also find out that this chick has a lot of underlying medical conditions, such as bronchitis, which makes you breathe fucked up. And then she has other medical issues that are causing a lot of things around her lungs, which could be, and we found this out day one, this could be causing some of the platychiae or platychiae, whatever it's called, right? The platechia stuff. We'll just call it Pikachu, whatever it's called. That some of these underlying conditions could cause some of this stuff, right? And that's why we referenced the movie A Few Good Men, with that whole line of questioning with the doctor surrounding Willie Santiago's death in the movie A Few Good Men. It reminded me exactly like that. So Mark says in the interrogation, which we find out today, that she's having a hard time breathing. She's on her back. She can't breathe. So he rolls her on her side to help her breathe. So you guys know if you experience a drunk person or someone who's ODing and they're vomiting, you don't let them stay on their back because they can asphyxiate themselves on their own vomit and they'll die. So he rolls her over on the side, thinking that this might open up her airwaves to get her to breathe better. That's his version anyway. So we know for a fact he touched her and moved her on her fucking side. How many of you have woken up in the morning? This part has bothered me for a while. How many of you have woken up in the morning and you have the lines of the goddamn pillow or a blanket all smothered across your face? You look like a fucking topographical map on your cheeks when you wake up. How many of you have done some weird creepy shit and stared at your significant other while they're sleeping? And how many of you, while staring at your significant other in a creepy manner while they're sleeping, adoring their cute sleep habits, have seen their cheeks and their lips smushed to one side and their nose crinkled up all crazy? Your face is fucking distorted because you're smushed into a pillow the way you're sleeping, and nobody sat and smothered you. You just look stupid because you're just in there. And these people are testifying about how soft a mattress is, how soft a pillow is, but it's leaving lines across your face and smushing your face over to one side. That happens naturally. It doesn't mean that somebody pushed your face into a pillow. So that part has bothered me. The paramedics touching her. First off, we're hanging up a phone when we walk in to the crime scene. Why are you touching shit? The phone isn't the body. It's not saving her life. And you touched it. That could have been crucial evidence. And like they said, do you know what phone Mark called 911? They said no. But he didn't have this phone. They made an inference that this phone was off the hook because Julie is struggling for her life and it happened to knock the phone down, and that's why the phone is off the hook. Well, if that phone is off the hook, chat, how the fuck is he calling 911 from a different line in the house unless they had a second line? So it makes it hard to believe. But he hangs it up. They touch her body. They're moving her around. So the positioning of her is very different. Okay. They're taking pictures of her after the paramedics are done, not beforehand. And they're presenting this shit to the jury as if this is what she looked like before anybody even touched her. That's not accurate. You heard they put the things on her chest to try to see if they could revive her and all of these things. Okay. We talked about how, with the theory that she did all of this and it was an accident, the end result of it, but she drinks the antifreeze and runs that bottle back out to the garage. Okay. They searched the house. They said clearly, we did not find antifreeze anywhere in the house. They didn't find it in the drains and all this stuff. And they didn't search the garage well enough for antifreeze, but we all watched the video and we saw a fucking antifreeze in the garage. So the theory was that she drank all this stuff while taking these pills. She's totally screwed up. We know how we can act if we're like totally intoxicated. We're stumbling and falling all over the place. So she may have stumbled to the garage to put the antifreeze away. Somebody in chat challenged me, well, what about bruises and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I didn't say anything about bruises. I didn't say she fucking fell down. She may not have fell down. But then another member of chat brought up, well, she had the bruise on her hip. If you go back and watch the video, she did have a bruise on her hip. When did that bruise occur? Did she fall down days before? She'd fall down that day and then she died. And now because of rigor mortis and the effects of death, these things are coming in. So, again, chat, I'm not advocating for Mark Jensen. I am not. I don't want anyone to think that. I don't like the guy. There's something off with him. He's not innocent by any stretch of the imagination, but is he guilty? That's the question. And you cannot find somebody guilty unless, based on the evidence, that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that he or she committed whatever crime they're being accused of, beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think there is too much doubt in this case so far, and nothing directly points to Mark. Nothing rules Julie out. And wait till the defense puts on their case in chief, because this is going to be, I think, the best part of the trial. Nothing rules her out, that she wasn't trying to frame him because she was scared she was going to lose the kids in a divorce. And we saw from Kelly Labante's testimony, this relationship between them is advancing, and they're talking about moving in together, taking trips, getting married, maybe having babies. So he may have said, I'm done, and pushes her over the edge. And forget all of the details of the evidence. Forget all of that. The amount of corruption that we have heard in 5 days of trial, the amount of contaminated evidence, losing evidence, skewed testimonies, the amount of tampered with evidence, that alone creates doubt. That creates doubt. Andre says, do you think the mainstream media will talk about how the nasty DA did that trick today? No, I don't. I don't think mainstream media is going to talk about any of what we're talking about here. I think, in mainstream media, I get it. There's a lot of, they can lose corporate sponsors, and that's why we don't have corporate sponsorships. That's why we don't accept money from sponsors. That's why we ask you guys to donate to what we do, because we don't make money off this shit. And YouTube and Facebook money and all that, it's shit, right? Like we talked about on the channel, we made 60 cents from streaming 9 hours of trial from day one of this. I think it's too scary for mainstream media to talk about some of these things. And their editors and all these things that is more likely gonna shut them down. Mainstream media is really focused on Jensen's guilt, and they have been since day one. And even if the reporter, because I'm talking to a reporter buddy of mine that works for mainstream media, and we're texting. Sometimes you see me on my phone, maybe through the camera while the trial's going, and I'm texting. Sometimes it's with him. Sometimes I'm doing other shit. But I immediately, because he asked me the other day, he said, "Do you think Aaron Dillard is credible?" And I said, "No, I don't. Not from watching the trial and from the background research we've done on him, and all of this." Some of you asked where Dillard is. Dillard is currently locked up in Dodge Correctional. We talked about that. And I posted it on the Facebook page, what he's in there for. So I'm not even sure he'll be here in person or if they're going to Zoom testify his ass, because he's got court that he'll be on Zoom. But maybe they will. Maybe they'll bring him down. I don't know. But I told my buddy, I said, no, I don't think he's credible. There's too much controversy surrounding it. I don't trust a lot of the jailhouse snitches. There's stuff about that is wonky as well. I don't trust it. And especially if you have good knowledge, firsthand knowledge of being in the system, some of the shit that they're talking about, yes, 100% accurate. Other stuff they're talking about, get the fuck out of here. That's what I'm saying. So, and then now we're hearing this thing with Dillard could have been fed the transcripts before he's coming and testifying to stuff. And I'm not buying it. Something's wrong. So no, I don't think mainstream media is going to cover it. My buddy's pissed because he can't talk about it. He's not allowed to. So I think it's problematic. I think it's problematic. And the public, and this is why I say, mainstream media is just stenographers for law enforcement and the district attorney's office. We're not stenographers. We're gonna try to dissect it. So, and that's why I say on this platform too, for those that might be new, I'm an investigative journalist. I'm an independent investigative journalist. I don't have anybody that tells me what I can and can't say, what I can and can't write about, or what I can and can't investigate. And our job here and what we do here at Never Stop is we look at situations and we either prove or disprove whatever it is that we're looking at, and ideally we want to expose a corruption. But if the evidence or documents, videos, whatever we get sent shows that there's not corruption, then we want to let people know that too, especially if there was an allegation that there might be. And that's what we did with like this TikTok story that we're doing, right? Because everyone came at the Ripon Police Department saying that they're corrupt and they did this and that. And we exposed that the corruption was actually by the Fond du Lac County DA. And we cleared the Ripon PD of doing any wrongdoing, right? So that's why you hear me at the end of these streams doing a recap and pointing out that this weird stuff, because this is what I do on the back end when we're actually doing investigative stories and things like that, because we normally aren't sitting here streaming trials. And we do real fucking investigative journalism stuff over here. So I'm listening intently. Sometimes you'll see me, you'll see like I'm holding the headphones. I'm really trying to listen to the details. I'm taking notes over here. I'm writing some certain things down, things that are sticking out that are weird. And from all of the stuff that we've seen here, all the stuff that I've read, videos, all these things in these various investigative things that we've covered, like I can just smell bullshit. I can see through it. I don't think the state has shown anything that says Mark Jensen did this. I don't think they have. And we noticed here earlier on the YouTube chat that they're trying a 2023 case the same exact way as if it was 2008. They're asking the same questions. They're presenting the same evidence. They're not taking a fresh look at this. They're not presenting anything new. Right? Whereas the defense is shutting down everything from 2008, and they're also creating new doubt and exposing some really messed up stuff. And the Jamboy coming back, this is nothing more than an ego trip for him. He said he would come out of retirement to retry this case. He didn't give a shit. He's not letting Mark Jensen walk free. He has something to prove. And this guy should have never been allowed on this case again. He never should have. And that's a mistake by Kenosha County DA's office, letting him have anything to do with this. There's too much corruption in 5 days of trial. Too much tampering, too much lost evidence. Shit they didn't even look at. This is problematic, chat. So that's my piece. Stick around for another couple minutes, let you guys get your piece in, because I've chatted a lot here. And then I got to get out of here because I got a lot of video to edit and get up on the channel. And I got to eat, chat. I got to eat. I'm starving. Oh, I grabbed a Monster and a couple of cupcakes when I ran out earlier. So yeah, if you like what we do, subscribe to the channel. Check out all the videos that we have on YouTube. Like and follow the Facebook page, because we put some like newsy stuff up there, different content than what we have here. Check out the playlist that we did for Mark Jensen if this trial intrigues you. We have a lot of stuff up there. Yeah, share all the streams, do all of that. If you want to help financially, there's links that are coming through the chat, and there's links everywhere that you can donate. GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all of that stuff. A lot of that money goes towards filing open records requests, helping with these investigations so that we can get this stuff out. If we had, a lot more donations coming in, we can get a lot more, articles written a lot faster, and all of that fun jazz. So that's that. So what do you guys have to say that are listening? Chat away, type quick. If responses don't come quick, I'm just going to assume nobody has anything to say, and I'm going to dip out. But some of us are very concerned that this is going to be a mistrial, or he's going to be found not guilty. This is problematic. So the poll that we put is, was there evidence tampering and corruption in the Mark Jensen trial? 80% of you said yeah. 20% said no. I don't know. Whoever said no, I don't know how the fuck you missed. I don't know how you missed evidence tampering and corruption. I mean, they spelled it out for you. That wasn't even me saying it. They spelled it out in the trial. But whatever. You don't think so? So, okay, cool. So, what else? Type quick, chat. Otherwise, I got to go. I got stuff to do. We got a lot of video. A lot of video to edit tonight. Yeah, I think so too, boss. You know, and again, and I've said this before on the stream, a lot of you that are not from Kenosha is very corrupt. This has been proven time and time and time and time again. During this 90s, 2000s time, there was a lot of corruption happening in the department, the DA's office. It still goes on today. Yes, April, they snuck in a document that was ruled in a pretrial motion that they couldn't sneak in. And that's why didn't Milosauskas snap on them? Why didn't they snap on the prosecution for doing that? Joanne, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Will you be covering Judge Doro's Vision trial? What's the Vision trial? I know she has a trial coming up with some chick, Kurjowski or Kurjensky or something like that. We had reported on that. So there's another big one. The Visine, yeah. That's the one where it's Kurjensky or Kurjowski, right? I forgot her name. Where she poisoned a guy. Is that right? Is that the trial you're talking about? She has another big trial coming. Yeah. Yeah, if they televise it and it doesn't interfere with the Jensen thing, then let me put it this way. Here's what I've said on the stream. So I don't normally do this. I don't normally live stream trials. We have, if it has pertained to something that Never Stop Media has filmed or reported on, I have. So like the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I was there, I was on the street, I was filming things that affected me professionally and personally. So yes, we covered that. We covered the Theo Edgecombe trial because I filmed, that's here in Milwaukee, because I filmed dozens of protests surrounding that entire case. And I covered that trial because of that. We covered a mass shooter case just because that was it involved racism, which is something else that we cover on this channel, civil rights issues and violations. So that's to answer that part. Part two is I normally have a day job. I go do my day job, whether it's 9 to 5 or I work second shift because I usually work restaurants. I do my day job, and then, you know, in my free time is when I'm filing open records requests and I'm, you know, writing articles. And if I have time, then I'll go out and film a press conference or a police shooting or whatever it may be. But I normally go to work. Okay. Full transparency, and we've talked about this a few times. We've had a few donations come in from some viewers, but it is not enough to sustain, one, the amount of time that I'm putting into covering this trial. It does not sustain the amount of time when I end this stream that I'm sitting here editing video. It's not paying our bills, whether it's, you know, company bills or Kevin bills, right? We're just not making, it's not financially feasible. I've said that I may not even be able to finish covering this entire trial because we're not making money. I have to go back to work, right? And as a content creator, that not only is to put out good quality content for you guys, but it's, I mean, we have to make money off of it. It's just the reality. So me covering Doro's thing will be dependent on where we're at with this trial. There's other trials I want to do. I want to cover the Idaho 4 murder trial. I want to cover the Delphi murder trial. That's something the Delphi thing I've been following on my own just because, you know, that was like an unsolved case for so long. So there's trials I want to cover. I do want to cover the Doro trial because we saw how she was in the Brooks trial, and because we've exposed some unfortunate things about Doro and her campaign manager. So I'm kind of curious on, you know, how she acts in that particular, this new trial with this Visine chick. So Doro does have an interest for me, but it's just, you know, reality chat. We just gotta make money off this. Otherwise I can't keep doing this. And I'm sitting here watching thousands of people watching Law and Crime and Court TV and sending in fucking, you know, $50 super chats to Law and Crime. Well, why? What are you doing? Yeah, we met in the hallway of the Brooks trial. Those couple days that I was there. You guys were awesome. And well, we first met outside, waiting for the courthouse to open. But yeah, we had a lot of chats in the hall. So I don't know if you've read the Doro article that we put out. I don't know if you read that. We found out some things about the campaign manager that are pretty unflattering. And then we just found out, we just broke news the other day that the campaign manager is being investigated for misdemeanor crimes. So, you know, I don't know. It's unfortunate. You know what's crazy though, Joanne, is I tried to share the Doro story and to the Waukesha Strong page, and they refused it. They would not let that story go through. And then I tried to share the campaign manager being investigated, and the page would not let that go through either. So that's kind of unfortunate that they're blocking certain things because, you know, Doro's a hero to people. But I don't know. I mean, whatever. It all sucks. I liked Doro until, you know, somebody said, hey, you need to look into her more. You didn't do a good enough job the first time. You missed something. And we did. We missed something. It's unfortunate. So yeah, that's the thing. It's just, you know, it's going to depend. We're already behind on rent. My landlord's losing his fucking mind. You know, my phone was shut off the other day. We made a few bucks that I could get it turned back on, but I still owe on the bill. It's, you know, some people don't like when I talk about that stuff, but I talk about it because I'm transparent. So that's what it's going to depend on, chat. it's going to depend on all of that. Like I said, I'm not even sure I can finish this trial because we're really kind of getting dangerously close. That we start getting to a point where I can't eat for 3 days because I've burned through whatever money I had saved up. We start getting to a point where I can't eat for 3 days. I got to cut that, otherwise that's not good for me. I start getting obsessed with things and I start diving into stuff and I ignore my responsibilities, and that's not healthy, and I can't keep doing that. I've been doing that for 2 years. Cool. Well, I appreciate you watching all that content. Denise says, my mind is blown by this DA's office. I know. This is, dude. Well, here's what I'm surprised about the document that he showed at the end of today. And yeah, great. The defense objected and they talked about it outside of the jury and they won the argument. Thank God. And the judge is like, no, man, this isn't coming in. We ruled on it. There's court orders now. It's not coming in. But he just tells the jury, look, the objection was sustained. They don't have any more questions, and we're going to let you guys go. Here's my problem. Why didn't Milosauskas tell the jury, disregard what you saw and heard? Why is there no jury instruction over sneaked in, evidence? That bothered me too a little bit. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all very problematic. Yeah, and there, there's things, we posted up on the Facebook page. I was trying to post some breaking news. There's some stuff I reported on late because I've been doing this. But Derek Chauvin is requesting a new trial, even though he waived his right to an appeal. They're coming and trying to get an appellate argument now. So I posted the details on the Facebook page. I don't want to get into it now, but that's up there. Facebook censored our picture, which fine, whatever. Joanne, the Waukesha chief of police, he's just in the news now because this goofy tried to get on an airplane with a loaded firearm. So he just got cited like $767, which, that's crazy because every one of us would have been charged with a federal crime if we did that. So that's messed up. But yeah, that just happened. He was at the Milwaukee airport, Mitchell. So I posted that. We've been posting a lot of the documents about the Jensen thing. Yeah. What, I forgot his name. What is it? Dan Thompson? Is that his name? Here, let me just, I'll tell you guys this because it's short. So Tuesday, Thompson was taken into questioning, not custody, what the F, by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office after a loaded firearm was found in his carry-on at Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport. Around noon, the sheriff's office was notified that a firearm had been detected in the carry-on bag during the screening process, so TSA, to enter Concourse C. Deputy sheriffs responded immediately and escorted Thompson to the substation for questioning per standard investigative procedure. So, okay, fine, I'm fine with that. Thompson said that the firearm was only in his bag because he had forgotten he placed it there when it went through TSA. Why are you even walking into the airport with that item? There's procedural things you have to do as law enforcement. The firearm in the bag was a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380. Here's the fucked up part. With one magazine that contained 6 rounds, one of which was chambered. After it was found in the bag, the weapon was confiscated by the sheriff's office. Thompson was later released and permitted to proceed to his flight. However, he was issued a citation for presenting a weapon at a screening station. The county ordinance violation comes with a $767 $2,000.50 fine. The sheriff's office, this is funny that they had to put this. This is how you know there's bullshit. The sheriff's office said that Thompson was afforded no special treatment or consideration, nor did he request any. Come on, chat. Get the fuck out of here. Every one of us, chat, we would have been charged with a federal crime over that. Unreal. Now, I've never personally investigated Chief Thompson. I don't know if he's a scumbag chief or not. I have no idea. When we've seen him in these press conferences and things, and I did get to meet him for a second with the Brooks thing. He seemed fine to me. You know what I mean? But a lot of these cops seem fine until they give me reason to start investigating them, and then 9 times out of 10 we end up finding some sketchy shit. But he seemed okay. He seemed fine. I don't know anything bad about him, but I also don't know anything good about him. I can't say one way or the other. But that bothers me that he's not charged with an actual crime where the rest of us would have been. So, I don't know. Right, and then April says we would definitely not be getting on a flight. No, we wouldn't. No. And he was allowed to get on his flight and carry on with his day. Nope, we'd have been in jail. We would have had to call somebody to come and post our bond, and we'd have a court date. There'd be no county ordinance citations. There would be crimes, legitimate charges. So, that's the kind of stuff that we talk about here. But yeah, so we posted that. There was the other thing, I just kind of mentioned that there was an officer involved shooting in Racine. I don't know the details. I haven't looked at it yet, but there's two officers in Racine that were shot today. So I don't know anything about it. I got to look at it. I'll post on the Facebook page here shortly about whatever that was. The Chauvin thing, somebody sent me some video, so I'll see what that is. If it's decent video or whatever, I'll rip it and I'll post it up on the YouTube page so you guys can see it looks like they're in court or something. I don't know. But yeah, I got to look at all of that. I got sent a bunch of stuff today, so I got to look at that. Plus all of the other shit that I'm doing over here. And I got to eat, chat. I got to eat. I got to go get something to eat. I haven't eaten. A lot of the places that are close enough to walk to, and like I said, like Denise sent us a donation today, which was awesome. So get a sandwich or something. But a lot of the food places near me are not open until like late afternoon or very early evening. So I just have like this gas station. I just grabbed Hershey's cupcakes and a Monster, which is not good for me. I've been drinking Monster and more coffee than anything. And I'm almost out of goddamn coffee. So that's going to be problematic. I'm going to get real cranky on this platform real soon. That's the other thing, chat. When I run out of coffee and we don't have the funds to go buy another big thing of Folgers, it's over. We end it. Kevin's got to go back to work. I need my coffee, especially, pulling 15-hour days with this trial and then barely getting sleep, editing all this video. I'm sitting in front of this computer for 15 hours a day. It's crazy. We were doing those streams. I don't know, whatever. I talk a lot and I'm tell you guys everything, but the pilot on my hot water heater went out over the weekend. And because we were doing all those 16-hour streams about this trial, I hadn't gone downstairs to go deal with that. You may have seen me yesterday because I left the camera on accident. I had put my shoes on. I finally yesterday went downstairs to turn the hot water heater, do the pilot so I could have hot water. So yeah, you guys yell at me like, hey, make sure you're taking care of yourself and take a shower. Yeah, I didn't because I had ice cold water. That's that. All right, Denise, I will catch you later. All right, chat. We're at 9 hours, 15 minutes. I got to go. I got stuff to do. We got to download this video and we got to start editing some of this juicy stuff out. There's some really good stuff we got to put up there. And I got to work on some other stuff. I got to get something to eat before I die. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed what we're doing. Tomorrow again, 8:30 in the morning. Court again. We'll be live at 8:15. 8:15 we'll go live. This way it gives you everyone time to share stuff out, and we're all here. And yeah, those of you that were here when we played the interview, the podcast thing that I did in 2021, those that were here that heard that, hopefully that you enjoyed that, gave you some insights and background and history and all of that on the company and me and blah, blah, blah. Something different, trying to do little different things during the lunch breaks, break up the monotony. I think tomorrow I might show like some hiking stuff just because, I don't know, that's different. It's a little bit, it's more fun. It's lighthearted. Even watching this trial with you guys, Chad, it's getting to me. It's all very depressing stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll take a vote tomorrow, what everybody wants to do, what they want to watch during the lunch break. So I'll ask you guys. But all right, chat, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Love you. Hope you guys like what we're doing. We got a cool little community building finally on Facebook and YouTube. And hopefully we can keep growing that. So I will see you guys tomorrow.